morning. Good morning. I like the energy. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Unique Perspectives for Change Partner Learning event. It's an absolute pleasure to have you all here with me today on this grand occasion for learning, reflection, connection, and sharing. My name is Diego Gajon, and I'm the Director of Operations at International Youth Foundation. Don't tell my boss, but this is my break for stand-up comedy in Boston. So I expect a lot of laughs, cheers, just pretend you're enjoying yourself. Over the next couple of days, we'll hear about each other's experiences, learnings, challenges, and work that everyone here in this room at present is driving forward. These experiences, and for young, diverse learners, is made especially for all types of learners. And what I'm especially proud of today is that we're here united by this initiative. I'm so glad that everyone here is representing the Up for Change program. We've got our leaders. Our young leaders have already had a very quacky time thus far. Do you see that over in the horizon? It's a duck. It's a boat. Oh wait, it's the Up for Change young leaders. I also want to welcome our incredible grantee partners who came from far and wide, and the many stakeholders who have made and supported this program from the very start. To officially open our event, I want to welcome a special person who will share a few words, and I've actually been waiting for about a year and a half to welcome this person onto a stage like this one. She's a lifelong champion of youth and an incredible advocate for women and young leaders across the world. She's built education and employment programs in China, Palestine, Nigeria, and beyond. She's a proud alum of the University of Georgia in Athens and received her master's from here in Boston at the University of Tufts. I'm honored and thrilled to welcome to this stage the International Youth Foundation's President and CEO, Christina Sass. Welcome.
Good morning, everyone. It is my distinct honor to welcome you and thank so many of you who have been critical in making this happen. I don't know about you, but I will be honest that I've found it a challenge recently to find things that I am totally unconflicted about, that I feel only excitement and positivity. And I have to tell you, the entire Up for Change program, but this event has done that in a profound way, and I'm very excited to be here, and I really hope that you are as well. So I'd like to start out by calling out a few folks that have made this all happen. Let me start with our Up for Change young leaders. You are the beating heart. Thank you. You all are the beating heart of this program. We are all here with and for you, and so a profound thank you to you. To the Oak Foundation, those of you that are here and the entire Oak Foundation, this partnership is strong, it's mutual, it's authentic. It's how partnerships should be, and we are grateful. To Bethiel, our extraordinary program officer from the Oak Foundation. Where are you, Bethiel? Good morning. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I want to thank the Oak trustees and leadership, Caroline Turner, our trustee, Doug Griffiths, the president, and also Heather Graham, the director of learning, really to the extended Oak team. I hope that they get to hear and see about this event. Thank you. We are profoundly grateful. To all of our grantee partners, I got to meet many of you last night, to Global Nomads Group, to New Futures DC, to Lectoras para el Futuro, to the College Trunk, to Consult Lemonade, To the Inspired Community Project, to Youth Advocates for Change, thank you. To the IYF leadership, EMT, program team members, but particularly those responsible for the Up for Change program, you have been hustling tirelessly. We see you. I'm beyond proud of what you've put together. Thank you. I want to call out any of our colleagues that worked on this that have moved on, but particularly Sarah Johnson's in my heart today. Certainly her fingerprints are on this program, but thank you to the entire team that worked on this. To parents, speakers, visitors, and guests from all over, thank you for being here. A quick word to those who have traveled far and wide. I want to thank everybody. We know we have represented here DC, California, Illinois, South Carolina, Virginia, Ohio, Maryland, Tennessee. And, you know, at IYF, we get to experience on a daily basis the richness and improvement of our thoughts and our ideas that comes from our geographic diversity. So also, let me shout out Puerto Rico, Mexico, Colombia, Peru, and Brazil. What an extraordinary room we have here today with us. So I'm just going to give you a very brief history. This grant was started in 2023 with 3 goals. Number 1, to create a national cohort with learning differences or interests in neurodiversity. Number 2, to fund community-based organizations to promote more equitable education for young people with learning differences. 7 organizations were selected and granted. And to convene stakeholders, this is the 3rd goal, to convene stakeholders to build knowledge and influence systems. And here we are today doing that. Our main focus was youth-led grant making, specifically for young people with learning differences or those extremely passionate about your neurodiversity. This included, but was certainly not limited to, ADHD, autism, executive functioning, written language disorder, auditory processing, just to name a few. Together, we created a program that truly shifted the power to young people, the Unique Perspectives for Change program. And through this, young people learned about philanthropy, life skills, leadership skills, networking, measuring and evaluation, advocacy, and communication, just to name a few. We are so grateful for this opportunity and to craft this experience, to learn together, to better understand the impact of youth-led grant making. I am on a mission to have IYF become a learning machine, to constantly be learning and updating our operating model to better serve young people. And it really takes an explicit and intentional focus on learning itself, and that is exactly why we are here today. So whether it's enhancing curricula, figuring out the most effective ways to prepare young people for life, or supporting technical upskilling, the decisions young leaders made through the Up for Change program have created meaningful change for countless people. And through all of our learning, we certainly intend to do this for countless more. And just one final note. I joined IYF just over a year ago as CEO, and I can say that in a particularly character-building year for our industry, that this program permeated every corner of IYF. There is not an employee in the last 5 years at IYF that does not know Up for Change and whose personal learning and life has not been enriched by learning about neurodiversity, for bringing that language and the practice of it into everything that we do. I see us really using and learning it in a profound way. And we embrace that now, really, as a competitive advantage and something that we're so authentically excited to support and rally around. And as CEO of an organization, that just really makes my heart want to explode. It makes me so, so proud. So, thank you to everyone for being here. IYF is committed to transforming young people's lives, and Oak, we know, is committed to high impact, respect, learning, social justice, and authenticity together. With support from Oak, we were able to effectively, very effectively, design, create, and effectuate change in youth-led participatory grant making for young people with learning differences or those interested in creating opportunity for your youth with learning differences. We helped shift power and decision-making to young people through this program. We have made a difference. In a world looking for hope and inspiration, we, all of us in this room, have made a profound difference, and we'd like to do a lot more of this with you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Well, thank you, Christina. I think you summed it up really well. I think we're done. Let's wrap up and go home. Interestingly enough, something a lot of you might not know is the resilience of this program, and particularly the young leaders. For some reason, the universe conspires almost like to put additional barriers when they come together. Last year in July, we were having our first convening in Chicago, and lo and behold, the global CrowdStrike outage, IT outage, occurred the day everyone was traveling. And somehow, some way, folks jumped in their cars with their parents. The program team miraculously found rebooking options for other airlines that were also canceled. But everyone managed to make it to Chicago. And this week, as you all may have experienced as well, we're in a federal shutdown, government shutdown, and yet they waited long lines at TSA, came through, and here we are. So big shout out to the young leaders who persisted and made the decision to continue rather than just pack up and go home. And I feel like my invitation to pack up and go home, they're pushing through and ignoring it. So fun. This morning, to kick us off, we're gonna actually reflect on these three questions here to your right. Why are we here? Who is part of this learning community? And how can we make this learning community successful? And I'm gonna have my colleagues, Anna, Ashley, and a young leader, Clementina, share this for the next few minutes. To start us off, I wanna present the first presenter, my colleague who is just unparalleled in her energy that she brings into the room. Anytime she enters a room, it just glows magically, like more than me. She's an Up for Change team member and the orchestrator. Her passion is youth development, and she really cares about creating and empowering safe youth spaces, friendly youth spaces, and engaging them. She's a native of Mexico City, and gave up Metropolis for small town living, and moved to her new village in Western Massachusetts. I want to welcome the incredible Miss Anna Ivanchik.
Hi, everybody. All right. Thank you so much for that introduction, Diego, and thank you so much, Christina, too, for that wonderful message. We're here, and it's truly a pleasure to have you here. And because you're here, you are what I call a victim of my very reckless email sending. I am the person in the Up for Change team responsible for sending out information, and we have a lot of information to share all the time. So thank you for bearing with that. But yeah, in one of my many emails, and many of those, I would share like, oh, the Partner Learn event, join us for this occasion, and many information, a lot of information about like the goal of this place, right? But then life happens. Many things are going on. Everybody's traveling. Travel is disrupted and all those things. And it's so easy to just be like, I made it, I'm here, and I'm here. So I want us to take a few minutes just to like ground ourselves and be like, explore a little bit of like, again, the reason why we're here so that that can help us show up in the best way. So actually, one of the best ways to start this is thinking about the physical space where we're at. And we all brought you here to Boston, not only because it's a hub and it has great connectivity and fall is wonderful here, it's so pretty. And I've been saying that it's because the weather is nice this time of the year, but I feel like people are not relating to that. They're like, it's too cold, but I mean, it's crisp. For me, it's good. But yeah, we didn't not only bring you here just for that. I actually think that there's so many things about what makes Boston the city it is, like what has happened here, what it's known for, that really connect on a very deep level to what Up for Change is, its ethos, and hence what we're doing here all together. So, to begin with, Boston or Cambridge, for me they're all the same, so just play along with me. It's known for its universities. We have Harvard, MIT, Tufts, Boston University. It's filled with them. So it's like a place that it's known for knowledge generation, right? So like that poses the questions of like, whose knowledge is considered, most important? What is expertise that it's considered like critical in resolving like issues that learners experience? How do we research, and what information guides us to make learning environments better? So that's the first thing. The second is the American Revolution. This is the place where that began. So it was like that fight for representation, to have a voice, with its own complexities as well, right? Because even that fight, there were many people who were being left out that were also living here, right? So it's like, who is represented and who is included in decision making? And then the last one, and maybe this is a stretch, but I don't think it is. Here, we have the Red Sox, we have the Bruins, we have the Celtics. So it's a place of like superstar teams and team players. And so for me, that poses the question, who do we leave on the bench for the first 18, 20 years of their lives? And then once they reach that age, we ask them, hey, contribute to the world, let's fix the world's problems, when we have failed to engage you during most of your life, right? What are we missing out from like MVPs that are already here, that are in the real world, that have so many ideas and can contribute? So all of these reflects the core of Up for Change. First, the fact that, we need to do better. What we have, the systems we have designed, can do better so that every learner can thrive. Change is needed, and the expertise that every young person has for being themselves, especially those with lived experience of learning differences or close experience or just a lot of passion for it, that's critical expertise that is needed. The second point, it's nothing about us without us, right? Not only young people need a seat at the table, they also need opportunities to create their own tables. And the last one, when young people win, we all win, right? We're all in this together. We're part of the same team. So that's what we look to do in Up for Change. So with all that, this is why we're here today. All of us representing the different roles and capacities that we have within Up for Change, all the experiences. We're here to learn from each other, from like all those different perspectives. The second one is also to collectively use that to gain knowledge and generate insights as well that we can all bring to our work, to our spheres of influence, into our personal lives. And then the last part is that to create what we wish to see, right? We wouldn't be walking the talk if we were like, listen to young people and like all of us here at IYF doing that, but then not bringing you in. Like, that's not what we want. We want these places. Young people have their own table, like the leaders in Up for Change, but here we're all they are getting the seat at the table too. We're all here together. So this is why we're here. And I would love for you just to take 1 minute, right? Well, take a moment as I leave the stage, and just like think and reflect on one of these questions. What is something that you hope to learn during this event? What is something that you hope to share with others during this event? And then what is something that you want to be open to during this event? And hopefully that's a good compass as you move on. I just invite you to take that for yourself, make what you need of it. And with that, we'll wrap this up and we will move on to the next part. And we're gonna just like have a minute to also just like get to know each other and see who is here in this room and who we're gonna be engaging with. So for that, I'm actually gonna call my colleague, Ashley Gilly, who is a curriculum and development specialist, and whom I think, yeah. Okay, now I'm happy to take it. She was actually, now that I remember, she was dealing with like a personal situation, so I'm happy to get us along. Okay, we're gonna move this. All right, yeah, we're moving this along. All right. So we have a little activity for you today. So this is called, oh, great timing. Ashley Gilly, everybody, welcome her. Of course.
Alrighty, so what did Ani tell you so far? I'm trying to get caught up.
Just starting.
Okay, great. All right, so we are going to do an activity called There Are Two Kinds of People in This World. It's also a little mix of left, right, center, if you've ever heard of it. Okay, so we're going to get you out of your seat so you cannot check your email. You can't be in your phone. Everybody stand. Okay? So what you will do is see two prompts on the screen. All right? Two different kinds of prompts about the same thing. Depending on what you relate to, you will either move to the right side of the room, to the left side of the room, or you'll meet somewhere in the middle, okay? We'll have 2 rounds, and then in between our rounds, we'll have an opportunity for you to turn and talk and get to know who's around you, okay? We ready? All right, here's our first one. Go to the left if you eat the crust of your pizza. Go to the right if you don't eat the crust of your pizza. Let's go stage right, because it's my right. Stage right, this right. My right, so stage. Is this way? Go with your left. That's easier for you. So if you're to the left, if you eat the crust of your pizza, what is it? Is this right? Okay, right. If you don't eat the crust of your pizza, thank you. If you do, to the left. Christina said the crust eaters are over here. So the center, it depends on what kind of crust it is. Are you stuffed crust people in the center? Yes! Come on, stuffed crust. Yes! Okay, you ready? Here's your next one. We're going to scramble you up some more. I got to go this way. To the right, if you have multiple alarms. To the left, if you have... We're moving, we're moving. Okay, so I'm going to assume that 50% of our people on the right have multiple alarms, yes? Everybody in the center is responsible and goes with the sunlight, does not need an alarm. 5-year-old, fair. That's a 6 a.m. alarm. On the left, you have 1 alarm. That's it, very responsible, no snooze. Okay. Here's your moment to engage. 3 or 4 people in a group. 1, introduce yourself, because surely everybody in this room does not know each other. So 1, take the opportunity to introduce yourself. And 2, share what your favorite type of pizza is. I'll give you 2 minutes. Okay, guys, that's time. We ready? We're going to scramble again. Can you hear me? No, nobody can hear me. Clap one time if you can hear me. Clap 2 times if you can hear me. All right, thank you. Very good. We're going to scramble again. Here we go. To the right if you make your bed every morning. To the left if you never make your bed. And in the center, it depends. All right, I'm going to scramble you again. Don't get comfortable. Just kidding, I'm not. Ani, cut it. All right. If you have new people in your group, introduce yourselves, okay? And then your new question, share what city, state, or country you're traveling from. All right, good people. I'm glad that you've had the opportunity to mix and mingle and meet. Clap 1 time if you can hear me. Clap 2 times if you can hear me. Thank you very much. All right. I'm glad that you all have had the opportunity to mix and mingle. It feels like you all have made new friends. You were talking a lot, so I'm glad. Just kidding. Okay, so first of all, thank you very much for engaging, right? But as we move into the next part of our session for the day, I really want you to consider two sayings and see what resonates with you more. The first is we have more in common than what meets the eye, right? And the second is you're the same kind of different as me, which is what you found as you moved in different spaces across the room, right? Also, how might this be the reminder that we're not strangers at all? We're just friends who haven't met yet, right? So just consider those things as we move throughout the day and we work together and we learn together and we grow together. I'm going to hand it back over to Ani, my esteemed colleague, and I think we have a young leader as well. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you go back to your seats. You're dismissed. Sorry.
All right, thank you everybody. I hope that was fun, and thank you so much for engaging. All right, so we are going to explore our last question for these introductions, and that is how can we make this learning community successful? And to begin with that, it's important to start with logistics. So I'll just go over a few logistical reminders because, again, there's a lot of information, and we just want to make sure that you know what's up so that you have the best experience during this time. So a little bit of logistics. First, you have a physical copy of the event program. You should be able to follow that along to know what's happening. There is also a virtual version that I shared in an email last week, I believe. But you can also scan the QR code here. So you should be able to follow the event program. All the sessions are happening here. All meals are happening in the room where breakfast was just served, except for our last closing dinner on Sunday. So we don't have to worry about that right now. All right, another part is that in theory, you were going to be able to access the event slides online. In practice, we live in a world that it's moving way too fast, so we don't have all the complete slides. Like, we have a lot of people presenting today, so the information is a little scattered. However, for whoever who needs a physical copy or any part of these slides to follow along, please let me know, and I'll make sure that you get that. So yeah. All right. Moving on to some sorts of logistics too. Restrooms. These are kind of hard to find. They're like down the hall. When you go outside, you're gonna see the escalators and they're tucked behind them. They put a sign today, so hopefully that's good, but they're there. The gender restrooms, you'll find them there. All right, another reminder for you to just, take care of yourself as we're gonna be here during long days. Do whatever you need to do to keep your body hydrated, energized, nourished. We have a coffee break all day. We'll have snacks and everything throughout the day. So make sure to just as we're doing the sessions, get up, take what you need. Of course, always respecting whoever is here, but understanding that we have physical needs and that is integral to actually being able to learn to our best. So yeah, do whatever you need to do to nourish your body. Another very important piece of information, quiet spaces available for you, because there's a lot going on right now. So we have the room next to us, which is gonna be empty while we're having the sessions. So if you need some time to decompress, if anything is too overwhelming, you can step out. There is also a gorgeous courtyard. Once you go out this room and the doors are on the left side. So yeah, you can take advantage of that, take a little, some air. If you're an up for change leader and you want to take some time, just make sure that you let somebody from the IOF team know so that we know in case, require any other support. All right, another piece of information. All right, so you all have your name tags. And you probably have noticed that there's some stickers behind. So we have included those stickers as sociability stickers. As you have noticed, we're here, we're aiming to encourage a lot of community building, connection, right? However, we recognize that we all have very different ways of, social batteries of communicating, of sometimes needing a space. So we also wanna make sure that you have a way to let others know if you need some space or your needs, especially during the meal times and everything. So it works like a stop sign kind of situation. So the red is I need some space, I'm good. So you can just take the sticker and put it on top of your name tag. The green is talk to me, I'm good, I'm chill. And the yellow is I will engage with you, but I'm not gonna be seeking out conversation. So hopefully those are helpful for everybody. And then last one, we have some fidgets too. So if I can go back, okay, we have some fidgets. You all received swag bags. There should have been a fidget cube there. We have fidget spinners, and there's also putties on the table. They're a little hard right now, but once you start like using them, they get to the right texture, so don't get discouraged. And they're actually great. All right. And that is everything for logistics, and we hope this is helpful as we move through the next 2 days. All right. And then for the next part of like just how we can make this learning community successful is just taking some time to reflect on how we want to show up here for ourselves and for each other. So we're going to have some time for each of you to think about this. But more to do that, we want to start with an invitation. And what we want to do is invite you to make this a brave space. And we hear a lot about like safe spaces, and safe spaces are super important, but they fall short sometimes when we confuse an unsafe experience with an uncomfortable experience. Maybe when we are being challenged to just like rethink what we've always believed or think of a different way to see the world. So being in a brave space means that we are open to rethinking all of that and like maybe be a little bit outside of our comfort zone on what we call a learning edge when we are at our best to take in new information, which may be challenging. It may be disrupting to our worldview, to our beliefs, to our experiences, but really being open to taking in more information and to considering other people's experience. And that is the way we create change. Otherwise, we're just recreating the same stuff, right? So today, we want to invite you to create a brave space. And to do that, I'm so happy to call up to the stage a dear friend and Up for Change leader, Clementina.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I need a little bit more energy to really feel it. So I'm going to say it again. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Okay, sounds like we're happy to be here. Love to hear it. So hello again. My name is Clementina Jose. I'm privileged to be one of the young leaders who was a part of this cohort. So happy to be here. So going back to what Ani just shared, we want to invite everyone to create a brave space. So with that, please, everyone should notice that there are folders that you all have. Please open your folders. And then everyone should notice that there is a handout in your folder titled An Invitation to Brave Space. Now I'm gonna put on my teacher hat like Ashley, and I'm gonna ask you all, when you have the handout handy, please just wave it, just so that I know that you have it. Okay, we have some engagement, love it. So with that, I'll just start reading the poem that we have here. An invitation to brave space. Together, we will create brave space because there is no such thing as a safe space. We exist in the real world. We all carry scars, and we have all caused wounds. In this space, we seek to turn down the volume of the outside world. We amplify voices that fight to be heard elsewhere. We call each other to move to more truth and love. We have the right to start somewhere and continue to grow. We have the responsibility to examine what we think we know. We will not be perfect. I know a lot of us need to hear that. We will not be perfect. This space will not be perfect. It will not always be what we wish it to be, but it will be our brave space together, and we will work on it side by side. So I just want to give everyone a minute to reflect, to look over this handout, to look over this poem again, and really think about what line stands out to you or what resonates for you. As you've read this, as you've heard me read it, just take a quick second. And then I would love to hear some reflections that folks may have. As soon as y'all have any reflections, feel free. Raise your hand. Okay. Yes. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm. You deserve some snaps for that. That was good. Thank you so much for your reflection. Any other reflections? Anything that's standing out for folks in the room? Yes. That is so great. You've truly said a lot, and I echo exactly what you said. That's why I had to, go against the grain and repeat that specific line that we will not be perfect, because it's so true. There is a pressure at times in settings like this, but to the points that you raised, it's exactly that. Thank you for your reflection. Yes, please. Mm. 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 100%. Thank you so much for your reflection. Any other thoughts? Yes, please. Yes, exactly. And what you said with stepping outside of the box, I often think, who created the box, right? Like, like who actually created it? It's time that we truly recreate or redefine what that box even looks like or feels like for ourselves. So thank you for your reflection. Any other thoughts? Are we warming up? Are we, as we're having this discussion? Yes, please. Exactly. Thank you. I know there are some other people. Yes, Emma, go ahead. Exactly. Can we give it up for our fellow young leader right here? She said a lot of great things that I feel the same way. I've learned that sometimes we can point fingers at other people and say, and it's true, right? Other people have, caused wounds for us, left scars, but sometimes we also cause harm to other people. And sometimes it's hard for us to actually acknowledge that. So thank you, Emma, for raising those points, I should say. I know there are some other people who have other reflections, so don't be shy. Yes, please.
I don't know. Thank you. I don't know if it's a line or if it's words. So I think words matter. And so kind of what you were saying around safe is different to each person, but what safety means is I'm not being harmed. And so to me, that's like a bubble. In order for no harm to occur, there must be a bubble around whatever that situation or thing is. But brave doesn't mean safe. Those are not synonymous to one another. So to be in a brave, safe space means that I may not be in a safe space for me. And that takes courage and that takes effort. And so I think then with the invitation where you're now, as you were saying, Tiara, making a choice to choose to come out of your safety bubble into a brave space where you may have some harm, but you also may have some good. And I think that's as you were kind of mentioning, in the world today, a lot of things are about safe spaces, and they have a time and place, and that's important. But I think really creating spaces where people can be brave to speak up, people can be brave to try something new. It's not safe to do that. It feels, because it's a feeling, what feels safe to me, and that can be uncomfortable. So I think this really stood out as just kind of reframing what we've traditionally been taught of safe spaces. And I love the brave space. So
Yes, me too. As I was preparing with Ani, I said the same. Oh, yes, of course. Also, can you say your name too? I completely forgot. For folks who are sharing, please say your name so that we could create community.
Yes, I'm Tiara's husband. And you can talk. What Catherine just said, it took me to a place of brave is inner. And so safe is you decide or someone else says it's safe. But brave means I believe I'm showing up as brave. So it's an inner peace that comes with no matter what it looks like, I'm choosing it. So I like brave now.
Come on, thank you. We can take one more quick reflection before we proceed.
My name's Will. I'm Catherine's husband. But no, I just kind of resonate. The poem was great, but the whole concept of boxes, I don't really believe in that. I think all boxes are different, and so people should be able to create their own box and not try to operate within somebody else's perception of what's supposed to be, right? So yeah, the second portion of it where it talks about we seek to turn down the volume of the outside world, that's where I thrive. Is I'm not really worried about what somebody else thinks I should be doing. What do I want to do? Yeah.
Come on, you might have to mentor some of us young leaders here because we need some of that as we're getting. Thank you for your reflection. We truly appreciate it. And thank you, everyone. Snaps to everyone who participated. Snaps to you all for just being in the room, participating and following along. We really appreciate it. So we're just going to proceed to the next slide. Okay. So we're just going to go over some of our community guidelines, like the Up for Change Leader community guidelines. So the first one is we seek understanding by using active engagement to make speakers and contributors feel valued. The second community guideline that we have here is we make room for differences in opinion by respectfully clarifying misunderstandings and voicing concerns. The third one is we will demonstrate respect by not being judgmental and treating others with dignity. The fourth one is we will treat others how they would want to be treated. And lastly, we will be open and honest with our communication. Any quick thoughts? Anything that stood out to folks from the community guidelines? I can take one contribution if anyone has anything at all that they would like to share. We spoke a lot, so let's continue. Okay, got it. Understood. Okay, so with that, now we would like everyone to just briefly reflect. So let's just keep in mind like what resonated with you about the invitation to brave space. Also, you can keep in mind the community guidelines proposed by the Up for Change leaders and if anything stood out there. And then lastly, your personal reflection about what you wish to learn, share, or be open to throughout this experience. So for the next 5 minutes, just reflect on how will you show up as a member of this learning community? And secondly, how would you like your colleagues in this community to show up? So you can kindly write your answers on a Post-it note, and then once you've finished your reflection, feel free to paste the notes on the appropriate flip chart right over there. Yes, where it says reflection. So feel free to do that. I'll stop talking now. Feel free to think and write. Okay, so everyone, please, we have about 2 minutes remaining for folks to continue writing. And once again, on your right and on your left, there are flip charts where you all can just place your Post-its for each question. So thank you everyone for your participation. We're gonna transition now, but it was lovely to speak to you all in this capacity and enjoy the rest of the session.
Oh, sure. Thank you so much. Give it up for Clementina again. Thank you. Yes, and thank you so much for engaging in this. We would have loved to have more time to discuss this, but for the sake of time, we just invite you as you go throughout the day, make a stop at the flip charts and just read what other people contributed to, so that we can make sure that we're showing up in the way that we want to show up, people want us to show up, right? So that we can all contribute. And yeah, we all have a role in making this a great experience for everybody. and also like in helping this everybody achieve their own goals for learning and for sharing and just to like continue growing. So yeah, thank you so much for engaging in that. And that will be the end of our introduction and opening remarks. And I'll pass it. Oh, actually, I'll pass it back to Diego for the actual closing of our introduction and opening remarks, because we have a very special speaker to also get us started. So back to Diego.
Thank you, Ani. Give it up for Ani and Clementina. So, you all know I'm a popular guy, and I want to make you all happy. So, I'm actually going to present a surprise break for 10 minutes. Restroom break, coffee, waters in the back. We'll reconvene in about 10 minutes. Do you like me now? All right, good morning. I love the engagement. The engagement has been lovely. I love to see the connection. Now, when the Up for Change team asked me to MC this event, I said, sign me up. I said, spotlight on me? Yes, please. What I didn't know, does everybody look in your, you see my birthday, right, in the materials? Did they put my birthday in? I'll just tell you my birthday. My birthday is July 24th. Yeah, and do you know why? It's 7/24, because I'm in the spotlight 24/7. So, you know, naturally when they asked me, hey, can you MC? I said, yes, please. What I didn't know, and I found myself realizing uncomfortably in stepping into a brave space, was that I would actually be putting the spotlight on other great people. And this next person, I will tell you, there are movers and shakers, and then there's Miss Evelina Benitez. Miss Evelina Benitez has spent over 20 years of her career focused on education, underserved communities, families, and serving employability programs. She's designed and managed and led meaningful programs for young people. And I must tell you, her title is the Director of U.S. Programs at IYF, but in actuality, she wears many, many, many hats. She's leading our Up for Change program, and I am humbled to present to this stage the heart and soul of this program, Miss Evelina Benitez. Give it up. I forgot the red carpet.
Want it to happen. My gosh. Good day. Buen dia. Bon dia. Happy Learning Differences and Disabilities Month. Happy Hispanic Heritage and Latinx Month. Happy Early Indigenous Day. Indigenous Peoples Day. What a time. Hashtag inclusion time. About time. We made it. Can you feel my excitement? I hope you can. I know that if this energy is too much for you, I invite you to tap out. Squeeze a little bit of putty, go for a walk, or do whatever you need to get comfortable. I am happy to recap later if anyone needs a moment. But I truly want to take this time to thank you for making this partner learning event a priority and for being here as we learn. I'm going to put this here, I think. Diego, you want to help me here? Maybe not. Okay, maybe I just need to hold this. As we learn, share, and reflect on all the work that has taken place throughout the several years. As 1 in 5 people are neurodiverse, learning differences is very important, and we are so grateful to the Oak Foundation because they selected IYF as a partner to explore and elevate youth-led participatory grant-making. That said, I would like to express a heartfelt welcome and extreme gratitude to Bethiel Germa-Holton, our program officer at Oak Foundation, who's been the best partner any organization could hope for. Together, we co-designed, pivoted, and implemented a program that has managed to impact thousands of lives. Unique perspectives for change was really created to shift power and resources to young people to tackle educational barriers and inequities. Oh, by me doing that, you're not seeing I'm so sorry. Oh my gosh, she's gonna kill me. We're all about accessibility, and here I am just closing down things. Okay, forgive me, but Bethiel, if you wouldn't mind sharing a few remarks as the work is made possible because of you, because you saw the potential and gave us an opportunity.
Thank you all so much for okay, I'm not gonna touch it. All right. Thank you all. I break things. Thank you for being here. Thank you guys for the work that you do to support students with learning differences all across the country. Thank you for spending your weekend with us to learn and connect and build community. I'll get to share more about Oak and about our work and about this program later on. But I'll just share a couple of brief things. First, this project really began with the hypothesis that young people could help us make better decisions about how to fund organizations doing real important work impacting the lives of students with learning differences. We found IYF as a partner, and they've been a great partner for us to test this hypothesis. And I think one thing you'll learn about the Up for Change program over the past couple of days is just how incredible the youth leaders are. I was with them in Chicago last year when they were reviewing applications, asking questions about program models, evaluation design. I sat with them as they asked about board diversity. You remember that? And it was incredible. I mean, truly, they asked better questions than a lot of program officers I work with. So I was like, you could do my job. But really, truly incredible. And that was the first, I think the first moment where I realized, yes, we're testing this hypothesis. They're asking great questions. They have lived experience that they're bringing to ask the questions that they're asking and to make the decisions to select the grantee partners. So we're so grateful. So to all of the youth leaders, thank you for spending your time. You do so many, I'm looking at Clementina, Emma, folks that I have learned about or have met previously. You all are doing so much, and you spend your time to help us make better decisions about how to fund organizations. So thank you for doing that work with us. To all of the grantee organizations, I've read so much about you all and about the work you're doing, so I feel a little starstruck being around you guys, honestly. So I'm excited to learn more. I'm really excited for all of the presentations. And to the IYF team, Evie, Ani, Ashley, Linda, so many more who have really built this from an idea, from a hypothesis they designed, and they're so intentional about thinking about how to engage young people, how to engage the grantee partners, thinking about the measurement and evaluation. The Oak team has learned so much from you guys, truly, and we are so grateful. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for letting me be able to sit in and learn alongside you. I'm really excited for the next few days. Thank you.
Thank you, Bethiel. Well, I am grateful for our partnership with Oak. I'm even more grateful that they have you at the helm of decision-making, partner engagement, and program influence for learning differences. They've really won big with you. Now, before we move on, I'd like to take a few moments to highlight some key players in the room who have contributed to ensuring that we got here today. First and foremost, our young leaders, if you wouldn't mind standing. Without your interest in the application, the work, come on, I promise. Yes. Without your initial interest, there's no way that this work would be possible. And so I just am so grateful that you accepted the charge to be grant makers and in turn, real change makers. Thank you so very much. I'm honored to have worked on this particular project with you. Know that your drive and your decisions are what fueled us all along the way. You pushed us to think through creative solutions whenever a problem arose or some sort of pivot that we had to make. You showed up. If there was a time that didn't work, it forced us to think through, well, what does work? How can we make it work? And you answered the call. So I am just so grateful. Please have a seat. I invite all of you in the room to please review the bios with the QR code in the program. There's some major accomplishments that these young people have made to date, and I highly suggest you get autographs. because they're destined for greatness. Now, who are our young people without parents and consent givers? Thank you to all the parents, relatives, caregivers, and chaperones who went out of their way to ensure that the commitment to the program would be successful. And you really made a way for them to get here. So I am just ever so grateful. With young leaders at the forefront and with meaningful youth engagement strategies, we made participatory youth-led grant-making experience thrilling. We issued together over $600,000 in grants to 7 grantee organizations, and it was all made possible by the dedication of the IYF leadership and team. So I have to give many thanks to every team member who has had some role in the success of this program. Some of you know some more than others, but I'll start sharing that our core team curated a program experience that I hope will last in your memory forever. Diego gave a shout out to Ani, and it's just, there are no words to describe the level of detail and time that has gone into every single component of this program. We have, so much to be thankful for alongside her, but I really am truly grateful from the bottom of my heart that she is passionate about this work. I'm passionate, but she takes it to another level when it comes to details. And so thank you, Ani. And I will definitely have way more to say at our closing dinner. Ashley Gilly was our curricular development specialist in this program and curated some learning sessions. She spoke to you all earlier. Linda Fogarty, who is back there observing all things in the total data sense, has been one of our measurement, evaluation, research, and learning girls. Am I calling somebody? Lord. Who has made things happen. I am not the tech one, so please forgive me in advance. In terms of our program, that's our core program team. Then we've had some other IYF staff who have just made this incredible. And Mari, who is our senior program manager and is not able to be with us because we have a new addition to our team, a new baby intern named Coco. But even before she left, the amount of information that she poured into making sure that this activity, this convening, that everything in this program went well is unmatched. And so I am so grateful for every contribution. Then, of course, we had some other IYF team members that gave it all they have, like Diego, 24/7, 7/24. Without him, those grant agreements wouldn't have gone out. Lucia Hernandez, Valeria Rocha, Alberto Peniche, Miguel Primo, Amendaris, Caitlin Anderson, who's out there doing check-in, and our newest member, Alyssa Caceres. Many of you don't know what it takes to deliver this because it almost seems seamless at the core, but truly there are just so many bodies that pour into this success, so I'm extremely grateful. We have a new honorary member, and I'll talk about her in just a moment, but what a joy. We had an amazing collaborative donor partner. We had energetic and genius youth, Up for Change leaders. We had supportive parents, an all-star team, and last but certainly not least, our grantee partners, 7 organizations. If you all could please stand, Global Nomads, New Futures DC, Lectores para el Futuro, the College Trunk, Consult Lemonade, the Inspired Community Project, and Youth Advocates for Change. They all took a wild chance when they applied for this opportunity, right? Because like Bethiel said, we did this co-design together. We were not sure what we were gonna get or how we were gonna get it. But you were bold enough to submit applications and be scrutinized by amazing young geniuses who did not hold back on their commentary. And so I am truly grateful for you and looking forward to sharing your learnings and the impact of the funds and the reach that you all were able to make as a result of this program. So again, thank you, and we look forward to hearing about your work later. There's some special guests in this room, and I mentioned my colleagues from the LAC and region and from Mexico earlier, Alberto Peniche and Miguel Primo, who have been instrumental in saying, let me give you, let's work together. Let's make something happen. Like, this program needs to be replicated. And so we started thinking through, well, how can we do this? They said, well, we have some partners that could potentially work on this. And I said, tell me more. And when Oak initially set out this RFP, the goal was for us to work with school districts. And then we got real and realized that school districts are not as easy to work with in that time frame. And the amount of change that we wanted to make and the deep impact that we wanted to make, we didn't think was possible in that time frame. And so we went back and revised and thought through how we could do that with community-based organizations. After talking with my colleagues, I learned that, well, perhaps we can make some changes in school districts in certain places, and perhaps we can extend and do more community-based work in other parts of the world. And so I would like to invite the following guests to stand up and be acknowledged as they've traveled from far to hear and learn more about our programs and hopefully explore ways in which we can curate a program that makes sense in their spaces. Ana Maria Gutierrez is the Regional Vice Governor from Arequipa, Peru. Thank you for coming. João Pinto from Rede Cidade in Brazil. Marta Elena Soto, Secretary of Education from Querétaro, Mexico. Juan Carlos Flores, Secretary of Education from Jalisco, Mexico. And Carolina Franco Giraldo, Secretary of Education from Medellin, Colombia. Talk about commitment, right? This is what you call rolling the dice on chance. Now, they know good work from past partnerships. They know quality when they see it, and they care about young people. So together, I'm sure we can create magic. Thank you so very much. As we reflect and learn together on how to create meaningful, equitable, and transformative solutions by way of inclusion, shared power, and youth voice, it is my hope that together we'll make a global, long-lasting change that improves tailored approaches to unlocking neurodiverse superpowers. Thank you, gracias, obrigado. And now it is my honor to transition us to a fabulous keynote speaker. Miss Sydney Schaaf, I think can somebody come click, please? Dr. Sydney Schaaf is an educator, a researcher, a designer, a mom of two, founder of CBL Partners, a leadership and design consultancy that partners with schools and system leaders to develop learning models, empower equity and excellence along the K-12 education and workforce continuum. She is a noted leader in the field of competency-based education and a recipient of the Skoll Scholarship for Social Entrepreneurship. With nearly 20 years in the field and youth development, she has served as a teacher, school co-founder, district administrator, and nonprofit leader. She's also been my lifesaver a time or two. Sydney holds a doctorate in educational leadership from the University of Pennsylvania, a master's in business administration from the University of Oxford, a master's of education from the University of California, Los Angeles, and a Bachelor of Arts from the University of Florida. She has worked alongside IYF and amplified the impact of neurodiversity in a way that I cannot bring to words. My colleagues, many who work on a lot of other youth programs, had no idea about how to fully understand the brain development. And Dr. Sydney came in and did a series of workshops, and really taught us and broke it down on so many levels to clarify for them what is learning differences all about. And then as a result, many of us started working together better. In a virtual space, it's really tough when you don't understand necessarily why people do certain things. And so the fact that she took that apart for us, really, I appreciate you for that, for your guidance, your expertise, and your collaboration. Please help me in welcoming our keynote, Dr. Sydney Schaaf. truly an honor. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Evie, I love you. Doesn't she just bring all the fun? All the fun and all the warmth. Thank you so much for that sweet introduction. What a room. What an amazing room of folks we have here. I feel like any one of you could be taking the mic right now. So I feel very honored to have this opportunity. Of all the places you could be this morning, you're choosing to be here and focus your attention on this question with me. How do we redesign systems to honor every learner? So thank you. Time is a gift, and I feel very grateful to be here with you this morning. I care a lot about this question for two reasons. Number one, I think it's the right thing to do. Humans like to build systems, right? We've got our political system, our economic system, our education system. That's the one I have focused my work on. We build systems, and sometimes they do really good things for us, and other times they do a lot of harm. And when we know there's harm, I think we have an obligation and a prerogative to address that harm, right? In the words of Maya Angelou, do the best you can until you know better, and then when you know better, do better, right? The second reason I think this question is really important, and I care a lot about it, is because the world has some pretty tricky problems at this time in history, doesn't it? And I think we need all the brilliant minds we've got working those problems. And so to build more inclusive systems means that we'll have more engagement, more participation, and more brilliance working the problem. This story of my work in redesigning systems goes back about 20 years. And I don't have solutions for us today. Mostly I have questions. But it really starts with a story of heartbreak. Anybody been through one of those? Yeah? Okay. I heard we have some married couples in the room, right? I'm going to have to talk to you later and get some advice. Okay, so it was about 20 years ago. I was sitting in my college apartment, and my boyfriend, we'll call him Joe. We'll just call him Joe. He came over for a visit. We were having the talk. This was the talk. And he sat down on my little futon, and he looked over at me, and he said, "I don't think this is working, Sydney." And I, sitting next to him, looked over, and I said, "I agree with you, Joe. It's not working." And we gave each other a big hug, and there really wasn't much more to say. So he walked out the door, and that was that. And I found a pillow. Everybody, you know, the pillow cry, right? I did the pillow cry, and put the pillow down and took some deep breaths. I felt a lot better. You know how after you cry, it's like one of our body's amazing systems for regulating, really. It's like, I feel so much better. And I thought to myself, I can either sit here and stay stuck in my sadness for days or weeks or even months, or I can look at this hard moment in a different way. Yeah? Yeah, right? I didn't know that then, but the researchers have a term for this. Let's make sure this thing is working. Oh, here we go. Researchers have a term for this. They call it cognitive flexibility. Have you heard of that term? It's one of our brain's really important skills for learning, for decision making, for self-directed action. It's like the skill that helps us transition from one thing to another. It's a skill that helps us code switch in different cultural contexts. It's a skill that helps us reframe a difficult moment, to look at it in a different way. It's actually kind of the flexibility to step outside of how you're looking or experiencing something and see it from another point of view. Now, I can't give myself a lot of credit because I had two parents who nurtured this in me from a very young age. My mom would have said it this way, "Hey, Sydney, when one door closes, another opens." Let me ask you, when you were growing up, did you have anyone in your life who helped you, encouraged you to see the opportunity in difficult moments, to see it in a different way? Take a moment. What were those words? Today we're going to talk about messages, and I want to ask you, you have something to jot on, right? A pen and a paper. Write down the words. What did they say to you? Take a moment. What were those words that you received that encouraged you to see something differently? And maybe if you didn't get it, maybe you gave it. What's something you say to encourage others? Take a moment and write it down. And if you're comfortable, I'm just going to invite us to hear from each other. What did you hear from your loved ones, your mentors, your caregivers? Go ahead, let me hear. Yeah, Clementina. Thank you, Clementina. Every disappointment is a blessing. I love that. Others. Evie, I know you have one. Come on, love. Everything is in divine order. Others. Christina. Okay. Nice. There are always pros and cons. Beautiful. Yes. Yeah. Tiara, right? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, Ani's got the mic. Thank you, Ani. All right.
All right. So in high school, I remember feeling like I was in my lowest place. And I just got a D on a test. And my parents were strict, so I was scared. And I was crying in class, and my teacher said, if this is the worst, it can only get better. And that has stuck with me for a very long time. And, of course, a D is not the worst, but, yeah.
But it might have felt like it at the moment. If this is the worst, it can only get better. It can only get better. Thank you. Others? Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
I grew up as a child who had to go to Sunday school all the time, so lots of biblical references.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say I had to go. I wanted to go.
Yeah.
But the short thing that we were always told was, trouble don't last always. It will be better in the morning.
Trouble don't last always. I love it. It'll be better in the morning. Amen. And a few more.
I know we've all heard the rejection is really redirection. And so it was always, if this is the rejection, God must mean there's a different direction for me to go in.
Love it. Thank you. And right here, I think we have another. Thank you so much. And if you aren't comfortable reading yours, nudge your buddy next to you, and someone can read for you. It's okay. All right? Go ahead.
It's something I tell myself, that there's another side to this. And I just remind myself, like, this isn't the full picture. There's another side.
I love it. There's another side. Look at all this cognitive flexibility in the room. Y'all are superstars. All right, thank you.
My grandfather, when I was struggling in my teenager years, had a very impactful quote. He speaks Spanish, so I'm going to say it in Spanish first.
Please do.
And then
Thank you.
I'm going to translate. El dolor es momentáneo, pero la gloria es para siempre. So pain is momentarily, but glory is forever.
Thank you so much. It's beautiful. Oh, we have one more. Okay, last one. I could go on all day, but let's do one more. Thank you, Ani.
I wasn't going to share, but mine is so similar to that I wanted to add. Your testimony includes a test for a reason. Your pain turns to purpose.
I love it. Okay, that is the segue. Pain to purpose. Do you know what I did? What happened? Oh my goodness. I thought to myself, Sydney, this is the question. What can you do now that you wouldn't have been able to do if you stayed in this relationship? What's the opportunity? And I kind of surfed my brain for those ideas, and I realized from the moment you stepped foot on this campus, you've been wanting to study abroad. You told yourself you want to live somewhere that is so dramatically different from your daily life so that you can experience another part of the world and grow. This is your chance. A few months later, I was boarding a plane with a suitcase and an acoustic guitar headed to Dar es Salaam, Tanzania, to study at the university there. Okay, a few weeks, I had to get malaria and recover. I remember standing in the dorm room, like in a blanket, shivering in the warm sun, being like, oh my gosh, I just want to go home. But it was okay, I got better. And then my Professor Mutembe, he and I were chatting, and I said, I feel better. Class is great, but I want to get out in the community. Is there a place I can go to serve? I grew up in the church. Community service was really important to me. He said, I know just the place. I will take you there Thursday. Y'all, this was exactly 20 years ago to this month. I walked through the gate of the Hananasi Orphanage Center, fell in love with these beautiful children. I know this is very cliche, right? American girl going to the orphanage in Africa. I know. But there I was, and we bonded over music, and we bonded over wanting to speak each other's language. And so I was teaching English, and they were teaching me Swahili. But really where the game changed for me was meeting the director of the orphanage. This man, Mr. Hezekiah Molugaja, he was running an orphanage while critiquing the system, critiquing the institution. He said to me, this is not a solution. And I'm thinking, he's running an orphanage. What's the plan here, guy? And he said, in our society, we think it's enough. It's enough to meet the basic needs of children and think that they will have the opportunity to overcome poverty. It's a myth. And if we really want to change the system, we have to rethink this idea that this will be enough. Okay, and I said, all right, Hezekiah, tell me, what's the vision? And he said, what if we transformed this system, an orphanage, meet basic needs, live in isolation, and funnel kids through the same linear system that's just reproducing these same outcomes? And what if we established a boarding school instead? Whole child care, deep community partnerships, and programming that help these young people discover their passions and their interests and build pathways to their bright future. And I said, Hezekiah, I'm 21 years old. I'm like an American girl over here for a bit. I don't know anything about this. What do I know? And it was just an invitation. He was asking anyone who would join him to jump on board. And so, of course, I was absolutely in. Now, I didn't know how to help, but I knew I was in for this journey. So I returned to the States, and I started telling the story with everyone I knew and sharing this wild idea. And within a year, we had purchased 300 acres of land outside of Dar es Salaam, convened multiple teams of construction workers, Tanzanian and American, and started building the foundation of this campus, brick by brick, literally from the sand on this land, in this coastal village in Tanzania. And we learned a lot along the way. I mean, this was quite a journey with its bumps. Here are some students carrying bricks, and I thought, oh my gosh, this is kind of crazy that we are trying to build this school in this rural area. Hezekiah said to me, we just have to keep pushing. We just have to keep pushing. And a year and a half later, he said, it's time to open the doors. I said, Hezekiah, we don't even have bunk beds for these kids. Can we really do this? We must go on. You can see these are some of our students sleeping on mattresses. And over an 8-year period, we built out a full campus with that programming that we envisioned. Permaculture, we were growing vegetables enough to feed the school. A poultry farm, kids were eating eggs every morning. We had partnered with a solar energy company that fully equipped the school and partnered with our students to sell micro products, cleaner energy in this community that was totally off the grid. We had a music program. Our kids were producing albums and performing in the city. They were part of the building. They were contributing and helping to build the vision. Now, this was over an 8-year period, and as I said, it was over 20 years ago. So I went back in the old archive, and I mashed together some of these really old videos. I'm not a videographer, but I'm going to show you like 2 minutes of this this story, just to give you a taste.
The mission of the Ananasifu is to make possible where the society see it is impossible.
Day one storm.
The school is purposely for the orphans and the vulnerable children all over the country.
When I grew up, I asked my mom, where is my father? She said to me that he disappeared when he was inside of my stomach.
Yeah, what we hope once they finish the school, we hope that they're going to be agents of change in their own communities.
I lay motionless in bed.
I'm so glad today. This is my special day that I can't forget since I didn't expect to study. So to compete for 4 is so happy to me, and it gives me more courage to continue in further studies so as I can reach my dreams.
I watch the stars.
This quote is from Muhammad Gandhi. We should be the change we wish to see on the world.
I didn't know what I was doing half the time. I didn't know that my life would ever change. I didn't think that anybody felt the same way. And then you came. I said I wanna try it all. Through the waves, the shell was crushing you.
Proud that I am just still alive.
Yeah!
Look at these crazy Americans. That was our, thank you so much. That was our Climb for Kujali program. So, you know, there's a beautiful tourist, natural resources in Tanzania are amazing, and a lot of people travel there. And so we thought, let's leverage that. Let's have people raise funds, and I'll take them up the mountain. I think I climbed 3 times to help raise funds for the school. Now, Hezekiah and I made this deal when we first began. I said, this is your vision. I want to help, but this is your vision. And so what if I help get this thing off the ground with whatever resources and support I can offer, but ultimately, this is yours. And so after 8 years, the school was fully built and resourced and locally staffed. And I phased out of that work, and it's still running today, this school in Tanzania, yeah. Thank you. So that beautiful team of people, the kids I connected with, the leaders there in Tanzania, taught me about systems change. That's where I learned, and I came back to the States, and I've been working in the K-12 space here in the US since then. There were many things I learned in that journey. One of the most important things I learned was about rethinking a system. We have to see it in a different way to change it. And there's a lot of really wonderful sort of systems thinking theory around this. One key word here is the word paradigm. That's like the lens we use to see and interpret the world around us. We can think of paradigms as our sort of most deeply held beliefs about the way a system should work. Let me give you some examples here. One, a paradigm that we just kind of, that shapes our daily life. Land can be owned. I haven't thought about that one in a while. You just kind of take it for granted, right? Punishment effectively changes human behavior. Grades motivate children to learn. Productivity defines your worth. Take a moment at your tables, find someone next to you. Which one of these do you most wish you could change, and why? With what would you replace it? Take a minute or two. Do any of these feel like, we need a rethink on one of these? Go ahead, talk at your tables. What do you think? All right. Was that enough time? Did you get a chance to chat a bit? Yeah. I would love to give you 2 more minutes. I'm so sorry. All right. So who's heard of Donella Meadows? This is, yay. This is one of my favorite systems thinkers. And she's no longer with us, but she made some major contributions, I believe, to this question: how do we redesign a system? One of the things she's well known for is thinking about the leverage points for changing a system. When I say leverage point, I mean a place where if we make a small change in the system, it can lead to a big impact throughout the system, a leverage point. And she categorized these. You can see at the bottom here, there's some physical changes you can make to change a system. They work, they're helpful. Let's say you're trying to be more active in your lifestyle. A physical change you could make is say, I'm gonna put my workout shoes and my workout clothes right here where I can see them every day, right? It's a physical change to cue the behavior change. Or maybe in your organizations, right? You're thinking, I wanna change the system. Maybe you add more staff, or maybe you add more resources. They can help. But Donella would say that's not the most important place. It's not the most powerful place to make change. There's a second category, information and control. Maybe you say, I'm gonna start following some health experts on social media to start kind of encouraging me and helping me learn about becoming more active. Or controls. Maybe I'm not gonna buy any more junk food. I'm gonna keep it out of the house so then I won't be tempted. Right? Yes, right. Tiara, yes, right. Keep the junk food on the grocery store. All that processed stuff is really hurting us. It's messing up our guts, actually. Did you know serotonin, the mood stabilizer, 90% of it's made in your gut? Eat well, y'all. Eat well. Stay healthy. Okay, Donella would say that helps, but it's still not the most important place to try to make change in the system. The greatest leverage points up here in the top are actually abstract. This probably won't surprise you, but she said the most important leverage point, the most powerful leverage point for changing a system is changing our minds. New paradigms, new mindsets, right? That's really where you can transform a system. Which means today, if we care about changing a system, we're gonna have to talk about the paradigms that are underpinning the systems we've got, that are excluding some, right? We've got to talk about those. So let's talk about those. Here's my question for you. Oh, I'm sorry. I've got an example I want to share. You might think, let's go back to our Tanzania story. What if the government just changed the law? Orphanages can't exist like this anymore. We need boarding schools. Right? You'd think, can't we just change the law? Can't we change the structure? Do we really need to change mindsets? Let's take this very plain but powerful example from history. I think for me, one of the most powerful examples from history of why you can't just change the structure, why you can't just change the law or the policy or even the resources. You all familiar with the 15th Amendment? Well, the 13th Amendment abolished slavery in the United States. That was 1865. 1868, the 14th Amendment granted the right of citizenship to formerly enslaved people. 1870 was the 15th Amendment. This guaranteed African American males the right to vote. Is anyone familiar with the 1965 Voting Rights Act? Well, 95 years later, and we're still passing laws that are a bit redundant? Why did we need that? Why did that happen? If the law changed in 1870, why did it take 95 years for the government to choose to pass another law, the Voting Rights Act of 1965? Do you know what was happening in 1965? One study, the state of Mississippi, said about 6 to 7% of black males were registered to vote in the state. Why? What was going on? Discrimination, violence, poll taxes, literacy test requirements for voting. People who hadn't changed their mind about who deserved the right to vote were still blocking the right to vote and doing everything they could do to keep those systems in place. 95 years passed, y'all. That's a long time. Structure is not enough. Another 47 years went by before the first election in the United States reached voter parity. That means as many black people voted in an election than white people in an election. When the right to vote had been granted to males, it took 50 more years for us to get around to giving women the right to vote, doggone it, 1870. Okay, structure is not enough. Mindset really matters. The paradigm really matters. So we're in this room because we care about inclusive systems. I don't believe it's sufficient for laws to be passed, for policies to change, or even for resources to be contributed. Those are all important things, but we have to do the harder work, or what Donella Meadows would say, the most complex work of helping change mindsets. So let me ask you this. What do you think are the mindsets underpinning the current systems that are excluding neurodivergent youth? Yeah, what do you think? Wow. Youth receive knowledge, they don't create it. Paulo Freire called that the banking model, right? John Locke called it the blank slate. You just give them information, right? These are old ideas, old paradigms. What are other paradigms getting in the way? Yeah. Thank you. One right way. One right way. Other paradigms. Yeah. Maya. Oh, I love this independence, right? This sort of, you got to do it alone. Think about how we're tested in schools. It's all about independence. But how do we live? We live in community. We live together. Yes. Okay, we're all pretty self-oriented, aren't we? If we don't experience it, it doesn't quite hit the threshold of importance until we see it from another point of view, right? All right, wow, so many good ideas in the room. Yes? Oh my gosh, scarcity mindset, right? Yes. Okay, that's a perfect segue here. I want to propose, so that idea, if it gets better for other people, that means less for us. That's scarcity versus abundance, right? Okay, limited resources, and it's a threat to our privilege, really, right? This is hard stuff. Can we just say that? This is really hard stuff. The thing that gives me hope about change is what we're learning about how the brain learns and thrives. There's so much exciting research. I'm actually just wrapping up a book with my co-author, Chris Sturgis, on the power of learning about your learning. And my hope is that this is one way we can change the discourse in this country where there's around education, so much politicalization. That we can change the discourse, I think, with more common understanding. All right, I want to offer 3 paradigms that I think are really getting in the way, and then I'm going to ask us to pick a paradigm that we'd like to go talk with others around and share some ideas around. The first one is intelligence is fixed. Your ability and your potential are seen as innate and set at birth. Has anyone ever heard someone say, I'm just not a math person? Okay, so it's still out there, I'm guessing, in the water, right? Yeah. We have this idea, and this actually goes back to like Plato, 2,400 years ago. He had this idea that there were classes in society, and that there were like metals in your blood, and if you were gold, you should lead, right? And then this sort of hierarchy, but that there were some who should be ruling. Okay, so intelligence is fixed. The good news is we now know, and you've probably heard this term, neuroplasticity, the brain is highly plastic. And it can actually restructure itself. And we used to think, even as recently as 20 years ago, that only when you're little is this true. And now we know your brain can change your whole life. That in fact, our brains are adapting and responding to learning and experiences for our entire lives. Here's another cool insight. Maybe you know this. Your brain rewards you when you work hard and you see your progress. I think this means we're hardwired to grow. It's called our dopamine system. Yeah, and when you work hard, when you put in the effort, I'm an educator, this really excites me. When you put in effort and you get through, it's called productive struggle, right? And you see, oh my gosh, I couldn't do that before, but with a little support and the right amount of effort, I can do it. Your brain goes ding, reward for you, a little feel-good dopamine. It moves you to keep doing that thing. Our brains are wired to grow. Not only can they change, but they reward us when we improve. I think that's good news. Huh? Okay. So, and maybe you've heard of the London taxi driver study. Okay, this is something that's just fun to hear about. But to become a taxi driver in London, you have to learn like 25,000 streets. And you can't pass the knowledge test and become a taxi driver until you learn all that stuff. Well, there's a part of our brain that's responsible for kind of holding that spatial memory. And they did studies with a control group and found that the people who passed the test, right, they learned all those things, had a larger region of this brain compared to the control group. And then they found out it actually correlates with how long you've been a taxi driver. The structure of the brain keeps changing the more you know. It's incredible. Okay, you can see I'm not at all excited about this. All right, the second big paradigm, we've got to name it, is called the medical model of disability, or the deficit model. This to me is just crazy, actually. Variation from the norm is viewed as a problem, and I think it's what you just said. If we're not experiencing it, it must not be, it just doesn't register. But this one really just baffles me, because if you look out on the world, there's so much variation in how we look and how we think and how we talk and who we love and what we desire for our lives and how we express ourselves. Whoever got the idea that there was like one right way to be? It's baffling to me. As the disability advocate, journalist, and comedian Stella Young said, the problem isn't that I can't walk, it's that the world has been built assuming everyone can. We know we have language now to describe these differences in the way we think and process and learn, but I don't think the word's quite out yet, that like this is validated by like MRI imaging. And even studies on, for example, autistic brains have shown distinct patterns of connectivity and organization. It's not a defect, it's a difference. And those differences actually lend themselves to incredible strengths. Did you know dyslexic thinking is now a skill you can put on your LinkedIn profile? Isn't that cool? Because dyslexic thinking is associated. You might struggle with language processing, with texts. We've got tools for that. It's actually associated with incredible degrees of creativity and outside the box thinking. We need dyslexic thinkers. We need all thinkers on the problem. All right, and the last one I want to offer to you today, and then we're going to move into some breakout groups and move our bodies, if that'll feel good to you, is this idea that social hierarchy is the natural order, that some are more deserving than others of power and status, but really only a few belong on the top. And I think this might have to do with what you said, which is if you believe in scarcity of resources, then you want to be on the top, right? That's okay. All right, it's a tough one. It's a tough one. But you know what I found really interesting from neuroscience studies? That our brains are wired actually for social connection, for attunement, for bonding, and even for reciprocity. This idea of dominance is not something our brains actually like. And in fact, chronic perception of being lower in status weakens our working memory and our executive function. It shuts us down. The brain literally moves resources to survival instead of your prefrontal cortex, your sort of command center. That is a threat to us. Our brains are telling us this whole idea of dominance and hierarchy is not true to how we're wired. We are ultra social. And we have even something that's described as the social brain network because we attune to each other. Oxytocin is a bonding hormone that's just part of our biology. We want to connect. We want to attune. We want to bond. All right. So those are three. You had other ideas that I thought were amazing. If you're okay with it, maybe we can take a few minutes to talk about these. What I'd like you to do is pick one of these that you'd be interested and talking more about as a paradigm that's out there in our world today. And I'd like you to talk, does this paradigm, is it still present as a barrier to inclusion? Do you think so? Or maybe I have a bad idea. Come tell me if I do. I welcome your feedback and your critique. Do you think it's still out there, playing a role in shaping our systems? That's my first question. Number two, what does this paradigm look like or sound like out in the wild, in our systems, in our conversations, in our interactions? And I want you to post those. You'll see on each of these charts over here, medical model of disability, over there, social hierarchy, over there, fixed intelligence. On one side, there's a question, what does this look and sound like? What are the messages reinforcing this paradigm? And then which new paradigm or messages could disrupt that way of thinking, that way of believing? Is that okay? Can we take a few minutes to connect and talk? Okay, so go wherever you're moved, wherever the Spirit moves you, find one of these paradigms and have a chat. Let's take about 8 minutes, share each other's ideas, and can you please take your Post-it notes and post your ideas onto that chart paper, okay? Enjoy your conversations. Thank you. All right, let's take 30 seconds to wrap up and come back to our tables. All right, Ani, where are you, my love? Let's see. All right, while you're back at your table, I want you to just take a moment for yourself. Is there anything someone said or you said that you want to capture that really inspired you or connected with you? Just jot that down, an idea that you really liked. Something that felt important or connecting for you. Just jot that down so you don't lose it. What are you taking away from that conversation? All right. Y'all are amazing, by the way. It was so good to just pop in and hear the conversations, and what a thoughtful, engaged, I don't know, like the humanity in this room is really, I'm feeling it. All right, I shared that I am working on this book and hope it'll be out in the world in not too long. Just finished it up. Thank you. Oh, Christina, thank you. And like I said, I work in the K-12 education space, and I'm really compelled by this idea. We've got to see it in a different way, and we've got to get really clear about the paradigms that we're designing for. If you're familiar with the work of Ibram Kendi, he said, definitions are essential to this work. We got to get clear and stable about the language we're using. Otherwise, you know what happens? The target keeps shifting. All right, so let's lock it in. All right, so this book I'm working on is an attempt to summarize about 50 years of learning research in the most accessible, down-to-earth language possible for everyday Americans. No tall order. So we're trying to use stories. My co-author and I, she's interviewed over 1,000 educators, board members, students, teachers over the last decade, studying the front lines of education across the US and beyond. So we're taking stories from her interviews and school visits, and then some of my work on this kind of applied research in school redesign, and putting it all together in hopefully a way that people can digest. That's our goal. Anyway, the tail end of the book presents this set of ideas that we're trying to make all this learning research really memorable. And I want to share it with you because it speaks to each one of these paradigms. And so you tell me what you think. And I have to say, this is a synthesis of research. We're not the originators of these ideas, right? So don't give me credit for this. We just looked across theory and neuroscience and saw, oh my goodness, the way some of these ideas, like zone of proximal development, or the power of belonging, or motivation theory, how it overlays with how the brain learns is incredible. It is incredible the way it maps. And so we're trying to bring that to the fore so that people who are making decisions about our schools and our learning environments are making these decisions in ways that are informed by the latest insight in how we learn and what humans need, not just for motivation, but for flourishing. All right, so here's the summary, and if you know self-determination theory, which comes out of this, like Ryan and Deci from the 70s, it's gonna sound a lot like it. It's a bit of a remix. I know what I'm doing. I'm clicking on the wrong thing here. All right, 50 years of research on human flourishing in a nutshell. Are you ready? All right, so it's informed by self-determination theory, but expanded on it using neuroscience research. All right, the first paradigm that I believe will disrupt the paradigm of social hierarchy as the natural order is a paradigm of agency, that we all deserve the right to self-direct our lives and share power in community. We have a workshop on agency tomorrow. We're gonna get into how do you really design for that? Because agency, here's the thing, it is about sharing power. That's part of it. Decision making and direction setting. But to experience that power, to hold that power, and really enact that power, there are things that young people need to develop. There are skills and identities that need attention and love and care. So that's the first principle. The second principle or paradigm that I believe will disrupt this paradigm of medical model of disability, you already know it. I hear this already. This was part of your design principles. Belonging. We are hardwired for connection. We need to feel not just sensory safety, but social safety. So this, I know this is not news to you, but it's really important that we experience safety, connection, this idea that we're not just like working around your needs. It's like, no, you belong here. You are a part of this. And here's a missing piece that I often feel doesn't get mentioned in the language of belonging. It's like safety, relationship, that's important. Contribution. Everybody has unique gifts to offer. And you will feel more connected and you will feel a greater sense of belonging if your gifts are part of co-creating the picture, the plan, the experience. So we need to remember contribution as a part of that. All right, and then the sort of final principle for redesigning learning systems, I believe, and this is something we talked about over here, sorry, my clicker, oopsie, is competence, the research on growing capability. Growing capability. Because why? Everybody has a capacity to learn and grow. And so if we start designing more flexible, responsive systems, everybody can grow. And this is where our potential gets unlocked. Here's the key. It can't be one of these without the other. We just heard this great conversation about, but I feel so much pressure to achieve, right? I have to grow all the time, competence? No. This is where agency comes in. You decide. Where do you want to go? What are the goals you care about? You have that power to choose and grow where you want and how you want, all right? And you can do it in a safe community. So it's not one without the other, the ABCs. Is this memorable? Can you take this home? Agency, belonging, competence. It's not one without the other. Shared power and nurturing that power. That means skills and identity development. We're going to talk about that tomorrow. And then with some of you, I get to hang out again. We're going to do a workshop on belonging. This is another one, safety, connection, contribution, and competence. We need to design so everybody gets to grow and to feel the joy and gratification and experience of success. ABCs. I want to close with a story and an opportunity for you to do some thinking about what this looks like for you. So I believe that the sort of new soil, right? The new soil we gotta fertilize is with belonging. It all starts there. You will not grow in your capability. Your thinking, learning brain will not be like lights on, ready to go, unless you feel safety. Our cognitive resources go elsewhere if we do not feel safe. So we have to start with that. That's got to be the soil where we're growing, belonging. And as I shared, it's not just about safety and connection. That's critical, and trusting relationships foster that. It's not a I know you, by the way. It's not just I know you. It's how I respond to you every day, every interaction. That's how our brains are. We are constantly appraising. Every interaction, we're appraising. Do I feel safe here? Do I feel cared for? Do I feel seen? Does the little extra slump in my shoulder today, because I just had a really hard conversation, is anyone going to notice that? We are constantly scanning the environment to know whether we are safe, whether we are seen, and whether our gifts will be valued. So that's number one. That's the new soil. All right, here's my sweet, sweet, dear Irene. She's one of our students. She graduated from the school in Tanzania that I told you about. I knew over the years of knowing Irene, I knew that she felt a sense of love and care from me for lots of reasons. I call her Dada, which means sister in Swahili. She called me Dada. But when she had a problem, I was the phone call. Sid, I have a problem. I knew she felt safe enough. I knew she felt that sense of belonging and connection, even though through her own struggles, I was part of her new family, let me put it that way, because I knew she could come to me. We won't go into the problems. We all have lots of problems, but that was my indicator, like she feels connected. All right, the next principle, as I mentioned, agency, as I shared, requires skill and identity development and a shift in who holds power. We'll talk about this tomorrow in our workshop, more of the nuts and bolts and less conceptual than we are today, I promise. But part of that is for a young person to not only figure out where they want to head in life, but to develop the belief in themselves that they can get there. And trust me, you are a part of that. You are a part of whether someone believes that they will be capable enough to pursue their vision. For Irene, she wanted to be a nurse from the time she was like a wee one. I met her, I think she was about 12 when we first met, 20 years ago. It's been 20 years exactly. And she told me from a very young age, because of her life story and her loss, that she wanted to work in the medical field. She wanted to help other people who were sick, because that impacted her life in very significant ways. And so she said, Sydney, I want to be a nurse. And if you know me, and I told you about my parents, my dad used to say to me, you can do anything you put your mind to. And this was my message for Irene. Honey, you can do anything you put your mind to. So from the time she was 12, for years, this was her dream. She got to choose that direction, and with support and her own identity work, start pursuing that vision. And the last principle here, as I mentioned, is competency. I won't get into the weeds of this, but you learn by doing. Learning is experiential. We send kids way too much time in desks, kind of like you're sitting here listening to me. That irony is not lost on me, friends. All right, we learn by doing. We learn when there is an appropriate balance of challenge and support in the work we are doing, and we are motivated to grow when we can see our progress. This is like in a nutshell. I'm a huge fan of competency-based learning. I think we got to get out of our antiquated time-based system in the US. This is one of my mission statements. This is what I'm after. If I hit the grave before we get this done, I will be very disappointed. So I need your help. We got to change this. We're going to change the K-12 system. All right, and Irene, my sweet Irene, y'all, last year, May 31st, I think, 2024, I get this screenshot on my cell phone. Exam appointment history. I'm like, what is this? Irene says, guess what? I said, tell me. I didn't look closely enough to what she had just sent me. I just like, tell me, girl. I passed my NCLEX. I am officially a nurse. She did it, didn't she? She did it. Sorry. Why are you sorry? Congratulations. I cursed. Hongera sana, which means congratulations in Swahili. Oh girl, curse all you want. Thank you so much. I thought I failed badly, so I was surprised. This is streaming on YouTube. Irene, I love you. I should have asked you if I could share this. Thank you so much. I thought I failed badly, so I was surprised that I passed because that exam kicked my ass. And I cried and cried. Oh, I am so damn proud of you. Thank you for being with me on this wild journey and for never making me feel like a moron, even after failing classes. There may have been a fail or two. You are one of the few people who never gave me crap because you believed me when I said I was trying my hardest. I owe you big time. You are amazing, Irene, and so smart and capable of more than you know. Of course, I knew you could do this. Of course. All right. Oh, thank you. That's us with our babies. Irene is now a mom of 2, and so am I, and seeing our kids play together. She's in the US. She's a nurse now, y'all. Seeing our kids play together it's magic. We've come a long way. All right, now over to you. We've planted seeds of belonging. We're nurturing growth with agency and competence. I started by asking you to share messages from your life, people who inspired and encouraged you to think about something in a different way. We all have to do the work of inspiring new messages and new ways of thinking in the world. This is not new stuff. We know this. This is ancient, actually. This is ancient. This is who we are. This is how we were put together. But now our work is to help overturn these old, harmful ideas that are driving and reinforcing the systems we're living in. So I want to ask you now, before we close, just a couple of minutes. I realize I'm standing between you and lunch. What would it sound like? What are the new messages that you can share in your role wherever you sit? Whatever your level of, status in an organization, wherever in the world, regionally you live, in your own family. What can you say that will nurture a sense of agency, belonging, and competence for the people around you? What are those messages? For me, with Irene, you are capable of more than you know. I needed her to know that. It seemed like the cards were stacked against that young lady, and look what she's done. What are your messages? Go ahead, write them down. Are y'all ready? I want to hear from you now. Let's bring this home. All right. Ani, can we get microphones? I'm so sorry. I want to make sure we don't... Oh, yeah. Awesome. You're the best. All right. I think we've got a... Yes. What's your name? Katie. Thank you so much. All right. Katie wants to share. Thank you.
I've just been nodding along with these ABCs. So we host youth-driven course design program at Global Nomads, and we have we have teams that are led by youth who've been through the program before. And in our first training with these team leaders, we ask them, what can we do, what can you do to make sure everyone in this design cohort belongs, feels like they belong, and that they can contribute. So I love that your definition of belonging includes contribution. And I think putting that question to our youth team leaders contributes also to agency and the fact that we're asking them to come up with specific hows builds their kind of competence in doing that. So you should see the amazing list they have that we use. We build on it every year, but you know, we've incorporated it in our own operations as like adult staff of like what to do in a meeting, in teamwork, in collaboration to create that sense of belonging and make it the soil where everyone can contribute.
Love
So
it.
I can't take credit for that conversation or for that question or for the amazing ideas they came up with, but I just love how it links all three of these.
Love that. Thank you for sharing, Katie. Awesome. Yay. Okay, other messages. What is it going to sound like? What's it going to sound like? Thank you.
Yes, thank you. So I am, probably one of the older elders in the room, but I do.
Bless you. Thank you for being here.
Yes,
We need
thank
you.
I pride myself at being young at heart and really trying to connect with young people. And so to use their vernacular, I've started saying this. I've been told by my son to stay in my lane and to never say this again, but you better go eat that and leave no crumbs.
That is so amazing.
Translation, you got this.
Thank you so much. All right, y'all, no crumbs. So good. All right, what else? What else does it sound like?
So I have a 9-year-old and a 6-year-old, and we have a workforce development program at work where we work with young professionals. And I've been really leaning into the power of yet. So when my young professionals come to me and say, I didn't pass that mock test yet. I didn't finish that coursework yet. When my daughter comes to me frustrated with school, Mama, I'm not getting this math thing yet. Anytime you feel like you are hitting a barrier, that barrier can always be brought down with the word yet. And that you gotta live that from the inside.
Love it. Thank you so much. Yay. All right, we've got someone back here. Thank you.
Thinking about competency, I think one of the things I love to ask students is, would you have believed a year ago that you could do this? And often once they accomplish the goal, that's not a big deal anymore. And like they're over it, it's all about this new goal. And so like really trying to focus on like they did accomplish that thing and sitting in that moment and being with it and really thinking about however long ago did you believe you could get here?
I love that. Thank you. That's great. That reflecting back, right? Helps us see the growth, and that builds our confidence. Yes. All right, Maya. Diego's coming with, would you mind if we could use the mic? Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so I did something for the agency one, and like something that I try to tell like people in my daily life is like, what do you want to do? Like just getting their input on what they want to, even when I give them advice, like it's good to emphasize that ultimately the choice is up to them and they're the ones who make it.
I love that. Thank you so much. Y'all, you ready for lunch? I just want to say thank you again for the ways that you've contributed, shared with each other, hung in there through an hour-and-a-half keynote. What? Y'all are amazing. Remember, agency, belonging, and competence. These are paradigms that can change the system. Let's go do the work. Thank you, everyone.
Another second round of applause to Dr. Sydney Shea. Now, I won't try to follow that act, but I will, because I can. Just a few housekeeping announcements before lunch. We are going to break for lunch just in a couple minutes after me. We'll be back in the breakfast room just behind this wall. We'll be back into this room at 1:30, so we'll have roughly about an hour-ish for lunch. On your way out, you're going to see on the right-hand side, sort of on your way to lunch, our videographers, 309 Productions, have set up a nice little studio since, Evie basically said earlier, we're all superstars, and the young leaders go ahead and take advantage of getting their autographs. Well, I'm just going to reach and say we're all superstars. So if you want your photos taken, they've got a really neat setup out there. And during lunch, with your approval, I might join them in an autograph session as well. Because I think Saturday Night Live, I see me there. That's where I'm going. And finally, apologies for the cold temperature in this room. I think I'm just like an Italian heater and I just run a little high. It's getting resolved. And so it was a little cold in here, so apologies for that. But speaking of Italian, I'll invite you to Rome, Italy, because we're having Italian for lunch. Thank you all. See you after lunch. Welcome back. Yeah. So we got Consult Lemonade back there. Gonna get started in about 60 seconds. All right, well, how was lunch? Yeah? That seems like mixed signals here. Like, Henry. Egg sandwich? Was it good? Yes. Okay, if Henry's in, I think we're all in. So, anybody else? Highlights from lunch? The cannolis. I dig it. All right. All right. Well, we're going to get started with our afternoon sessions. Oddly enough, I had to share this because I got an email this morning from the former First Lady, Michelle Obama. Real story. Yeah. Yes, Henry. Yes. She emailed me this morning, and I thought it was really timely because she was reminding me that today is the National Day of the Girl. And so I just wanted to, one, name that, and two, share how timely it is, because this afternoon we'll be hearing from our grantee partners who have dedicated their mission to carry forth the work for women and girls. And so really excited this afternoon to celebrate the National Day of the Girl, of girls nationally, here with you all and our fantastic grantee partners. I did not miss a beat. And already started my list of signatures. So believe me, when our young leaders in the future are on TV, publishing research, and really just owning the lay of the land in this country and across the world, I've already got my signatures, so the autographs are coming. This afternoon, we're going to be kicking off our session with the Up for Change team and IYF staff in a session harnessing unique perspectives for change. And it's really sharing a little bit about the Up for Change program and what we've done and how we've done it and why we've done it. And to kick us off, I mean, I think I just keep elevating my game. If you don't know this person, you will meet them today and you will never forget them. They're obsessed with the problem until they are convinced that a solution for youth is provided and works. He's obsessed with the idea that youth come up with the best ideas. If that's not enough, you will believe me when you see this person. He's the Chief Program Officer at International Youth Foundation. Give it up for Mr. Jorge Barragan. And as I said, this is the man, the legend, and you will never forget him. Thank you, Jorge.
Thank you very much, Diego. How was lunch? Okay. Got it? Clicker? Ah, okay. Well, good afternoon. I am Jorge Barragan from the International Youth Foundation. It's a true honor, albeit a daunting one, to take the floor after Dr. Sidney's outstanding presentation, and particularly after lunch. So I will keep it short And let me take this opportunity to frame our time with key questions that will guide our learning journey during this session and the rest of the day and tomorrow. And these key questions are: what is participatory grantmaking? Why do it? Why did we do it? How did we do it? What did we learn? And what was the impact? So a clear definition up front. Participatory grantmaking seeks decision-making power about who and what gets funded, what the priorities are, and how impact is defined to the communities most affected. It starts by acknowledging power imbalances in philanthropy and consciously rebalancing them. This is a journey that was co-created with our young leaders and the Oak Foundation. As Oak elevated youth leadership in its listening difference strategy, another partner, Student Voice, engaged with youth across the US and recommended a youth-led participatory model supported by an intermediary. And IYF stepped in as the connector. One more meta point. These 4 questions won't be answered only by me. Throughout this learning event, you will hear directly from the young leaders who made funding decisions and from the organization they chose. So you can see the answers tested in practice. So in IYF practice, system change happens through connections. IYF sits at the intersection of governments, civil society, private sector, and young people. Over the 35 years and in more than 100 countries, we built the connective tissue that helps diverse actors move in sync. As a connector, a role in this collaboration has been to inform and help achieve strategic objectives, manage grants and risks, coordinate and convene partners, and sustain scale what works. Beyond managing the process, IYF brought key decision makers to the table to imagine the next chapter for offer chain, And you saw, and you probably already met our esteemed colleagues from Peru, Brazil, Colombia, and Mexico that are eager to learn, to replicate, and to scale all learnings. So that combination, our ability to convene influential actors, our youth development expertise, and our track record working with education systems, give us the capacity to take this learning to an ambitious scale, benefiting people across multiple geographies. So, we equipped a national cohort of 16, ages 14 to 24, as participatory grantmakers grounded in IYF's meaningful youth engagement framework. They issue the RFP, reviewed the applications, and made the final decisions. We embedded universal design for learning, strengthened safeguarding, and provided the support needed for equitable participation. The result was a process that demystified philanthropy, built leadership skills, and central lead experience while maintaining rigor, due diligence, and alignments. So in 2 years, the youth panel director 600,000 to 7 grantee partners with a projected reach of 400 young people per cycle and 130 educators to expand this work beyond. Early outcomes show growth in life, leadership, and grant-making skills for 80% of participants, alongside increases in community confidence and personal empowerment, without mentioning the innovative and cross-cutting nature of the solutions developed by our sub-grantees. Just as important is the structural impact, shared power, strong trust, and very aligned investments. Now, rather than narrate these results for them, I want to hand it to the protagonists. Across the lighting talks and youth reflection, you will hear how these 4 questions, what, why, how, and what impact, are answered from lived experience. And it's with that spirit of co-authorship that it's my pleasure to turn our partners and youth leaders so we can learn directly their practice and impact. Annie, please, come and fill the space. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody. And thank you so much, Jorge, for that wonderful introduction. So, yeah, before we get to our grantee partner presentations, right, and hear about the impact, we just want to, we're always talking about Up for Change, and you have all engaged in the program in a different capacity. But we wanted to share a little bit more about it from our lens. And like Jorge just like very briefly like went over it, but we also want to share some more details that we think would be really relevant for you to know, to understand more about, like, again, why we do it, how we do it, and anything that may be helpful for you. So what we're gonna do right now is really try to stick to time, and with that, just like go over many things that could be, again, meaningful for you. And that begins with like understanding why did Up for Change begin in the first place. Because I don't believe we talk about that enough. But it's a pretty cool story. So yeah, it begins with a change maker, and that's Oak Foundation. And Oak Foundation has a wonderful and very strong learning differences program. They do, as you can see here on the screen, a lot of educator professional development, parent engagement, and early literacy instruction. But one day, a couple of years ago, they identified that they really wanted to continue focusing on youth leadership, to add that to their strategy. And they were really committed to this, so much that since the beginning, they were like, okay, we want to add this to our strategy. Let's see what young people say, right? How can we actually, what could be a good strategy, right, for youth leadership? What would they say? So they engaged this organization, Student Voice, which is a national organization led by students. And they hired them as consultants. These consultants led focus group discussions with 14 young leaders from 14 different states. And they engaged in a 3-step process. The first step is like engaging them, seeing what their thoughts were, so that then move on to an organization that could do, well, help Oak Foundation partner with them to do whatever it was that the youth were like, let's do this. So for this first step, as I mentioned, they met, they engaged young people from 14 different states, and these 3, oh my gosh, what just happened? All right, well, when we go back to it, you will see the 3 main themes that emerged. It's slowly but going. We'll get there, I promise. You know
there
what?
it is. Ish. We're right there.
We made it. Thank you for that. Yeah, so these 3 main themes emerged. Young people said, we need more community between people with learning differences. We're out there, we don't know who they are. We don't meet intentionally like other affinity groups, right? Like, we need more community, we need more opportunities to connect. The next one is like, we need more opportunities to take on leadership beyond what traditional school settings allow. And then the last one is like, we need to consider our expertise, like our experiences, having learning differences, to carry forward whatever like work needs to be done. And I don't know if they knew this, but they were really hitting the point with what participatory grantmaking is, as Jorge was saying, which is literally so connected
to all these three main things. And eventually they got to it. They were like, what we need to do is a youth-led participatory grant-making project. And as Jorge already mentioned, pretty much participatory grant-making is a form of grant-making that seeks to just shift the decision-making power over these grant-making decisions to the people that the grant-making is supposed to benefit in the first place. So in this case, young people with learning differences, or young people passionate about like educational justice, disability justice. So this can happen across the spectrum of grant making, right? It can happen to shape priorities, to select who gets funded, to define what is impact to begin with, and also just to like define what solutions can be achieved. So, and at every step of like the grant making process, the participation level can be different, and that's okay. It depends in context, it depends in resources too, because this is very resource intensive. And I don't know, well, maybe you notice, maybe you don't, but it takes, it takes time to do things in a participatory way. It takes a lot of resources, time, capacity, and we will talk about that. It's definitely worth it. And yeah, but yeah, participation can happen in very different levels, as I mentioned, and in different contexts. So that is what participatory grant making is. And you may be like, okay, cool. Power to the people, yeah, I'm all in for that. But maybe you don't have to buy into what I'm saying, right? But hopefully I can convince you that it's actually worth doing because we're all here together because we all care about young people and we all care about like young people thriving today and tomorrow. So here are a few reasons why I would like to invite you to believe that this work is worth doing. Because it's all in the way, it's all in the process, it's all in the approach. So here on the screen, you can see some of the like benefits of doing participatory grant making, especially youth-led, right? Engaging young people. And you can see it connected to the three main themes that the young people from Student Voice were like, we need more of this. Oak, whenever you do your youth leadership strategy, this is what we want to see in it. So you can see the connections. So first is that having young people being engaged in a process in which they are doing grant making, it's a great opportunity to develop skills and a bunch of skills from leadership, critical thinking. I mean, it's a lot of skills. Collaboration, we were just doing, the leaders were doing evaluations on the projects that they funded last year. And it takes a lot of work and collaboration and nudging. And those are skills that are great to develop. And you can develop them for something that you know it's actually going to impact something, that it's, you know, bigger than maybe an opportunity that may be in just a school setting. The other part is that, again, because we want to see young people thrive, we want them to be able to be engaged citizens today and when they grow up. And engaging in a participatory grant-making process, right, is like all that participatory grant-making stands is like, again, listening to diverse perspectives and reaching consensus. And participatory means that you're not making decisions on your own. So that strengthens values of collaboration. You're also learning about advocacy. You're learning that your voice matters and that you actually have a role and a responsibility to speak up and also work so that things get better for you and for everybody else, because we all win when we all win. The other part, as you can see, is that we really underestimate the power of lived experience. Many times we are just in a room and like, yeah, let's, you know, work for young people, and that's what we're committed to. And everybody
in the room is not a young person. And we have all been young, but not here. Not here, though. But yes, we have all been young, but we have all experienced the same types of limitations when we were young from adults. True. So, like, yes, we don't know anything else, and we just keep replicating that, right? And also, we just forget. We literally just forget. It's so easy to forget. So we underestimate the power of what young people can say, so that, hey, we're finding a solution. It's easier to be like, the people closest to the problem can be closer to the solution, because they may know what's actually at the root of the issue. So that can lead us to more effective grant making. And lastly, and this is for me the most important, is that the impact is multi-layered. Because grant making, at the end of the day, it's more than about money. It's about what gets done with those resources. So with these resources, right, in this example of like Up for Change, it's not only the projects that the young leaders are funded and the impact that you are all doing that for you has its own impact and its own benefits. And that looks different for every young person here, but it's there. So its impact is multi-layered. Again, everybody wins. So that is my case for participatory grant making. And yes.
I almost feel like I shouldn't say a thing, because she's got it all covered. But I would add a few points on this piece. We would normally need to invest a lot of money and resources in learning about this. And we did set aside a significant amount of money so that we could skill ourselves in best practices, in the trends, and what's happening. We went to conferences, we went to, we've invested into making sure that we got to a point where we better understood some of the resources that would be needed in order to adequately create this safe space. However, there is nothing like getting it directly from the sources, and they gave it to us raw. So this was very valuable experience for us to learn in this space about what works, what doesn't work, and what the needs are. And so then on top of that, to see the growth and the movement of young people going from a place that felt almost limited and restricted in terms of giving feedback to a place where life skills increased, communication skills, just next level, leadership skills went to a whole new level, and their ability to actually demonstrate the growth along the process. So it was, we were winning on all fronts, and so I feel like Ani is giving you the background context, but from like the practical space, it really was a win for us. We would have had to invest. How many folks in here have hired consultants? Because it's just not your jam, it's not your lane. So we had all of these consultants who had very different specializations and helped us create something that really worked. Go ahead, boss. All yours, boss.
No, thank you so much, Evie. And yeah, that's so right. And with that, I want to say too that, again, as Evie mentioned, this is kind of like, the conceptual, this is what participatory grant making is. And the cool thing about this is that we will get to see what it actually looks like in action. And tomorrow we have the panel with young leaders, so like we can hear from their perspectives directly on like how it impacted them personally. And then from you, just like after this presentation, right, in like how that impacted your own communities, like, right, like this grant making process. So this is all in theory. If you ever want to talk about this, happy to share literature. And jab about it. That's my lane. But yeah, this is what we did. So when when Student Voice said like, let's do a youth-led participatory grant making, Oak was generous enough to partner with us. And as Evie mentioned, not because we were experts in learning differences, because we were not at all. This was not our work, but our work is partnering with young people as equal partners. That's what we do. As Jorge was mentioning, we are connectors.
between many different actors. And something that really, probably my favorite part about the work that we do at IYF is that we really partner, also those actors include young people themselves. And we do it in a meaningful way and not just like, you know, not meaningful and superficial. So they partner with us, and that's when we created the Up for Change leadership program that got all of you leaders over here, and some more that came before. So this is pretty much what we had. The Up for Change leadership program, we had 2 cohorts, one in 2024. They were responsible during their program experience of 2 participatory grant-making milestones. The first one defined the funding priorities to put out a request for proposals so that the organizations could apply. Once the organizations applied, they reviewed the applications and they selected who to fund. So that's what the leaders from the last year did, and that's how our 7 amazing partners became our partners. Then this cohort, the 2025, which began in February and has, you know, all these amazing participants, they were in charge of kind of like in a monitoring role of like just like learning from these projects through an evaluation process. And then they also get to be here as well, just to engage with you and learn alongside you and with you, and so that you can also learn from their experiences. So between those 2 cohorts, we engaged with 23 young people. Right now, there is 12 people in our cohort, and we're only missing 2. So everybody else, the other 10, are here. And I hope you make, you know, some time to speak to them if you haven't already at some point. So yeah.
I just want to point out on this slide, the impact of that first cohort was really significant because young people were choosing to first take time to learn about grant making. And so that required hours of sessions, really learning, and we'll talk about the learning journey. And sidebar, if anybody has tapped out because they had lunch and sleep is setting in, we also have a case study that we'll gladly share that really takes you step by step on this. But the learning journey was instrumental in kind of moving them. So everyone here is a grant maker, and everyone here, especially those present today, have monitored and evaluated programs. And we have professionals that we hire to do this all the time. So really injecting these skills so early on, and in the time that we did, is miraculous. The way that Ani just kind of glazed over that, like, yeah, they identified priorities, they reviewed the applications, they sat straight through 17 application reviews from the moment that we got into the room until the end, did not want to stop, and dug deep into each application when making selections. So grantees, you should consider yourself extremely blessed, because it was not easy. It wasn't based on the fluff or glitz or glam or over information. It was really who understood learning differences and who was preparing young people to be adults. And so that really was like the crux of the work. All yours.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, no. Yeah, so, and as I mentioned, like, this is so high level, but it is very resource intensive, and like just these 4 like buckets, they just take a lot. And when you do a project, you believe that every detail is important. So like, we have the habit of like sharing too much, but hopefully this is good, and we're always happy to share more about specific details that could be helpful for your work or that you're interested in. But yeah, as Ivy was mentioning, what these leaders, the first group identified were these 2 funding priorities. So they were really interested in just programs that prepare neurodivergent young people for success as adults. And also for programs that just gave additional support and resources for students who may not have an IEP or are in settings where like those accommodations are not formalized. And with this, I think what I want to highlight about this is that they, during the process, again, that was very lengthy and includes a lot of information and a lot of steps, but during the process in which that the leaders followed to identify their funding priorities, they actually, what rose to the top was that the issue is lack of awareness, a lack of awareness of what neurodivergence is to begin with, and like how like really not neurodiversity, like it's a strength, like we should celebrate it, like right, like this is the reality of life. All our brains are different. However, even though they were like, that is the priority, when they came to like, okay, we're gonna put this out to like give money to fund organizations doing this, they were like, we really do prefer to fund projects that awareness is cool, but they didn't feel like it was like going to directly benefit as many directly benefit young people in a way that other types of supports would, like a leadership program or like specific supports. So even though that rose literally to the top, they were like, but if we have this limited amount of resources, that's what we want to do. We want to fund direct programs. And that's how they came to these two funding priorities, which is so cool. And still thinking about like awareness is so important, but they just decided that a priority for them was for this to get as directly as possible to young people too.
I want to flag that the ability for young people to think ahead and assess consequence according to brain development. Dr. Sydney, please correct me if I'm wrong. Usually is in the late 20s. So for these young people to identify a priority that says, I want to see who's preparing young people for adulthood. I want to be ready in my next stage of life. It's pretty significant because they understood that they weren't receiving those resources and that those organizations had the power to really affect change. And the other piece is that, understanding that an IEP doesn't travel with you post-school, and not everyone who has a learning difference has an IEP. And so that distinction to me was genius. Like, where are the school districts? Because they really do need to get with this. Looking forward to implementing change alongside those that are in the building. But honestly, it really shifted the lens to saying, are we preparing young people for life? And then we got into the really good stuff of like, how they wanted the application to be presented, how thoughtful were the organizations and how they aligned with neurodiversity. And it put us in a space that really shifted the power, because at that point, once they said what they wanted to see on the checklist, we really stepped back and just watched the magic happen.
Yes, thank you so much, Evie. And after this and after the leaders, they all met in Chicago, reviewed applications. As Diego was sharing earlier, I don't know what's going with All for Change, but every time there's an in-person event, there is like a national or international like air travel disruptance. So that is, we have just accepted that as our fate in life, so it's all good. But after that chaotic but yet very meaningful and wonderful weekend in which the young leaders reviewed applications, this is what happened. All of you who are here with us, so yes. Yes, so these are the investments of the Up for Change leaders, all your partnerships. And these are, the numbers of the young people who have been, and educators who have been impacted through this grant making. And yeah, numbers are great. We know they don't tell the full story. So I hope that this is a good window, yet small, but a good window to see the type of impact that's generated. And it's wild to think that this came through, as Evie mentioned, like a learning journey with learning sessions, talking about grant making and neurodivergence and all those things. And then it just turned out to this. And then we had more Zoom sessions with the second cohort, and they learned from your projects, and they were able to give you nuggets of information that you could use, right? Just to make your programs even more impactful and to continue making the amazing work that you do. So I'm just gonna check on, all right, we have about 15 minutes for this. So just wanted to share a few highlights from what we do. Very quickly, and Jorge mentioned this, but Up for Change is grounded in our meaningful youth engagement, disregard the development, meaningful youth engagement just approach. And this is pretty much like the way in which we approach these partnerships with young people. And you can see we have an entire framework about it. You are more than welcome to scan the QR code or talk to us about it because it's great. But just as an very generally, this pretty much considers that engaging young people takes many different shapes, and it happens in many different contexts. So for every type of engagement and partnership, there is things that need to be adapted, right? There is no magic formula to meaningfully engaging young people. So what we have in IYF is a very cool puzzle framework. And just as you would begin with any puzzle, you start with the outer edges. So those are things that must be there for you to be able to engage young people. So we have things like capacity, respect and inclusion, interest and motivation, and safety and transparency. So those things, regardless of how youth engagement is happening, they need to be there. And then the inner pieces, those are the things that can look differently depending on the context. But all of these, again, to say this is very technical and all that, happy to share more about how that looks in action, right? Like the roles, relationships, resources, and results. And I can give a few examples, right? So for example, with the roles, it's very important that the partnership is very clearly defined, right? Like young people, you are, this is what is expected from you, and this is what IYF will bring into your partnership. For resources, this even accounts making sure that young people are rightly compensated. They were grant makers, and they were giving us their time and expertise. And yeah, the experience is beneficial to them too, right, and to everybody. But still, you could be doing some other things with your time. You could be working, you could be in an internship, you could be just doing school or a club, and you deserve to be remunerated for your time and experience. And also, for example, through given stipends, not only we are compensating young people, but we're also reducing any barriers to participation that they may have, right? Because they may use this stipend to, I don't know, pay for a network, right? Like internet connection, to log into the session. So it's also meant for that. So those are types of things that look, how they look in practice about this framework.
On that, I would add, if considering this approach, it's not always picture perfect, even though the picture looks really good. So the resources, for instance, and thinking through the stipend piece, we also had to adjust and adapt our own internal policies around that, right? We knew we valued young people's time. We knew we had to compensate them. We knew the IRS rules as well. And so being really intentional about which policy makes more sense. How do I engage, at the time, 14-year-old versus a 24-year-old? What are the documents and forms that we need in place in order to make sure that happens? Have we budgeted sufficient amount for the amount of young people? I always like to over-enroll, and so ensuring that those additional dollars and forms are there and ready. So, like I said, the picture looks really pretty, but there is a level of intentionality behind creating this to work ideally. And then the other piece on the safety and transparency, I just want to shout out Oak Foundation on this one as well. In addition to, and capacity, in addition to this work, they created a different opportunity for us as a grantee partner to increase our safety measures, specifically around safeguarding. And so not only were they saying, yes, we expect this to be happening in your programs, but since we already engaged and you could benefit from this, we're happy to provide additional resources. And so additional funding for us to receive the training that we needed to ensure that we were really making sure when we met with young people in person, we were following those. I'm sure many of you can recall that Ani sent you some forms and releases and ran your name through a sex offender check and made sure, I mean, it's levels to this, right? Like, all of that mattered. And so not only, like, saying it, but really doing it and committing to it. And so there are many other considerations to doing it the right way, and when you really do it right, the magic happens.
Yeah, thank you so much, Evie. Yeah, and just, again, nuggets of highlights here and there that we think are cool to highlight about Up for Change. And that is also that since the very beginning, we were partnering with young people to even begin Up for Change as well. So the young people who are here and the ones from the first cohort of 2024, they were actually, their applications to the program were selected by young people. So we had 4 interns that had worked with us over the summer at IYF, and we invited them if they would engage as consultants. We gave them contracts, and yeah, they were the ones who reviewed the applications for every young people who applied to be part of Out for Change, and they were the ones who suggested who should be accepted into the program, given that we just have, a restricted number of people that could engage. So yeah, that's what we did since the beginning.
Fun fact.
Yeah.
In addition to having a youth panel select our wonderful young leaders, we also had an emerging leaders program within IYF, and many of our younger staff were also involved in the name selection of our program. And so when I say being intentional about every single thing and how you can involve young people is crucial to us. So from the name and the voting process to the internship panel, and then we re-engaged them for panel 2 selection, because we want to make sure, okay, let's keep that actually worked. And even in that process, we thought through what are our own biases in selection versus theirs. And so this also required a little bit more intentionality, circling back to young people who have lives and jobs and school, because they were doing big things, offering, creating the contract, making it worth their time, and really creating windows that worked for them to do it properly, right? I really didn't want anybody to just, rush through the applications or make selections just to make them. They came back with rubrics, with real descriptions of why they thought that these young people would be ideal for our program.
Yeah, and they're amazing and very, very thoughtful with all the feedback that they gave. And we also, and they took this at the forefront, something that was prioritized during the selection process too, was not polished applications. It was about passion and commitment and interest. And they really, all the young leaders who are here are testament to that, that they made great choices. So yeah. And here is just a little word cloud of just the words that back in 2024, when we were talking about we're gonna start receiving applications, and we went through all of that for them to be prepared and ready, we asked them okay, now you know about this program, we're about to receive applications. What words would you use to describe the people that eventually get to this program? And this is what they said, and I think that it's pretty accurate to what it ended up happening, honestly, in reality. Open-minded, collaborative, passionate, thoughtful, change makers, empathetic, caring. And yeah, I would say that that's very representative of all of you, Up for Change leaders who are here. So yeah, thank you for that. Yeah. Yeah, and here's just some pictures of the program coming to life. The one on the left is as of yesterday at Shake Shack. So yeah, this is what it looks like. You've also seen we have some program swag. That's Henry when he was 14, now he's 16. So yeah, just like Henry. Yes. And here you can see Up for Change on Times Square as well. So yeah. All right. Yeah. So I mentioned we could talk about Up for Change for hours. And there's so many things about what makes this program special and what makes, you know, our relationships with the leaders special and the relationships. But we're actually gonna end this here and maybe actually have maybe some five minutes. Yeah, we have 5 minutes for questions in case people have some questions. But we just wanted to end with this quote that one of the Up for Change leaders said after they reviewed applications in Chicago last year. So right after they had selected who to fund, this is what they said. It would be really impactful to know that something I directly contributed to actually changed people's lives. People who are like me, people who aren't like me, people who might have similar experiences as I've had or struggles with just having to live as a neuroatypical person in the world. So just being able to help people who need that help, regardless of what way it shows up. And, yeah. And we chose this quote because the first line, it says, it would be really impactful to know. And like, we're about to know. So like, we're about to like have all your presentations about your projects. So we will get to this. So this is a full circle moment.
Yes, it is.
Yes. All right. And with that, I guess we can have a couple of minutes if, in case anybody has any questions or anything, we would love to answer.
While Diego comes around, I mean, I just can't say enough about the passion of the team as it relates to creating a safe space and a sense of belonging. And you cannot get any of these results without doing that part first. And so thank you, team, because in each and every session, youth felt that this was their community and they were looking forward to it. I recall the first time we met them after they were selected, they were ready to go to work right there. I said, well, hi, this is the kickoff. And they were just like, where, like, what are we doing? What organizations are we gonna pick? Who's gonna get the money? And it was just like, okay, we gotta come up with some priorities. We gotta learn a little bit more, hold on. But they were so ready and eager. And again, it was just from day one creating that space.
I have lots of questions. It was super helpful to hear, even for me, the additional color on the intentionality of it. But I think the one that I can't stop my brain from asking is, in Chicago, when the decision making happened, are there ways that our young leaders engaged with the partner applications that change the way that you or we as IYF should write, should describe our work?
Absolutely. That's a good one. I know Ani has some stuff that comes to mind. The few things that popped in my mind were around the methods. We often assume that a grant application means a long application or a written application. And the thought around accessibility and wanting video submissions changed the game. It changed the game in so many ways because it really showed who understood the assignment, who did not, and it wasn't about the effects and the bells and whistles. This was the one time where I would say no one wanted to see all the flashing and the things on the screen. It was really about how are you going to reach these priorities. So I think when we think about accessibility, when we think about accommodation, when we think about our work and what we did in that space was we really created a safe space for them to review the content, to understand. The other piece was around what they requested that they wanted to see in the application. So that included the board. They wanted to see who was on the board. They wanted to know the budget. Oh my God, you've never seen anybody tear up a budget the way that they did. They were very intentional about what are indirect costs and what is this really covering and why are they trying to pay this much for this thing? And so it automatically shifted the conversation, and it also tailored, Christina, to your point, how we crafted and adjusted in the moment, because there were some things that arose in that process that we realized we hadn't discussed. like indirect costs, even though they wanted the budgets. But we realized, oh, right, why would they know about that or that percentage? And is that normal? And I remember somebody asking that, like, this feels high. Why are so many people's salaries coming out? And so we had to explain, like, well, what are those costs and who are those people and why are they important? And so those are the things that kind of stand out to me. They were very keen on the board makeup, the budget, the description, and the way in which they connected to the community. So shout out to Global Nomads. In their video, I still recall so vividly the description on screen before even starting.
Yeah.
Anything come to mind for you? Okay. Anybody else? Yes.
I'd love to know from any of the youth team leaders what learnings you have, like what recommendations you would have for funders or organizations that want to implement more participatory grant making or more youth-led work.
Oh, that's a great question.
Y'all processing?
What do you want grown-ups to know and do better is another way.
If one of these organizations in here wanted to redo the work, and I guess that question is probably more for any of the past leaders. So I think, but anybody could take it. What would you say? And I know, sure, you were there, Emma, you were there, Henry, Jackie, Avery. Do y'all have? Yeah. If you had to do it all again.
At any part of the process.
I really just want to make sure that I do understand the question. Thank you so much. So just to the organizations, if you had to redo the process, what would be our recommendation or my recommendation that you do differently?
Yeah, or I guess more specifically, what recommendations do you have to make sure that youth are able to participate and lead in a meaningful way?
Okay, thank you so much. I think a lot of it boils down to empathy and culture, and that's something that you really can't, do in a training. I think that youth know when I worked in schools for a long time, and youth definitely know where they're valued, no matter the age, from when they're conscious of people around them other than their mom or dad. So I would say that I guess that's kind of a cop-out answer, care about them, but truly, but also make sure that that is systemized. Like, you have policies that protect youth. You have norms that encourage youth and uplift youth. These things are stated, reminded, maybe on a wall, because people forget. You always have a plan for people to bounce back because people make mistakes, and youth especially. And so whenever something does go wrong, you say, you have maybe a culture of grace would be helpful, because I think especially youth in adult-led spaces, which are most spaces that we are trying to break into, there is an expectation that you are a learner more than a leader, and that is something that we often need reassurance before we can express ourselves fully. You always have to go and see the vibe, and so that would be my first thought. Thank you.
So you all, we have about a quick minute, just 1 second, because y'all are actually gonna share out your work, and then you all will have all the chances to ask our young leaders about their experience tomorrow. Go ahead.
Hi, I'm Emma, and I was a leader in both of the cohorts. And the thing that I would say is that when submitting your application, if you were to get the money the next day, you would be able to implement the plan. Making sure that you actually have the plan in place, because I think as youth, we want to see that entire pathway. as we grow older as adults and humans, we kind of are like, yeah, we have concepts of a plan, or we need this, we need that. Youth are very direct. We don't have as many of those intricate thoughts. We want to actually see the plan worked out. So some of the issues that we ran into with some of the grants was like, or some of the applications was like, is this a legitimate thing? Is this a legitimate cause? Yeah. Like I said, if we were to give you the money the next day, would you actually be able to go and implement the application that you gave us? So that's why we want your budget, who's on your board, like all of the other leaders that are within your group, because I know within my own experience with philanthropy, I often feel like money gets given out and then we don't get to see the work actually done. Like, I want to see the money that we are giving out actually implemented and used within youth and society. So I feel like that's like a struggle within philanthropy to begin with, is that we don't get to see where the money actually goes and the end goal and plan of it all. So.
So, well, perfect transition to seeing where the money went and how you all hit your goals. We're going to take a quick break, and whoever is up next on the grantee lightning talks, get ready. Stretch, snack, chat, stretch. Come on back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Exactly. Yeah. All right.
I really think you should do a TED Talk on youth led grantmaking. That's what I thought. That's what I was thinking when you were moving. I was like, I like this. I like this.
I was like, all right. All right. All right. All right. Yeah. Oh, if you want, I can. Wait. So yeah, you just take. Literally, we give you. You have the mic. You have the stage. We have 8. Oh yeah, it works. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I had been pointing there, so yeah. Yeah. So you have the clicker here. That is it. So yeah, when you're ready, like turn on the microphones. Yeah. Yeah, and we have 3 microphones. So yes. Oh yeah. I was like, yes. Oh yeah, I can already bring 2 down. All right.
All right, well, welcome back. Is everyone with me? If you can hear me, clap once. All right, this is good. If you can hear me, clap once. Oh, I feel like I'm like an orchestrator. This is nice. Thank you, Henry. Okay, so the rundown this afternoon, the way it's going to work is that we're going to invite one grantee partner at a time. They'll have 15 minutes to present their deck, and then we will have 5 minutes for questions and answers. We're going to hear this afternoon in a block of 4 grantee partners, then we'll have a break, and then the final 3 grantee partners. The order this afternoon, we'll go through, we'll start out with Global Nomads group, then to New Futures DC, then Lectores para el Futuro, and then finally the College Trunk before a break. I told you all earlier you would not forget Jorge Barragan. You also will not forget me. Why? Because I will be tracking your time. So you will have 15 minutes, and I will stop you. If you really feel compelled and a calling to continue, I might just let it slide, but it's going to eat into your 5 minutes of Q&A. So you also will not forget me. But just so you're aware, you'll have 15 minutes. So just to kick us off, as I said, we have the Global Nomads group. They're actually based in New York, New York. They're a neurodivergent belonging leadership and advocacy program. They provide safe digital spaces for young people around the world to engage and learn from one another on topics they care about. So give it up for the Global Nomads. You won't forget me. I promise. Even when things go wrong, we fix them. And we keep them moving. Actually, I was going to give a shout out to Cherie. So yesterday, I am a believer in passing it forward. And the day before yesterday, Cherie, at breakfast, at dinner, she sat down and was like, if you don't live a little, live a lot. And that's been in my mind. I wrote it down and I was like, don't live a little, live a lot. And thank you, Cherie. That was a piece of wisdom that Cherie shared with me, one of our young leaders. I was going to weave it in today, and this was the perfect moment. So I was like, you know what? Thank you. We're just working through getting their deck on the computer as well as there. Yes, let's go. If you can send it to Ani, that would be amazing. Yeah, because we were just integrating them into the master slide deck. As well. Maybe, yeah. Awesome. So I've already deducted 6 minutes from her.
At all. No. Hi, everyone. So sorry about the technical difficulties. At Global Nomads, we always start with youth. Oh, no. perspectives for audio as well? Like something.
No, it was because like no, it had been working like fine, so I'm like, it's this video, right? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
What?
The Encore, like the AV people, but I'm.
So then let's.
Since she has a video, would you like to start with number 2?
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. Okay.
I wasn't meant to be number one. I'm so sorry. I'm still number one, though. It's okay.
She sounds, yeah. She sounds like me. I'm still number 1. All right, so we're gonna sort the video out. Global nomads, that means you won't present once, but twice on stage. So while she gets that up, New Futures DC, as one would assume it is in Washington, DC. They're a program that propels underserved young people through certifications and community college degrees into rewarding careers in the DC metro area. So give it up for New Futures DC Scholars Program.
Awesome. Hello. How is everyone this afternoon? I'm still cold, hasn't warmed up in here, but that's okay. This will warm us all up. My name is Sherrod Williams. I have the great pleasure of serving as the CEO for New Futures, and this is my colleague, Molly Friesenberg, who's really going to be the star of this presentation. She serves as our Director of Scholar Programs, and it's such a great pleasure to be here with all of you. So New Futures Scholars Program. So just to give you the quick highlights, our mission is educational opportunities for rewarding careers. And as it was just mentioned, we really focus on this mission through shorter term credentials. We really highlight the power and potential of the shorter term credentials that exist, professional certifications, associate's degrees, as a way to get to high demand careers. But ultimately, our vision is that our young people are able to live in possibility. We want them to have agency, we want them to have choice, and we want them to be able to live the lives that they want to live within our region. The way we do this is through 4 key components. So often when people think about New Futures, where we come from, they think about our scholarship, and this is often the gateway for a lot of our young people to pursue these credentials they want to pursue. So we provide the New Future Scholarship. They receive for associate's degree pathway up to $7,800, or they might receive a $10,000 scholarship if they decide to then transfer to their bachelor's degree program. We are also testing out a new program right now that's focused specifically on construction certifications where we live, they don't necessarily have to pay for that, and so we don't necessarily need to provide a scholarship, but we're providing a stipend for those students so that way they can be able to devote their time to their studies in their program rather than having to work and do their program during that time. The other pieces that really kind of play into what we do is what we often call internally our ecosystem of support, which has a few different components. One is the career exposure and networking. One of the things that we say all the time to our scholars the minute they walk through the door is networks. Build your social network, build your social capital. And so we try to do as much as we can to facilitate a lot of that, whether it's introducing them to industry professionals or trying to help them to practice those skills so that way when they are engaging in different settings, they're able to build the network, a larger network than what they had when they came in, which is a big piece of the work in advancing in your careers. The other piece is the skill building workshop. So we know that a lot of our young people, being that they may be first gen, might not necessarily have some of the skills to navigate some of these professional spaces, or maybe based on where they came from, they might not have developed the executive functioning skills. So we do a lot of complementary workshops that really supplement what they might get through their degree programs and their program offerings. And then the last thing, which is probably the piece that I like to call our secret sauce, is the personalized advising. So all of our scholars are paired with a program advisor that works with them to serve as their academic advisor, career advisor, life coach, triaging their personal issues, whatever it is that they're needed to do for that day, this advisor serves as that point person. But they do it in a model that we call holistic advising, where we're not only just telling them what they need to do, we're having a conversation. What is it that you're dealing with it, and let's triage it together. So who do we serve? We serve young people between the ages of 17 to 29 within the DMV. So for those who are not familiar, that is Washington, D.C., Prince George's, and Montgomery County, not all of Maryland. Baltimore, we love Baltimore, but that's not a part of the DMV. And then on the Virginia side, on the Virginia side, it's Northern Virginia, so not all of Virginia, sorry, Richmond. And then we serve students who identify as low income, as well as they are attending a community college. Again, our focus is shorter term credentials. Love our universities, we went to universities, but what we focus on and believe in the power of what we do is really highlighting what can happen at the community colleges in our area. And you can see we serve a bunch of different career pathways as well. Demographic-wise, majority of our scholars are female, which is very in line with a lot of education programs. Most of our scholars are people of color, primarily Black and Latinx, as well as we have some students who identify as Asian and a small percentage that identify as white. And majority of our scholars are actually immigrant, or identify as immigrants, and then 33% identify as US citizens. We do, as a first generation college student myself, this is one of the things that attracted me to New Futures. Majority of our scholars are first generation college students. So that is a big thing that we talk about within our program, and how do we ensure that we're setting them up for success, because we know there can be some challenges, but it also can be your superpower as well, being a first generation college student. Average time our scholars complete their programs in about 3.5 years, being that a lot of community college students and the populations that we serve, they're working, they're caregivers, they have a lot of other responsibilities on top of pursuing their educational journey. So it might take them a little longer. You often hear people say 2-year degrees. That's actually a myth in the community college space. And so when you look at those numbers, our scholars are actually kind of ahead of the curve. So I wanted to point that out. Most of them are part-time. Most of them are working as well. And 20% of our scholars are parents. When we start to think about our 26 years of existence, we've done so much. We've had 850 scholars that we've served. We've been able to disperse $7.8 million in scholarship dollars, which is amazing. Our graduation rate is about 73%. And then 97%, yes, 97% of our alumni are employed or pursuing their next educational opportunity, which is a huge, huge win, and it makes all this work, it makes us feel good about what we're doing, and makes us feel that the impact that we're making is actually happening. And then I think I'll turn it over to Molly.
So that's kind of the big picture of New Futures, what we do. So why don't you talk a little bit about what we've been doing specifically for this project and our scholars with learning differences. So as Sherrod said, we started as a scholarship program. Back 25 years ago, we were like, here's a check, have a good day, good luck with school. And what we've been doing ever since then is building out these other program components. And so in the last few years, what we've really focused on is this holistic advising model, right? And how do we make sure that we're working with our students as whole individuals that have lots of needs that go beyond their academic program. And big part of that is how do we continue to get to know our students better and understand their needs better. And so as part of that process, we were surfacing over and over again that a lot of the challenges our students were facing were kind of these executive functioning skills, right? Test taking, time management, dealing with the endless bureaucracy on campus that I'm sure some of you all have dealt with, between financial aid offices and registering for classes and getting dropped for classes and all of these different timelines they have to keep track of. And what our advisors were finding and hypothesizing is that whether it was neurodivergence or trauma or any of these other things, that some of those core skills were really struggles for our students. but that they were either undisclosed, right? Folks didn't feel comfortable talking about it, or they didn't even know about it, right? I know a lot of people, never have heard the term neurodivergence until very recently, and that's something that we are seeing a lot in our scholars. So that's kind of the vague, blurry picture, but to bring it to a specific story. Carlos is one of our incredible scholars that I've had the pleasure of working with for about 4 years now. And he started his community college program kind of still in pandemic times. Everything was online, and he was really struggling. He was having a very hard time with staying on top of those online courses, making that feel real and present in his life. And as someone with ADHD, I saw so much of my struggles in him, right? And I started to kind of gently bring it up, like, hey, do you think some of these things might be happening for you? Do you want to maybe explore what this could look like? And Carlos told me a story that he moved to the United States when he was young. And so going through school, he was a second language learner. And that always felt very othering for him, and very much like he was a problem that needed fixed. And so in school, folks had brought up ADHD to him. And he thought that was one more way that people were telling him he was broken and needed fixed. It was just one more label they were trying to throw at him that meant he was not part of this community and he wasn't the right student. So he rejected it out of hand. He wanted nothing to do with ADHD and neurodivergence because he thought it was all this negative thing that someone wanted to put on him to say he was wrong. And I think that's a really clear story of what a lot of our scholars are going through, right? Who already feel othered, who already feel like school wasn't built for them. We all know our post-secondary education system was not built for many of the new majority learners today. And so we really wanted to see how could we better understand these challenges for our scholars and find ways of supporting these folks, whether it was a label or a diagnosis, but how could we better support all kinds of different learners? So that's what really brought us to this, of how do we really focus on this in our programming and with our scholars. So what we did, come on slides. Carlos doesn't want to leave. He's like, oh yeah, you're right. Why am I pointing at the screen? So we wanted to better understand what was happening, right, with our scholars, what these challenges were, what was going on with them, and what we could do to help support them through their academic programs and into their careers. We really wanted to increase awareness, right? We didn't want folks thinking that ADHD was a bad word that someone was trying to say to them, or neurodivergence was something to be ashamed of. We wanted to decrease that stigma and increase awareness for folks who might not have had access to any kind of education or knowledge about learning differences before. And we wanted to improve our staff's ability to support these folks, right? So if I didn't identify as neurodivergent myself, that's probably something I would not have recognized or been able to help talk to about another scholar. So how do we make sure our staff have the skills and knowledge they need to help support students through that journey? And last but not least, of course, we wanted to make our programming more inclusive for all scholars, because I think, as we all know here in the room, if we make it more inclusive for those of us who are neurodivergent, it really benefits everyone. So some of the things we've been doing over the past year or so to try and match these goals, I wanted to point it up there again, I really did. First and foremost, it seems really obvious, but it actually wasn't. We asked our scholars if they identified as neurodivergent, if they had learning differences. And I think there was a lot of nervousness about that at first, right? We didn't want to feel like we were pressuring anyone to disclose or talk about these kind of things that they didn't want to. But just opening that door went a long way. The first time we asked students this, we had 6 students who were willing to tell us that yes, they identified as neurodivergent. The second time, we had 27 students. I don't think they were newly neurodivergent. So just opening the door to this conversation, to this question, trying to normalize it. As someone who identifies as neurodivergent, trying to say that out loud to scholars regularly. So that's just a normal part of the conversation and not this secret, right? This thing that students felt like they were putting on them negatively. And the second part was really staff training, making sure all of our staff could understand not just the challenges, but the strengths of neurodivergence and how that could help them build empathy with their scholars and build understanding with their scholars. Really focusing on that empathy-based approach to their advising and making sure they were meeting all the scholars where they are, and they had a really more consistent advising experience for all scholars, regardless of their situation. And part of that, identifying mental health challenges, kind of normalizing talking about those mental health things, and how do we, as not mental health professionals, provide referrals and increase our ability for those folks to get help in kind of that ecosystem of support that's going on for these students. Apologies, it is kind of chilly in here, my nose is So other event program changes we've made to try and make our programming more inclusive for all students is one of the things we heard from our students is we had too much going on, they were overwhelmed. We had kind of a menu model. We did lots of small workshops on lots of different topics, asked our scholars to tap into the ones that made sense for them. But that meant they were always getting a new email, there was always another event coming up, and it was really overwhelming, too much to keep track of. And so for some scholars, they just kind of stopped engaging because it was too much. So one of the things we've done is move to fewer individual events, but longer, bigger engagement events. And this has really helped us not only with having our scholars' attention and focus in the right places, but as y'all know, making really inclusive events and making really participatory events takes a lot more time and capacity. So that's made way for us to be really intentional about events like our new annual Career Con. We have a day-long career conference with 12 different sessions and all these different ways that folks can engage. And we're able to put more effort into that versus having another workshop every couple weeks. And that also has helped us make more inclusive events. So more choices, right? Students can really figure out what they want to do and what parts they want to be a part of. And trying to include a lot of best practices around inclusive events like we've seen today with break rooms and quiet spaces. Trying a variety of ways of engaging, right? Whether that's out loud or personal reflection, trying to really think about how do we hit different spaces for all learners has been our big focus. And part of that too is also improving how we talk about accommodations, right? We often had done the regular thing where there was a blank box for accommodations and no one ever put stuff there. So weird, right? So thinking about how do we talk about what kind of accommodations we'll provide up front that you don't even have to ask for or talk about, and even talking to our students about what kind of accommodations some folks want and need so they can think about that for themselves, and having those advisors really talk through those things with students. Also just being really clear on things like program details, pictures of what the entrance is going to look like and what the parking's going to look like, and all those kind of little itty-bitty pieces that can really make people feel safer and have more belonging in those kind of events. The other piece we've done is add some new programming. So we've been expanding our mental wellness programming. Like I said, part of that is about referral partners and other mental health professionals that we can help get folks connected to, but also doing kind of basic mental wellness programming in-house, like some mental hygiene. We've done things like wellness walks where we just get together and take a walk together, and art therapy, different kind of programs for folks to just normalize thinking, talking, and monitoring their own mental health and their best ways of learning. And as Sharad mentioned, our other new program is this fall we're piloting a new program specifically for certification students. So as much as we want to help support all these students through higher ed, there's a lot of students that's still not a path that they want. And so bringing our supports to students who are doing really short-term certifications. We're starting with a construction certification, it's a 14-week program, bringing some of the same career readiness and individualized mentoring to folks who are doing the short term. That might be right into a career, or might be a first step in their educational journey, and they could come back and do our scholars program as associate degree student later if they wanted. So that's kind of what's new for us right now.
Yes.
All right, one more thing. We did lots of cool stuff. Here's some numbers. You can look at it in the thing. Look at those great numbers. But I want to end, 90% of our students in the last year still going or graduated. But I want to end real quick coming back to Carlos. So it's been 4 years since we're working with him now. And you can read his beautiful quote. I won't read it out loud because of time. But he now openly identifies as neurodivergence. He's learned a lot about how he learns and how he can take control of his learning journey. And he's back in online classes this semester and doing great. So.
All right. So I think we're in our question answering portion. We'll leave this up on the screen so that way you can read it. But are there any questions for us?
What was some of that data? What did you see around either how they identified it or the accommodations that they required?
Off the top of my head, I think a lot of those folks, it was neurodivergence specifically. I would say a few had a couple other types of learning disabilities, such as visual impairment and pieces like that, but it was primarily neurodivergence. And I think one thing that really stood out to me was, while there was a few folks who had that diagnosis a very long time, most of them were more just now coming to that understanding. And a lot of them, I'd say the majority of them, don't have a formal diagnosis and don't feel like they've ever had access to the space and care for formal diagnoses, which, medical model of disability, let's reference that conversation earlier, all the things. But I think that's one of the things that really stood out to me. And so a lot of them don't know what accommodations they want or need or could help them yet. And so I think when we think about, there's a slide up here somewhere about what's next for us, that's one of the things we want to focus on, is really having our staff better understand accommodation processes, what's common, and being able to help them through that process and get them thinking about what might help them best as learners.
I think one of the, just to quickly add while you're bringing the mic to her, one of the other things that's very interesting, having been in the education space, the higher ed space for a long time, is I think we're also at an inflection point culturally. I think we also work with populations where you do not talk about these things. You do not have the language to talk about these things. And I think we are witnessing in this moment people having the language, but also the agency to come forward to say, I have these challenges, or I have these superpowers and I want to use them in these ways. And so I think that's the other interesting piece that we're seeing, particularly with the populations that we serve, primarily Black and Latinx.
And I think that was particularly true in the student focus group that happened, that one of the things that really came out was that talking about, it's a little bit changing in stigma, but they still feel safe in some spaces and not others. And the focus on wanting to understand the benefits and talents of neurodivergence folks, because they feel like it's always focused on the deficit.
This is amazing. I wish I would have had access to this kind of program. My question for you guys is, what is your, I guess, number one tip for navigating the taboos of that kind of conversation? As a student, I never knew that you can self-identify as neurodivergent, and I went through a heinous process of spending a lot of money to get a diagnosis. So how do you start having those conversations with students, and how did they then feel liberated to then say, I don't need a doctor to tell me that I struggle with these things, I can self-identify? Like, what would be your number one tip for navigating that taboo?
I certainly will not claim we have all the answers, but one of the first things that comes to mind is what you were sharing earlier. Students know when you care. They know when you're there for them as a whole person and not a trying to check this box and get this number. And creating that culture and that space, I think, and I love the brave space, right, is one of the most important things that can even open the door to that conversation. And that takes time, right? It took me and Carlos 3 years to have a real conversation about that, and working through other things to get there. And the other thing I would say is just how do we just normalize this conversation? And partly that's on, us as adults working with young people. I think one of the things that I learned on this journey is how do I self-disclose and talk more about this from my own perspective, but even more importantly, hearing their peers do so. It's one thing to have me talk about that, right, who already has, from their perspective, all this power, right, in charge of this program, but to hear their other peers be able to talk about that, talk about their challenges and what has helped them, and if they are self-diagnosed, or how helpful or not helpful a formal diagnosis has been. I think that's even more impactful, and trying to make more space for that, and more of that affinity group kind of opportunity, I think is the other big thing I would say we're still trying to figure out how to keep growing in that way.
Big round of applause. Thank you. New Futures. While we get our tech support up here, I do want to encourage everyone to, I know because of time limitations, we probably have a few more questions, burning questions to ask New Futures and the other grantee partners as we go through the other 6 partners. But I want to encourage us to take the time during our breaks, dinner tonight, breakfast tomorrow, lunch tomorrow, to continue those discussions with one another. Really rich, so thank you, New Futures. Appreciate it.
I'm looking for your audio settings.
Problem solved. It only took, all 5 of us. See? If we can get through a CrowdStrike global Microsoft outage, we can fix the sound, and we have. And next, we'll fix the AC unit as well. All right, give it up for global nomads. Yeah.
I've always known that there was
It was the second time, y'all. So, again, at Global Nomads, we always start with youth.
I've always known that there was something different about me.
I've never thought of myself as neurodivergent, nor did I fully understand what neurodivergence meant.
This is an actual thing.
that there are people that go through it like myself, and I understood that what I needed was support.
While I know I'm more than any diagnosis, having a name to my behaviors gave both my parents and I a sense of clarity.
I know that there's nothing wrong with me. I am as human as anyone else, if just a bit different, and that's perfectly fine. Hi, everyone. My name is Kat McIntosh. Thank you. Thanks for rolling with us with all the technical difficulties. I am the Content Creation Lab Program Coordinator with Global Nomads. I am a Black woman that is wearing a very colorful dress. And I also have colorful glasses, a nose and septum piercing, and curly hair. So this video that I showed, oh, so sorry, wow. A lot of technical difficulties today. Okay. So the video that I showed was of 3 of our interns, G, Lily, and Israel, who participated in our Content Creation Lab program, which is a virtual internship in which global youth create free online courses for a worldwide audience. Their stories and many others are featured in the course they created through the Up for Change program. I am super thrilled that I get to share with you the work they've done and all that we've learned in this project along the way. And youth leaders, get ready, because I'm gonna need y'all support in this presentation. I'm seeing y'all. So, before I go into the internship and what our youths created, who is Global Nomads? Global Nomads' mission is to unite global youth in experiences that provide the connection, skill building, and support they need to create a better world for us all. To achieve this, we offer young people safe digital spaces where they can connect across distance and difference. These digital spaces include our 2 main programs. So we have our CCL program, where youths participate in a virtual internship, and they design courses by global youth for global youth on topics that matter to them, from AI to climate change to mental health. We host these courses on our youth design online learning platform called Nomadverse, which reaches thousands of students in classrooms and community settings in over 100 countries. Our courses are fully translated into Spanish, Arabic, and by the way, we are always looking out for new school partner districts, so just letting you all know. We also offer live events where students who have taken these courses come together to discuss them in youth design and youth facilitated virtual conversations with their peers from around the world. All of our courses have 3 things in common. 1, they are all created from and for a global perspective. Through our CCL program, our courses are youth design and youth-led. A global youth perspective ensures that youth with varying experiences and identities can connect with the content and feel like it actually was designed for them. 2, they use local stories to explore global issues. Our courses are story-based. After each module, youths respond to story prompts about each course topic and post them to a global story map. They can also explore the stories other youths post. And in this way, every youth who takes the course also co-creates it. And 3, they are designed for all learners. At Global Nomads, we do something called Design for the Margins. This means we design for those most excluded first. We know that when we center those most excluded, we design for everyone. To design for the margins, we prioritize accessibility and inclusion at every stage of our work, and it also means that all our courses are open access and are available for free to students and teachers worldwide. To accomplish this, The youth who design our courses in our content creation lab receive and apply training in research, curriculum design, multimedia production, accessibility, and leadership, collaborate in peer-led teams, get coaching and one-on-one support from peer leaders and staff, and engage with feedback from staff, peers, and external experts. Our approach has both deep and broad impact, and it's something that I am particularly proud of. We have broad impact through our global reach. So far, 176 youth designers, 11 to 29, from 36 countries have created 16 original courses. These courses, thank you to our team as well. These courses and our other programs have allowed us to reach over 1.12 million youth in 107 countries. Global youth have shared over 28,600 stories in our course platform. We also have deep impact. External evaluations of our program have consistently found statistically significant growth, both for the youth who design our courses and the students who take them, in essential future-ready skills such as empathy, action orientation, and intercultural communication. All these numbers aside, our youth participants say it best.
This experience has been nothing short of transformative. Collaborating with people from across the globe has been one of the most enriching aspects. Each conversation opened my eyes to new ways of thinking.
And testimonials like Simran, who's 19 and from India, lets us know we are on the right path. So what did we do for this program? Through Up for Change, Global Nomads recruited, trained, and supported a content creation lab internship for a neurodiverse group of youth from around the world. The youths in this internship created an extraordinary course on neurodiversity, leadership, and belonging for their global peers. And this work is important because learning experiences often don't center youth and neurodivergent perspectives like we know. And additionally, many neurodivergent conversations often lack a global perspective. Recruitment for this internship, our CCL Neurodivergent Belonging Internship, exceeded our expectations. We received over 200 applications from over 40 countries, our most diverse pool to date. We invited 32 interns, ages 13 to 23, to be part of this internship, and that was a difficult task to select. And here we have on the right-hand side of the screen all our amazing youths who participated in this internship. The cohort included 15 countries and 21 nationalities. Over 50% of the designers identified as neurodivergent, and we provided stipends to remove barriers in participation. These stipends we offered were for devices or data to youth with limited access. And these were separate from their program participation stipends, which all interns received. Each of their perspectives allowed us to create a more inclusive and impactful course. And this is important for all of our courses, and particularly this one on neurodiversity and belonging.
The program mixes different perspectives, allowing everyone to learn from each other and work together in ways that make a real impact.
So Ya's testimonial to something that is important to us in our work, that we don't just accept difference, we want to celebrate it. So how did it all actually work, now that I've shared all these amazing statistics with you all? Interns formed 4 teams, each with 6 team members plus 2 core team leaders. Team leaders are returning CCL alumni who receive training in inclusive leadership. They manage project deadlines, keep teams engaged with weekly icebreakers, and co-lead weekly working meetings. This peer-led system ensured we had a strong foundation for belonging and collaboration from the very start. All the teams and team leaders are supported by our staff. During the 16-week internship, designers participated in weekly workshops and check-in surveys, and workshop topics included things like research skills, backwards mapping, curriculum design, universal design, video production, and our social justice and accessibility rubric, which they used to review the drafts of the courses they created. Between meetings, designers took part in structured assignments within working groups of their choice, which were writing, video, social media, and they also collaborated on Slack and Google Workspace. And during and after the creation of the course, our expert reviewer, Stimfang's Foundation, which we are greatly appreciative of, provided their knowledgeable feedback. In contrast to traditional learning environments, youth in CCL don't consume knowledge, they collaboratively recreate it. For example, the video editing workshop was designed and facilitated by the youth themselves who had prior video production experience. On the right of the screen, there's actually a screenshot of the backwards map that they created. And this was one of the structured assignments they used to develop their ideas and plan the course. The results of their work is a 4-part multimedia course on neurodiversity, leadership, and belonging that is now available globally. Each module, thank you, each module includes stories of the neurodivergent youth designers and combines videos, texts, and interactive story prompts. Understanding neurodiversity introduces key concepts related to neurodivergence and neurodiversity. Framing adversity explores major obstacles that neurodivergent people face in a society designed for neurotypical people. Neurodiversifying leadership considers the strengths neurodivergent individuals bring to leadership and the importance of fostering belonging on neurodiverse teams. And forging belonging centers on how young people can build more inclusive teams and systems regardless of their identity, through empathy, design, and collaboration. And on the left, there is a QR code that you can scan to check out the course, and on the right, there is a screen recording of the course on our platform, Nomadverse. So let's talk about impact. Using pre, post, and retrospective participant surveys, our external evaluator found a statistically significant and positive effect of our program on every single outcome we measured. These included leadership, empathy, collaboration, belonging, and 21st century skills like designing for accessibility. The outcomes with the biggest effect sizes were accessibility, intercultural communication, and agency. In the post-program survey, 100% of participants said that they learned how to make sure different perspectives are represented when creating new content. 100% agreed that groups usually produce better results when they are made up of people who think about things in different ways. And 87% said, I can do something about the problems of the world. 94% reported feeling a sense of belonging in CCL. Anna, youth leaders?
Throughout this internship, I realized that every little perspective and idea matters. Simin 21F Afghanistan.
I have learned how neurodivergence can be beneficial in the workplace, as I always thought it was a deficit when it came to jobs.
All right. I have grown, but to be more creative and think outside the box.
I don't think I've encountered an internship quite like this before. It was both collaborative and empowering in a way that truly made a difference.
And I think these testimonials really speak to how impactful the course was and the internship. And while we don't yet have data about the impact of the course itself on the students who will take it, we know from years of external evaluations that our youth design courses also have significant impacts on learners in outcomes like action orientation, global awareness, and empathy. In other words, investing in a small group of designers has a multiplier effect, generating a course that has impact on thousands of youth learners all around the world. While we're thrilled with these impact results, the challenges and learning opportunities we encountered in this project are just as valuable. From our work and especially in this program, we have learned 3 key lessons. Early intervention is key to youth retention. Oh my gosh, y'all, technical difficulties are a thing, sorry. For example, through weekly surveys, we learned early in the program that some interns had a preference for one-on-one work, while others preferred small groups. And this allowed us to change our meeting format early so youth could choose their preferred form of group work, feel welcome, and stay engaged. With this approach, we have been able to maintain over 95% participant retention, even in a totally virtual program, which is such an accomplishment. Structure and predictability scaffolds creativity, particularly when working with neurodivergent youth. Youth express a strong desire for consistency in weekly meetings, clearer task expectations, and more flexible modes of participation. In response, we co-designed a weekly meeting format with youth team leaders that became a cornerstone of our program. Youth reflected that this structure helped them feel both grounded and free to contribute in their own way. And global perspectives enhance learning and deepen impact. As our expert reviewer, Stimpang's Foundation, pointed out, most of the research on this course on neurodiversity comes predominantly from North America and Western Europe. While this was a challenge in the research phase of the project, as our global team of youth designers were writing the course, they were able to compare and contrast how their own experiences aligned or diverged from the research. Youth reported learning a lot from each other in these conversations, and it also led to a much more inclusive and globally relevant course. More crucial learnings came from the youth-led evaluation process, steered by the upper change leaders. So I want to thank Angie, Emma, Jackie, and Henry for their evaluation insights. From your evaluations, we've learned what worked well. We created an impactful program that was flexible, inclusive, educational, welcoming, life-changing, and that led to the creation of a strong community. We also learned that having diverse voices helped the program and the course that was developed even better. We also learned what we can do to improve our program for next time, such as ensuring that tasks are divided between team members to reduce stress and increase engagement. We also learned to begin sessions with fun icebreakers to foster community and connection, such as the images on the bottom right of the screen when they created images to describe their teams. And I just want to say, our team leaders came up with all of these icebreakers, and they did phenomenally well. So what is our biggest takeaway from all of this work? Investing in youth-driven work is key to creating a more inclusive world. When we put youth at the helm, whether it is in grant making or course design, our programs are more authentic, more accessible, and more relevant. On behalf of our team at Global Nomads, I want to thank Up for Change. Your unique and much appreciated way of prioritizing youth-led funding and supporting grantees not only made this work possible, but tremendously, tremendously powerful. So thank you. You didn't just invest in our program, you invested into youths like Thandu, who said she's more passionate about advocating for inclusive neurodivergent spaces, even if that space is just me, and I love that, you all. You invested into an inclusive future that is led by youths of today. Thank you.
Give it up for Global Nomads. Awesome. Take a few questions from
I
the
want to
audience.
invite my team members, Katie Cox, who is our program senior manager, and Courtney Walsh, who's our CEO, to come and answer questions with me. I don't want to be the only one up here.
Also, any celebration comments?
So I'm Angie that evaluated their group. Not a question, because I feel like we learned so much about Global Nomads throughout the process, but I just want to say that during our learning about the organization and speaking directly with the youth who were involved and were impacted, they only had wonderful, wonderful things to say. Like, we would ask, like, you know, how did it feel? Did it feel inclusive? Did it feel welcoming? And they were like, oh, absolutely. Like, this was so fun, and it was such a good experience. And then we got to the questions like, well, do you think that anything could change? Do you think that there was any point which you weren't supported? And they're like, no, I can't think of a single thing, which made our job a little more difficult. But it was so great to hear, especially with how diverse and loving and like amazing the group of youth themselves were. So kudos to you guys.
Hello. So you mentioned a workshop on universal design. Is this the same as universal design for learning?
That is such a wonderful question. Katie, I want you to, yeah.
There's a second part. Oh. And there's a second part if it is.
They are related but not the same. Universal design for learning builds on the principles of universal design, which come from the disability justice movement, the global disability justice movement, and initially focused on inclusive physical spaces. We do use UDL principles in a lot of what we do, but when we do the training, we focus on universal design. One, to connect it to the social movements that those principles come out of, and two, because those principles are broader and more applicable than just UDL. And I love being able to talk about universal design in education-focused spaces because it's not just UDL. So I love that you asked that question. Thank you.
All right, one more.
Okay, you have to tell us now that it is created. What, like, is it available? How often are people taking it? Are we tracking all of the people that take it so we can track all of the sort of, you know, network effects of this? Tell us what now? And you gotta tell us who your software developers are.
I'm gonna point it to Courtney to answer this question for us.
Yeah, so it is just recently published on our platform, which is available to any educator or individual learner around the world, and we're just starting our marketing campaign to push it out into the world, and I'm really excited that we've been in connection with the Neurodiversity Alliance here in the US, who's really interested in partnering with us to get this course into schools, really importantly, to audiences that are not neurodivergent, so that we're destigmatizing what this is all about. And so we've got lots to do to push it out into the world, and we will track the impact of it and the reach of it over the course of its life. Spanish and Arabic, and eventually we'll also have American Sign Language, which we include in our video content as well. The Courses are at courses.gng.org. Free.
Thank
And there are
you. One
many more courses on courses.gng.org, so please check it out.
Yeah, check your event program. It's in there. Wonderful. Thank you again. Up next, we have Lectores para el Futuro. They're based in San Juan, Puerto Rico. They're a nonprofit organization dedicated to professional development of educators and evidence-based reading instruction and training specialists in the OG methodology, which we'll hear about this afternoon. Welcome up.
Great, thanks. I was going to make a joke, but no. I was going to make a karaoke joke, but it's not the time. No, I was just going to say that the last time I had a microphone in my hands, it didn't go well. It was disastrous. Great, thank you. ¿Cómo saco eso? All right. So thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Valentine. It's terrible. The captions are terrible, so please bear with me. My name is Jorge. My superpower is that I think in Spanish, I translate in my head, and then speak in English, which makes it so difficult because sometimes it sounds like a terribly dubbed movie in other language in my head, but please bear with me. Because that's where I would say that our mission at Lectores connects, right? We're trying to help decoding, coding language for students. And our mission is to transform literacy outcomes for a variety of stakeholders, especially students with reading difficulties. And we do it through teacher training, which is our bread and butter. We do it by supporting students through reading clinics where we provide remediation to those students and help them read better. And we are also promoting evidence-based teacher that is grounded in structured literacy, and that's just a big word to say that we're trying to move public policy into understanding that not all students learn in the same way, and that's probably like 60% of them need additional help in the way that they learn to speak English. So our vision is a grandiose vision that we developed throughout this last year. I've only been with the organization for 10 months. So what we have been able to develop or think that our vision is that every student in Puerto Rico, whether they have difficulties in learning or not, can read proficiently by the end of their third grade. We are a 501c3 organization that's been working since 2012 with all the people that have opened the doors to us, but also trying to develop a very specific way of working with Orton Gillingham, which is structured literacy methodology. Our work has focused mainly on working with students with dyslexia. Anyone is not familiar with what dyslexia is? Everybody? So we're good. It's not a disease. It's a form of neurodivergency in which the connections in your brain that typically are wired to understand reading are not traditionally wired. So what structured literacy does for dyslexics is help them figure out other ways, alternate ways, to establish the way that they are going to learn how to read. So when they say it's not a disease, it's a reading deficiency. It's a reading difficulty that it's located in the brain, and it's highly scientific. If you want, we can talk about this afterwards, because it's really interesting in terms of how it's wired. So in Puerto Rico, 47, it's estimated that about 15% of our students are dyslexic, and they're typically put into a pathway of special education, which makes it a whole lot more difficult to work with them in terms of what remediation is and how can we help. So we're focusing our area, like we said, providing structured literacy training to teachers, and what we specifically do is that we certify teachers in structured literacy using the Orton-Gillingham methodology, which is a methodology that has been in place for over 100 years. And it works with developing structured ways of teaching vowels and consonants to students in a systematic way that helps them to use the wiring in the brain and be successful at reading. The other thing that we're doing is actually working with students on one-to-one sessions with the students and helping them overcome their struggling difficulties. And another thing that we're doing is that whenever we get a chance to go to schools or work with districts or other organizations, we provide professional development sessions to help them better understand how the brain works, how reading, or the science of reading, what's the actual science of learning how to read, and then how to implement this in a variety of ways within the school system. What we're doing is highly specialized, and it's like we would say on the street, or it's very niche, because we're serving not the general population, and it's not even students that need small group instruction. What we're doing is focusing on students that need one-on-one remediation, which makes it a long process sometimes, because you can be working with a student for about 3 years to get them to read proficiently, in the worst cases. So as part of the work that we're doing to try to improve teacher certification and in structured literacy, we have developed a Orton-Gillingham project in Spanish, because after 100 years, nobody thought that Spanish was a viable way for Orton-Gillingham. Thank you. So what we've done, what the team has done, basically, is, because I got here the other day, so what the team has done is propose a way to work with Orton-Gillingham methodology in Spanish. So it's highly culturally aligned with Spanish language, and it helps Spanish readers, because previously we were helping students in English and trying to overcome those deficiencies in English and then trying to translate them into Spanish, and it sounded like my head sounds right now. So what we've done is that we have translated this complete system in 2 iterations. On the first phase, what we did was that we worked with 9 teachers from 2nd and 3rd grade, and these students were also 9 students, 5 of them from private schools and 4 of them from public schools. And on that first iteration, the team developed a series of materials and booklets and graphics and a whole lot of scope and sequences and tables for teachers to use on how to better take this. You see, this is where I get stuck, sorry. How to take all these structures and better use them in the classroom. And at the end of that iteration, what they did was that they provided corrections and modifications that we needed to do for our second phase. So our second phase now has 10 teachers. We're only seeing students from second grade because we saw that the big opportunity to improve was just right there. And we're doing, how many students? We're doing 3 students from private schools and 6 students from public schools right now. So what are we expecting from this second phase? So we expect the final draft and the completion of all of our materials, plus all the materials that we need to train more teachers more efficiently. I think, okay, so I jumped ahead and explained this. All right. And these are the materials, some like we just posted this, but these are these are booklets and manuals that we provide to teachers. But why is this a unique approach? Well, like I said, it wasn't developed in Spanish originally. So what is Lectores' theory of change, which is so important for a lot of organizations that are working in the social sciences? We believe in a framework for evidence-based literacy. We believe that scale and impact is done by preparing teachers, because if we continue to go one-on-one, one student at a time, no scale and no impact is going to be possible for us as an organization. So we believe that if we can reach out to one teacher, we're doing about 75 students in a long term every year. The other thing is that we believe that detection and early support has to be given in primary or elementary grades, so that's why we are also pushing, not an agenda, but a best practice for government and other organizations in which early detection has to occur in order for literacy rates to be improved long term. I don't know if you're familiar with these numbers, but for example, if students are not able to read proficiently by 3rd grade, they have 6 times more probability of not finishing school on time. So that's troublesome, and particularly for jurisdictions that don't have high rates of reading proficiency among their students. Reading and literacy begins the process of school dropouts. So what we are doing in the long term, or as a long-term strategy, is making certain that everybody gets an equal opportunity in terms of literacy and reading. This is some of the activities that we have done. We have an amazing group of 20 teachers in general, but we have a group of 9 core teachers that are sitting weekly, sending Isabel a lot of materials that Isabel reads over and over again and tries to work with and organize positively. And we have seen not only that the materials have changed, but we have seen actual gains on all the students that we're working with. The students that we're working with are receiving free services once they enroll in our pilot, and our students that are on the higher spectrum of severity for dyslexia. So we're working with students that actually need this, and we have seen gains in a lot of the key numbers that they have. So far, as far as Lectores goes, since our session, we had more than 400 intervention sessions that were delivered during the first phase, and we expect to see the same amount of interventions done for the second phase, because every student receives about 46 sessions of one-to-one services. I wanted to read something that one of our teachers says as part of the pilot. She says that my second grader began the year unable to read. Through consistent multisensory lessons and close mentoring, she gained phonological awareness, spelling skills, and reading fluency. By year's end, she was reading aloud with confidence, and that's something that we saw happen all throughout. Thank you. And this is a testimony. I don't have it pre-recorded, but I'm doing my best here. Her teacher never lost faith, always finding creative ways to motivate her. We're grateful for the opportunity and eager to keep collaborating. This program was a wonderful experience. The teacher was patient, sweet, and organized. My daughter made real progress. So we're really happy when we get parents from the pilot and from our English reading clinics come back and saying, my child is a proficient reader, my child has gained confidence, and it's thanks to a group effort that we have done in the organization. This is some of the milestones. We've completed 5 reports related to intervention sessions, and this is what helps us improve our materials. We have had 3 focus groups with teachers where we gather data and we improve the process throughout. And we've shared 2 progress reports already for students and their families, which they receive a detailed report along with a personal story that reminisces their experiences throughout the year. What have we learned so far from our pilot? We have observed gains in reading accuracy, error self-awareness, and increasingly reflective use of available resources. And these are the standards of the science of reading, and we're marking each one as we're seeing them. So you might say, well, that's what was expected of you, right? But what we're seeing is consistent with what the research and the best practices and the evidence tells us is going to happen in English. And we're seeing the same indicators and markers in Spanish. So that is super positive, because what it tells us is that we are applying the best methodologies and strategies to put this program into place. What challenges have we had? And we have many challenges. Teachers are implementing the pilot program, and those teachers implementing the materials are the same ones that are revising it. So sometimes they can miss the forest for the trees. And that is something that we would like to change, and that's why we are happy to anyone that wants to take this pilot into their jurisdictions. We're more than glad to visit you and talk and see how we can establish a pilot program for you. And what areas of growth do we have? There are a variety of ones. This is, for example, teacher training. Actually, we were on a model that was taking us 1 complete year, in which teachers had to do 60 hours of practice plus 45 hours of curriculum content. That is a lot. And it's a big commitment for teachers. So what we're doing it now, the way we're doing it now is that we're closing that gap into 3 tiers. And the first tier takes 4 weeks, the second tier takes 12 weeks, and the longest tier is going to take 26 weeks. 26 weeks. So that is going to make it more accessible for teachers. It's going to lower costs or make it feasible for a lot of other people to access the program. And the other thing is that it's going to be web-based, so teachers don't have to go in person to take a class. They can do it in their own time, asynchronously, and in their own language, which is ultra positive. Am I missing something? Oh, so this is your suggestions, correct? All right. So we saw that most of your impressions were really positive regarding this program, and we appreciate the feedback. All of you, all of the revisions done by the committees, so that we're doing a good job at what we're doing right now, and so that we can continue to grow in whatever it is that we're doing. So we're taking that to heart, and that's why we're thinking forward about subdividing our teacher training programs, trying to make sessions more affordable once the product is completed, so that more students can access and more families can access them. So yeah, on behalf of the team at Lectores, thank you, and I thank you for bearing with me.
All right. Questions for Lectores?
This is not a question, but super praise. Because I recall, and anybody who was in Chicago recalls, that when this application came up, it was the only application that was submitted by educators. And with a specific interest in dyslexia. And I recall the curriculum work kind of stumping all of us. Like, or in Gillingham, anybody? And I specifically recall 2 of our leaders mentioning evidence-based and it working. And believing in it so much so that they advocated for it, and the team
Awesome.
the team can speak to all of the votes that went into that. But truly, just amazing work. When I looked at the focus group, I was almost taken aback by the intensity of each teacher and the commitment to making it work. There was so much passion there. I really just look forward to being able to scale this. Clearly, it's important work, but we see the passion, and I just wanted to say thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for believing in such a project.
I just really want to second that. Remembering your application for the grant, it was really meaningful. I know I was familiar with Orton Gillingham just through my work. Emma knew more about it, and she was able to share a lot about exactly what it does, because it is kind of field specific, right?
Yes.
And so just being able to share our own unique perspectives in that way from our backgrounds in education, really, it was so nice just to see your application and be able to have context, be given more context, and know the impact that it really has. Like, as, you know, like a child being able to read in the 2nd grade, like that really is,
that makes a difference
like,
in the
that
world,
changed
yeah.
that child's life, like undoubtedly.
We agree.
Yeah.
We agree. And sometimes we get asked, like, Orton Gillingham and structured literacy, and I say, you know, when we're teaching reading, there's a niche for a lot of systems. Ours is, the niche is niche, so it's very small compared to whatever else people are doing. It's only about 5% of whatever it's happening with students at a classroom. So only 5% actually need what we do. But the big, as you see in Puerto Rico, the need is so big, and we just understand that in the Latin-speaking world, the need is about the same as it's happening in Puerto Rico.
And just to speak to that number of 5%, that 5%, if they walk into the classroom angry and lacking confidence because of their ability to read, it does impact the entire class. So, like, do not take that number as, like, you know, too much. Please, thank you.
I was just gonna say, is anyone else having a moment here? This is amazing. What is happening in this room? I could cry. The amazing work, the young people who had the power to choose these interventions, the impact it is making on young people, and I mean, I'm so moved. I'm sorry, I just had to, like, this is incredible. You're incredible. You all are incredible.
Thank you.
I'm curious, with the students that you work with, so I love to read personally, but I have siblings who weren't good readers and didn't like to read because of that. So I'm curious, with the students that you have, when they come into the program, are they coming in of their own accord? Like, what is their...
No.
No. How are they... Yeah.
The typical story is this. A child goes on first grade and they start trying to read. About 40% of those kids by February of the second semester are going to engage with reading, and they're going to read naturally. You're going to have about another 10% that is going to take some time and effort, and then you're going to have that 15% that is just not going to go anywhere. So a parent, when their child is starting to fail, is going to say, there's something wrong with my kid. But what is it? And typically, they don't have the tools to identify it. So the natural thing would be to go to a teacher. So the teacher, if the teacher is not properly trained, she's not going to be able to identify what actually is wrong. So they might prescribe the wrong interventions for that kid. And typically, like in Puerto Rico, they just put that kid on a special education track, and we'll see what happens. So, and that's where the frustration comes, because sometimes they're misdiagnosed. Sometimes they might have what we call dysphagia, which is that teachers are not teaching properly because they don't have the proper framework to teach, or they're facing this curricula instead of dyslexia, right? But the curriculum is not appropriate for these kids. We believe that everyone should be, can be, and has the potential to be a reader. The thing that we need is to establish the proper ecosystem for those kids to thrive. If their teachers are well prepared to identify dyslexia, if parents are well informed on what dyslexia or other reading difficulties are, and how to have the necessary tools to solve the problem. Did I
Great.
answer your question? Awesome.
Last two comments.
Let's go.
Good evening, you guys.
Evening.
Right, it's not morning, so all right. Excuse my language. Excuse me. How many kids do you guys work with, or students, should I say?
Right now?
Yeah, so to speak.
As of today, we're working with about 18 students that have moderate or severe dyslexia. But in Puerto Rico, about 400 students have received some of our services. And if you take in consideration that's 1 hour for 400 students for about 3 years each one, you can imagine how many interventions we have done with each one of them. So we're not seeing big volumes of students because our approach is one-to-one. But it's about 18,500 hours since 2012.
Okay, hi. I'm one of the Up for Change leaders, and I saw online that like in Puerto Rico, like 30% of students receive special education services, which is like a lot more than like the rest of the United States. So I was curious, like, why do you think that is?
I'm not the special education expert, but I can tell you from, I was saying, like 19 years of working in educational leadership can tell me that we don't have proper diagnosis and proper screenings for students beforehand. Like we're putting dyslexic students which have remediation and don't necessarily prescribe to special education patterns or standards, and we're putting them in there with some other special educations and putting high need special education students in just not placing them properly. So our understanding of change, our theory of change for this is that if you do proper screening, to every student, and you help them thrive. And by consequence, you take off a load of the special education tracks, which in place is going to leave more money for the people that need it the most. So it's a chain, right? So that's the solution, and that's the reason why we think that this is. But it is something that we're struggling with in every jurisdiction. So we hope to make it better.
Great, give it up for lectores. Excellent. Well, thank you, everyone. We got one more grantee partner, and then I got a big surprise for you guys just shortly after this next 20 minutes. Just wait. I took y'all to Rome, Italy. We're going to stay in the Mediterranean. Just you wait. Got it up my sleeve. But last but not least, in this segment, we have the College Trunk. They're based in Washington, D.C. It's a metaphor, right? It's a metaphor for a toolkit that carries a toolkit of skills young people can carry throughout their life. Their mission is to engage, empower young people, and prepare them to success as adults. So, yeah, we can. So I was going to, well, Evie suggests, rightly so, we have appetizers outside, Mediterranean appetizers. You're very welcome. Yeah. To continue our culinary journey, we can take a break now, and then show of hands. If y'all want to bring it in, we can also like snack in here because it's quite delicious. Salami, cheeses, olives. I know. Yay, nay. Yeah. Or if y'all need an energizer, I will lead it. And now, yes, Henry. Do y'all want to? Do y'all want to break after this session? Keep going. Awesome. Let's go. Okay. Well, let's have. All right. So let's have the college trunk, and then we will have a dedicated break with Mediterranean cuisine. I told you, I know. I spoiled my exciting, it's the cat's out of the hat. Tell me, Henry. What's that? Good, all right. Well, I'm really excited about this one because I do specifically remember when the grantee selection committee amongst our young leaders were trying to decipher what is my college trunk. And it was an enticing conversation, so here we are. Give it up again, my college trunk.
Good afternoon, y'all. I know I'm standing between you and your break, so I will keep it moving. I want to first say I'm so glad to be here. I am saddened that my colleague, my partner in crime, is not here. She had an accident. Her leg is immobilized. She has to keep it straight for 10 days, so she couldn't get on an airplane. So I am here representing the college trunk on behalf of myself and Carmen Ramos-Watson. So as Mr. Worldwide, as I'm calling him, Diego, said, we are the college trunk. We are an organization founded in 2012. We started out with being an organization that supported first-generation college students going to college without the necessary essential items that they needed for their dorm rooms. So they would fit in and they would look like they belonged there. We've always worked with youth, so we thought it important to make sure that all the things that we did going forward were youth-centered, youth-involved. Okay, so now I did too much. Okay, do I want to be here? Okay, so yes, our mission is to engage, to elevate, and to empower youth, and we do that by mentoring. And in this particular case, this program under the college trunk is in my trunk. And so this symbol here is to capture all the things that a young person might need in their trunk to be successful going forward. We wanted to help them see themselves, and know that they belong and that they're an important part of this community. So who are we? We are an organization, as I said, we work with families. We expose students to cultural events, to opportunities to volunteer. We did a lot of food distribution during the pandemic, and that still goes on. We're big on fostering leadership, so that is a central part of what we do. What, are our mission, our core principles? We wish to engage, to elevate, and to empower youth. We help them to build experiences, to elevate them with building leadership capacity, and to empower them. We created an online community that they control. So this is a snapshot of one of our in-person sessions that we had. So what is our program? Our program was designed to help youth identify clear paths and support systems with their input. That is the most important part. We sought to help them see themselves, know themselves, believe in themselves, and advocate for themselves. And we did that through experiential engagement, among other methods. And so who did we work with? We worked with youth who were 16 to 22 years old, with or without IEPs in Washington, D.C., and we connected with their parents as well to offer them support. As we worked, we consulted with experts, and interestingly, this slide contains something I thought was really, really important. It is a slide that shows that from 70% of adults who were studied in this particular study, they reported that early intervention or support would have helped them to know themselves better and to know what they needed. This quote in particular says, when resources are made with neurodivergent people, not just about them, they can make a big difference. They must be included. These kinds of tools could help more children feel understood and accepted and support them to grow up with better mental health and stronger self-esteem. So the key here, I think we all have come to that conclusion, is collaboration. Voice and choice matter. What did our project need? We determined that youth had, after talking to them, difficulty in expressing themselves, and so we sought to help them avoid stigma, stop feeling less than, gain the ability to be advocates, and grow up with the access to the services that they need. So what is our theory of change? That if we conduct the tailored In My Trunk Leadership Development Program for neurodivergent youth, then more neurodivergent youth will learn how to plan and self-advocate to pursue and achieve their goals of employment and education after high school. And for that, we focused on 4 key pillars. The pillars of self-awareness, seeing yourself, self-efficacy, believing in yourself, self-agency, acting for yourself, and of course, self-advocacy, speaking for yourself. We did this by live sessions. We had virtual sessions, full group breakout sessions. We had our online community, which was a safe space for youth to exchange and learn ideas. We had periods of reflection and action, and we did something called a captain's log, where we asked our participants to record a short video telling us whether what we were doing made any sense to them, whether it was something that they got value from, and whether or not we needed to stop, start, or continue it. We also had fireside chats with speakers and their parents. So what did we do? We did youth surveys. We did one following each session on the body awareness. Self and body, or self-awareness. We did a generalized self-efficacy, self-agency, self-advocacy, and then, as I mentioned, the captain's log. How did we do it? We started with the surveys. Nothing long and intimidating, simply an instrument that got to the point that, and we received the information that our participants told us. We asked, what are your needs and what are you most interested in developing? And as you can see from the graph, the majority of our students told us that they were interested in gaining life skills. So that shaped the journey that we went on. They were also interested in building a chance to draw it. She could do it. So we learned that there are so many ways to express themselves, and we learned that from Rosie. Yes. Mm-hmm. Let's see, did I click? Yes, I did click. How did we do it? We had live sessions, and we asked early on for all of our participants to sign agreements, and so you can see that there. Participation agreements. We talked about the food options, because our participants were very clear that there were some things that they were just not going to eat. We never did, one of the things that I was really surprised that everybody wanted was Swedish meatballs. So we had to figure out how to get Swedish meatballs. We also met with parents to get their input, and on ways that we could help them help their youth. We focused on self-awareness. We focused on, and with this document here, you can see that we did a survey, and then Carmen, my partner, created a graph. So you can see in that graph, the dots that are there show where Sam was in her journey. And so the dots, if they were all the way out to the end, that would show that she made a lot of progress. But that was our starting point. That was our baseline. Sam told us that she had trouble noticing things. She had trouble being aware of her body. But one of the things that she said she was going to do is start saying no more. So we'd be in class and we'd say, Sam, we're going to start doing this. Would you mind handing papers out to everybody? No, I'm not doing that. So that was a demonstrated self-advocacy from Sam after being aware. How we did it. We worked with our parents. We surveyed them. We held live sessions with them, in-person sessions. Parents told us that they were overwhelmed, they were stressed, they needed support to learn how to help their students. So we created webinars, we provided information from experts to work with parents and help them. What else did we do? We had some fun. We went to the Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C. We saw a play that was sensory friendly. Families joined, siblings, and there's way more pictures because, of course, everybody was styling and profiling, needed new IG pictures, so I have lots of pictures in my phone, but these are the best ones that we were able to get. We created a schedule so that our students would know what was coming. We learned that they don't like surprises. So, as I mentioned, one of the pillars of what we were doing was self-advocacy. So we had a day in the class where we talked about self-advocacy and what that was. but then we did the ultimate to show them what self-advocacy, how it could come to be. We went to Capitol Hill. We went to the office of our congressperson. We actually participated in writing a bill. And that was just a wonderful experience to show how you start and where you end. Thank you for that. We also had more fun, and we had culture experiences. And for my amiga de Peru, we went to Rancho El Chalán, and the owner of the ranch had Peruvian paso horses. So we also had a pachamanca, and for those of you who don't know, it's the Peruvian people dig a hole and put hot coals in it, and then put whatever they're gonna cook, the meats, beef, pork, whatever, cover it up with the coals, and it cooks underground. So the kids got a chance to see that, to participate with digging the hole, covering it up, uncovering it up. Then we ate, the fruits of our labor, rode some horses, and I have to be very grateful and point out, Consult Lemonade, Tiara's husband, has a transportation company, and he provided us with busing. He donated services to get us to where we needed to be. Yes. What did we learn? Oh, here. What did we learn? Students participated in virtual sessions. They were sometimes a little challenging because students were in control of themselves anyway, but more so when they were in the virtual space. Sometimes they wouldn't turn on their cameras. Sometimes they'd be multitasking. But we also had some really good outcomes where some were at work, and they'd have the camera sitting there while they were filling an order, or we had one young lady who worked at a dry cleaner, so she'd leave her camera there and she'd run back and move clothes. So we saw that there was effort, lots of effort from a lot of folks. We had an online community that we created, and this wonderful space was assisted. We had let me take that back. We had a young man who was part of our team who actually was, because he was young and because he was close to the young people, and he told us about his learning style, he was able to use that to create this online community. So it made much more sense to our participants. We had 100% engagement because it made sense to them. Okay. What else did we do? We listened to our students. They said they wanted more physical activity, so we incorporated yoga. We'd have opportunities for reflection and meditation. Usually that came right after lunch when it also turned into nap time. But our bodies were telling us we needed to rest, so we were good with that. So what are some of our successes? We created this online community, and we also created an in-person community with everybody involved making the decisions. There was no hierarchy. One of our students decided after working with us and becoming her own advocate that she was going to move out. And she did. She got a job and she became independent and moved out with a roommate, but nonetheless, she made that decision. Okay, so we harkened back to our Mel report, and we looked at what we said we were going to do and what we were able to accomplish. Now, while we didn't hit all the milestones, we hit a lot of them. I am most proud that we had our youth in the first column, 90% reported an increase in leadership skills. Because remember, at the beginning, they said they wanted life skills. And life skills, to me, equates to leadership skills, so I'm very proud of that. I'm also very proud of our online community. Okay. What did we learn? We learned that students are busy. They have busy schedules, and sometimes our program didn't fit in. And there was also fatigue with virtual learning. I mean, we had just come out of a pandemic not too long ago, and we learned a lot that doesn't work for everybody. And in particular, our students, including myself, not becoming distracted was a big thing. How did we address the challenges of getting our young people to come? Well, as I said, we co-created. We asked them, what activities do you want to do? We provided a stipend, which is very much an incentive to get you to come. We had the field trips, and very important were the group lunch decisions, and the chats that we had with their parents helped us to help them, the parents. We learned from our young people that there is such thing as a social battery. It runs out, it runs dry sometime. And we responded by listening to them. We also learned that it's probably better to have an age span separation, that our 14 and 15-year-olds were not the same as our 19 and 20 years old, in terms of what they wanted to do, in terms of what they didn't want to do. So, if we had to do it again, I think we would probably try to separate the ages a little bit and then take our cues from those ages. We did learn that the online community is a safe space where young people can choose their interaction level. And most important for me is that this intervention, it really needs to start in elementary school. We can't wait until our students get to high school and college and then expect them to know how to navigate from that point. We realize that there are a variety of tools needed, that a community is not automatic. It has to be developed, and we all have to contribute to the community. Excuse me. How will we improve going forward? With follow-up calls to our students, asking them for their expertise and their advice. We will have shorter sessions. Excuse me. Our live sessions don't need to be 2 hours long if we can cover it in an hour. We are going to pair digital tools with live coaching because that's reinforcement, and that's helpful for not only the students but for those who are helping the students. And we're going to gather feedback early to improve the program. Okay, I'm happy to say that after you all's evaluation, there were some things that we got right. You said that you liked that we had participants in community with each other. You loved the intentionality of the program of our design. You liked that we involve parents and siblings in our activities and in our excursions. And you liked our online community engagement. And you also liked that we, as our facilitators, were willing to tailor tailor what we were doing to what your needs were. We appreciated your recommendations and your suggestions, and we realized that now we need to make more individual time with students, and probably some of us facilitators should have some formal training in the area of neurodiversity, because you really don't know what you don't know, okay? And then finally, a quote from one of our, well, almost finally, I have one more slide, but this is Jayla, and Jayla was a member of the group of kids that we were with, and even though she went to school with some of the kids that she was with, she said, I didn't think I could make friends. I didn't think people liked me, but now I know that I can make friends. And then the final slide, and I hope I'm able to play this video. Do I just need to push a button? I'm talking to the techies out here. This is Amaziah. Amaziah was our 22-year-old college student, and he was struggling with getting back in school this semester because of an issue with financial aid. But Amaziah was his own self-advocate. So he went to the financial aid office and told them he didn't know what they were going to do, but they needed to do something because he needed to be in school, and he was. Okay, so so the tech whiz is coming, and you're going to get to hear Amaziah's voice. It's not a moving video. It's one that you're going to be able to hear his voice. Yes, it's on YouTube.
All right.
Mm-hmm. And while she's looking for that, I will just tell you that one of the things that we created was an In My Trunk course workbook for all of our participants. And inside of it, it has pages on self-awareness, self-advocacy, self-efficacy, with the definitions for the young people, spaces for them to write whatever they want, reflection spaces, and when we went down to El Chalang Ranch, we had you saw in the picture, we were under a tree, actually being attacked by lantern bugs, but we had these books. So I brought some, for my grantee partners. For those of you who are local, I'll get them to you if I don't have enough, because I'd also like some of the Oak Foundation and IYF to have them as well. Okay? Oh, I have no idea. Okay, so the video's not available, so sorry, but as I said, Amaziah was grateful for what he had learned through In My Trunk. He advocated for himself, and he is now a junior at Howard University. HU!
Great. Do we have any comments, questions?
I have a word of celebration for In My Trunk. I was fortunate enough to lead the focus group with the participants, and I was so blown away. Another member of my group led the focus group with the staff of In My Trunk.
Sanjana?
Yes, Sanjana. Yep. And so my conversation with the participants, also in light of the conversation with staff, was so eye-opening. I see so many of our findings reflected in your PowerPoint, and I'm so happy that you found them helpful. But I do really, really, really want to highlight that the participants love it. You might feel like it's a little egotistic to say, but I will say, the participants of In My Trunk spoke so highly of this program, and it was probably the first time in my experience as an Up for Change leader. It's the time I felt closest to the change I was making, getting to speak with your participants. Yeah, and so it really made it real. Thank you. And also, shout out to Amaziah. That is the only person who had their camera on. Everyone was great, but Amaziah, tell him I remember him. He was really it was just me and him and a few voices. But awesome. And I love your highlight on the difference in age and how that is a consideration you made, because that is something that is so real, even in our program of Up for Change, where the way that someone who is 14 to 16 shows up, the way that they've learned to, the way that they feel able to, is so different, and it grows so quickly. And your acknowledgement of that is just really wonderful to see.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Shuri. I hope the photographer got that. That was magic. Henry.
Hi, Henry.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
I thought it was morning for a second. I'm like, all right. Okay, excuse me. How many organizations did you guys work with in 2025?
You mean I'm not sure this is on some, oh, is it on? Yeah. Do you mean how many organizations did we, the Trunk, connect with? Probably only 2. We did have a lot of subject matter experts that came in to talk to us, to give us advice about what we were doing, what we were getting right, what we were getting wrong. And of course, we're eager to work with a lot more organizations in the future, but we started out with 2. So thank you for that question. Thank you.
Yay! I get so excited every time I hear about great work taking place, and especially in Washington, D.C., where I'm from. Okay, so kudos and congratulations on the self-advocacy and civic engagement piece, particularly given the climate in Washington, D.C. right now. I think that's pretty impressive. But one observation that I made, and we made it in Chicago and didn't touch on it, I don't know how, but I'm sure we're going to dig into it a little bit more, was around parent engagement and how that was not, wasn't our aim, but it surely became ever so present with the amount of parents that attended the session, that supported their young people, that helped the application process, and then to hear you say it time and time again, not just their ability to, not the supports that you were providing, but also their ability to engage. So thank you for thinking about the family as well. Thank you. All right.
Give it up one more time for My College Trunk. And you heard her say it, not me, Mr. Worldwide. So I'll take it. I will own it. Well, you've earned it. So we're going to take a little break to the Mediterranean just out there. Enjoy. We'll take 5 to 10 minutes, and we'll come back to hear the last 3 grantee partners. Thank you. And Consult Lemonade, you're next. All right, well, welcome back. I feel like there's a lot of engaging conversation happening. Clearly, the trip to the Mediterranean paid off, so I'm glad. For those in the foyer, you can head back in. Well, I told you I had a treat, so you're welcome. Well, now, before we start with Consult Lemonade, we get the distinct pleasure of having one of our young leaders lead us through an energizer. Because the feedback I got was like, we want to get up and do something. So Maya has graciously agreed to get your energy up. So give her a big shout out. Round of applause right here.
All right, guys, is your blood sugar up now? Okay, good. The brain runs on glucose. So today we're gonna do an energizer activity, and it involves it has to do with sevens. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna count one by one, starting from one, and we'll try to go as far as we can. But there's a catch though. You can't say the number 7 or any multiple of 7, like 7, 14, 21, 28. So instead, take them. Yeah, yeah. So basically, you need to clap instead of saying the numbers or any multiple of 7. Yeah, and then if you say one of them by mistake, then we have to start all over again. Yeah. Yep. Yep. I think most people are here, so I think we're gonna get started with that. Jackie, if you'd like to start us off, count from number 1. Angie? You go. Okay, sorry guys. So I probably should have said before. So we're going left, your left to right in each row. So from front to back. Sorry. Where are we at? We're at. Did they miss? 11? Okay. No, that's not a multiple of 7. No, no. It says you cannot 7 and then multiples of 7. So like, yeah. You gotta like, you gotta like, gotta resurrect those times tables. Yep. Let's start over. Okay. You start. Okay. Guys, we have to start over.
Yeah. Yeah.
From 1.
21. This is 21, right? All right, we're gonna begin again.
Yeah, let's just begin again. Okay. That's what we're supposed to do. Okay. Jackie, start from 1. Huh? Oh, you got skipped, didn't you?
17. How's it 7?
Huh? No, they got skipped. 24 is not a multiple of 7. Wait, what? I thought it was numbers, the multiples of 7 only.
Oh, and numbers that have 7 too.
What?
But it's good. We can start with the back, and then we do just the one last time.
Okay, let's start from the back. You start? Yes, you. Wait, you had to clap though, right? I feel like we made it too complicated.
Yeah, it's okay.
No, that's a multiple of 7, yeah. Again? Let's keep it going? Or
I guess we can. One last time. We can do one last
okay, one last time, guys. Oh, all the way over. Okay. Okay. Yep, all the way over there in the back in the green shirt. Yep, you. I think you guys skipped a row. Yeah. Nice. You did it. Last minute save. Yeah. Yep, that was right.
Thank you so much. Give it up for Maya for leading us with that energizer. All right. Thank you, Maya.
We're doing great. We're doing great. I'm just going to say that it was the appetizer that just sort of, relaxes a little too much, but we got it. So well done. Maya, was that like try number 6, 7? All right, so we're a little behind schedule, but that is okay because the next up we have Consult Lemonade Corp, which is an absolute treat. They're a tech firm based out of Columbia, Maryland. I was like, where in Maryland are they? In Columbia, Maryland. And their sole focus is to basically place youth into tech jobs. And so let's hear it up for Consult Lemonade. All right. One tech job at a time, and that's how it goes.
Oh yeah, I'm probably that kind. Clicker. I'm going to take a page out of Henry's book. Good evening. Can my wonderful team just come stand on the side? And Tiara's husband over here. Yes. All right, guys, as they're coming up, I just want to take a moment and thank IYF and obviously the Oak Foundation for this wonderful opportunity. We're uber grateful, so excited, just can't imagine what life would be like without you guys. We're getting better to do better once we get back home, so thank you again for this opportunity. Okay, my name is Tiara Lathan. I am a loving, authentic, powerful woman. I am a greatness advocate, and I get to serve at Consult Lemonade as the co-founder and CEO. That's the other co-founder right there. And ironically, just a couple months before applying for this grant, I had to stand up for myself at work. I'm a cyber systems engineer for the Department of Defense, or depending on what day it is, Department of War. And I was kind of feeling a little bit of pressure because the lead I had at the time didn't understand that I wasn't hearing what he was trying to deliver, and I had to explain to him, I don't learn like you, but that doesn't degrade my intelligence level. So ironically, I had to start learning how to speak up for myself, and I openly admitted that I had a different learning style than what was traditionally accepted in that space, which just isn't something you do in the DoD, right? All right, so before we get into this, obviously we engage, empower, employ, we restore families, one tech job at a time. We gotta do this mantra that I got from my mother, and she still does it to this day. So I'm gonna say the world is a better place, and you're gonna say because I'm in it, okay? So let's try this one time. The world is a better place. Okay, and we're gonna do that one more time with all power. Come on, guys, the world is a better place. Excellent, excellent. So here's who we are, Consult Lemonade. The name itself came to be because we were serving in underrepresented communities, and we noticed that marginalized communities just don't have the support to opportunities, especially in economic spaces, that they should. And so what we also understood is that these were the most resilient, perseverant, intelligent, solution-oriented communities that existed.
the critical thinking that you need to make ends meet and to figure out how to stretch a meal in a short refrigerator are the same critical skills that you need in the tech space that in the AI era you will also need. So this was the perfect merger for marginalized communities in the tech space, and that's kind of how we got birth for Consult Lemonade. So we say when life hands you lemons, because it will, not only do we want you to consult lemonade, we want you to make lemonade and turn the bitter to sweet. So we're a nonprofit. We specialize in the development and employment of underrepresented talent. We help Black and brown people get the bag. Sounds good? All right. Okay. And everybody has their bracelets. We put them on your desk. So everybody is leveraging tech to bridge the gap now, okay? So we're eradicating poverty and countering systemic barriers, which we're all aware of because that's why we're here today, through generational empowerment. Our vision is 1 million plus to 6 figures and beyond in the tech space. That's pretty bold, guys, just saying. So far, we've helped, in 3 years of existence, we have helped over 140 underrepresented people secure tech jobs, equating to over $16 million annually in those communities. So our values, our critical P's in pursuit is what we call them, as you can see here, and we say make lemonade now, and again, 6 to 12 months is our sweet spot, no pun intended. That means we want somebody to be able to experience success to get to that role in an average of 6 to 12 months, which is the average that people are experiencing that now. Everybody following, we good? Awesome, I like this engagement. Now let me make sure, all right. So that's me, that's my face. To the left of me is my wonderful husband, who is co-founder and also belief coach. This man has the biggest faith jar I've ever seen in my life. Dr. Catherine Daggins is our senior program manager right here. She keeps us all on track and all together. Stephanie Simpson is our project coordinator. She's back home holding it together. And then we have Catherine's husband. Obviously, we put our husbands to work, right? Will Daggins, who's an IT fundamentals trainer. And we had additional team members who obviously aren't here today, but I like to note that coaches and trainers in our team are actual industry experts. The first start, in order to be able to serve in our nonprofit, it means that you've already hit 10,000 hours in your area of expertise. So let's talk about eliminating life skills, career prep. This is our pilot program, because we have 2 tracks, a track that supports ages 17 to 24, and a track that supports those that are older. We focus on the family approach as well. We want everybody to get the bag, because it just makes it all better, right? I like that, look at that. So Eliminating Life Skills Career Prep is a 17-week hybrid program that focused on preparing youth for entry-level tech careers averaging $56,000 a year. It was a combination of both Eliminating Life Skills, which Eliminating Life Skills is 13 weeks, and we also have Career Prep, which is 4 weeks. Eliminating Life Skills itself focuses on awareness, foundational tools and skills, communication, innovation and tech fundamentals, and then obviously we added on that 4-week career prep and job application models so they could learn how to advocate for themselves and get the bag and not always need to rely on our organization. And we met Thursdays and Fridays virtually and Saturdays in person. Thursdays and Fridays took place 6:30 to 8:30, and Saturday was in person from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. They definitely had feedback for the food. Oh my goodness. It wasn't like how I had to eat lima beans when I was a kid, but we won't go there, okay? To my trauma-informed people, I might need some help, okay? So here's what we did. We had participant selection. We selected 22 participants and obviously established a wait list to backfill because it just didn't work for everyone, even though they initially committed to it. We launched our orientation, and we had those modules delivered here on those dates, as you can see. We targeted those with neurodivergent, low-income background, and minority representation status. So we had 17 weeks of some good growth and 17 weeks of some good challenge. So here's what we did. This was ages, as I mentioned before, ages 17 to 24. We had one young lady who was a single mom out of DC, and so she actually had her daughter coming with her on Saturdays. that level of commitment, we couldn't leave her out. It was inclusive, intentional. We couldn't leave her out of that pool. And so 50% of our participants were neurodivergent, 100% from low-income backgrounds. Funny story is, most of our coaches and trainers are too. 100% identified as Black or brown youth. And as I mentioned, 22 were initially selected. 15 were stuck with it through the program. We saw that attrition happen over time, but 15 actually graduated. Why we did it? Well, it's our responsibility to help each other. That's one of the reasons why we did it. Everybody has their solutions to poverty. This is our solution. This is our solution to the gaps that are present in our community. We're just playing our part. And so youth from underserved backgrounds often lack access to life skills, career preparation, and exposure to IT foundations. So this is free. It was free to them, obviously. Our theory of change. By combining life skills training with tech foundations and career prep, these youth will gain competencies, confidence, and accountability needed to thrive in education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Our rationale, targeting neurodivergent, low-income, and minority youth addresses the systemic gaps that we talked about in the first place, and this really does build generational empowerment. So I want to do an example of this, and that's why I have some people here. Where's my buddy Hamza? Oh, come on, my friend. All right, come on, honey, come right here. And so before you get started, give it up for, yeah, right there. All right. So what you're gonna see is this is what our work looks like in action, okay? Wally is the assigned coach that's walking with Hamza through the program. And he's used to this gap between opportunity and where he is. And so I'm gonna call out some of our modules, and you're gonna see Wally, Coach Wally, encouraging him along the way so he doesn't give up. And then at the end, he'll be able to reach for the opportunity that wasn't there. This is us leveraging tech to bridge the gap. So I'm gonna call out the opportunity. You ready? Awareness. Come on, clap it up for Hamza. Come on now. All right. Foundational tools and skills. Yes, yes, yes. You got this, you got this. Communication, yes. Oh man, come on, you can do it. Innovation in tech, come on. Oh, keep going, keep going, keep going. Keep going. You got to get closer, though. Yeah, you're almost there. You ready? Career prep. Keep going. Woo! Let's give it up for Hamza. Yes. He gets an Oscar. Thanks, guys. You guys caught that, right? All right, guys. So we had intentional recruitment to center in equity and inclusion, and we delivered in stage modular tracks. I personally needed to be broken down for me, and I need something that's also going to keep my attention. So they had Play-Doh, Rubik's Cubes, puzzles, you know, brain break time. You name it, they had it. And they still gave us feedback that they needed more. Excellent. We had virtual interactive engagement, polls, breakout groups. The tech talk was phenomenal. You'll see a capture of that shortly. And then we had field trips to Amazon Web Services down in Virginia. So servant leadership is at the core of who we are. We want to be able to see each other, not just horizontally, but vertically as well. Participant created personal statements. So you heard me say, my name is Tiara Lathan. I'm a loving, authentic, powerful woman. You probably saw the video. Excellent. This is my way of how my commitment to how I will show up in the space I'm in. Well, they also had to share their same personal statement. And that could look different. It could say 2 or 3 character traits. It could be 4. It was up to them. But they had to state that every day, so this was their contract, their commitment to how they would show up in the spaces they were in. So if they didn't honor it, they also had to acknowledge that and ask for grace. We had ongoing check-ins and coaching for tailored support. Let's talk a little bit about the impact. All right, so we had 15 participants that successfully completed the program. Obviously, we talked about what that covered. 100% of the participants represented minority and underserved populations. I can tell you right now, shout out to my team, we will not use the word minority in 2026 because we are not minorities. Underrepresented is more appropriate, but I understand that minorities is constantly used, right? And so 50% were neurodivergent. We met the goals that we intended to meet, that we committed to doing, but I want to highlight some of the juicy stuff. 7 of the 15 achieved new employment. 7 of the 15 achieved new employment within 60 days of graduation. Average salary ranging from $40,000 to $56,000. I don't know about you, but I wasn't making that. Their average age for this group was 18. So I wasn't making that at 18. Let's talk about the certifications. 13 industry recognized certs plus 18 certificates of completion. We also are backed by Howard Community College based in Maryland, meaning that they saw our curriculum and co-signed and said, okay, now when people take part in yours, we're gonna give a credly and a credential that's obviously not accredited. But you get a credential stating that you completed the program, and now you're able to do this. All the participants got that as well. 11 graduated high school in May, 2 graduated with AA degrees, 10 enrolled in college for the fall, 7 had summer internships and 3 of them were paid. 2 of them were paid at first. One of the young ladies, she advocated for herself to get her own. So proud of her. So we had a successful launch of our first cohort, and obviously we had the Tech Summit graduation. So I could show you better than I could tell you. And let's go ahead and get this video. Do I just hit the next arrow? Let's see. Oh. Long pause for a breather.
I'm interested in this program because it'll give me the opportunity to build on some of my tech skills and to learn some new ones. It will give me the opportunity to meet new people and to engage further with the community around me. And also, I'll be able to use this opportunity to invest in myself for my future.
And 3 things that I hope to learn from Consult Lemonade are technical skills like networking essentials and networking fundamentals. I also hope to network with a lot of people and meet like-minded individuals. And the 3rd thing I would like to learn is communication skills. And that is what I hope to get from Consult Lemonade.
Something I want to focus on and my goal would be is to sharpen and fine-tune my technical skills, and not just my technical skills, but my communication skills as well. I would also like to meet new people, you know. I would like to meet people and hear their stories and see how we can correlate and relate, you know, make some new friends, I would say.
With this program, I'm hoping to connect with people like me who are just getting into the tech field, as well as connecting with experienced people who have been in the tech field as well as currently in the tech field. I also want to gain some hands-on action that will help build up my resume, as well as acquire and improve my basic soft skills that will help me all throughout my career.
And 3 specific things that I hope to gain from participating in this program is to network and meet new individuals that I can learn from to help me advance in my career and get helpful tips and advice from them in general. And I also want to grow my interest in AI and machine learning as I practice this skill with these like-minded individuals that can act as coaches and mentors to really help me learn more about this field.
So for starters, I'm currently working towards my Network Plus, so I do want to sort of get more in tune and sort of like learn a little bit more about cybersecurity fundamentals and sort of like maybe experience like some workplace experience through you guys and sort of, you know, see what it's like, cybersecurity applications in the workplace. The other really big thing that I'm looking for is, you know, making friends, making connections. I'm a really social person. That would be really fun to make some friends and possibly build some connections.
I'd like to become more knowledgeable about tech. And ultimately, I'd like to get an insightful and successful career from this program. So thank you again for accepting my application, and it will be very nice to meet you all.
My favorite part about being at the AWS Skills Center was looking at all the different opportunities they have to learn. Some are paid, some are free, and some are free depending on if you're going to like a university or something. So looking at those different options, I guess gave me a good perspective on ways I could learn about AWS without having to pay. And AWS provides all this, so I thought that was really cool.
Almost. Awesome. So, couple testimonies listed here. Will they get the slides? Will they get these? Will everybody? Oh, awesome. So you guys can check it out. But just wanted to highlight one from one of the young ladies, Ty. She's 18. She secured a network and systems analyst role, making $56,000 a year with full benefits. Her parents actually moved across the country, and she was kind of immediately thrown into real life. And what she said was the life skills portion of Lemonade and Life Skills is what prepared her most to be able to know how to respond to that, because she all of a sudden had to live on her own. So she's investigating rent and insurance and how do I get a car, how do I get to work. She said if it wasn't for that, she wouldn't have known how to respond in that situation. So just wanted to highlight that. Here's some learnings. We realized that the small participant buffer we had, obviously we could see more attrition if we had a larger participant pool. So what we did do, I don't want to necessarily just highlight the challenges for the sake of time. We're planning to build in buffers for participation attrition, develop a facilitator backup pool, offer some schedule flexibility as well, introduce some more pre-program and surveys and interview to gauge true commitment, and then foster ownership from the start with peer pods. Because what we noticed was when they start checking on each other later in the program, oh man, we didn't have to worry about it. They were on time. It was much better. Oh man, aren't you guys just phenomenal? For the youth in the room, can you give it up for yourselves? I thought I did something when my husband chose me, but to know that you guys chose us at Consult Lemonade, I'm telling you, we are forever grateful for the opportunity, so thank you guys so much. Some of the feedback that was shared is that they valued experiential learning and having space to voice personal goals. They did not hold back in that space, and we were excited about it. They created personal accountability statements, and they still were using it to this day. They actually were sharing how in school they used it to kind of, I don't want to say get out of trouble, but it helped them to remediate some of the challenges that they were having. Areas for growth, they desired more flexibility around the school schedules and going to hang out with their friends, and interest in deeper technical skills, technical labs and career network. The youth reported increased self-awareness, accountability, and resilience, and they obviously enjoyed the labs and hands-on experience and wanted to do more stuff that was team-based. So in closing, because I've been up here for a minute because my mouth's getting dry from talking, so I could tell. And so We have plans to expand the cohorts with participant buffers. We actually have a ask to do this not just in other areas across the US, but in other countries. And so we're really trying to nail down those systems to be able to do that. And because of the support from IYF, we believe we are growing in that direction and anticipate expansion to Philly and DC next year, in addition to our Maryland space. And so with that, we plan to have deeper partnerships with schools. And our overall reflection, I mean, we just could not have done this without you guys. This kind of sat on the shelf for 5 or 6 years. And with your backing, we were able to launch it, and it proved exactly what we knew to be true. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate your time. And do we have time for questions or? Okay. Oh, hold on. Hold on 1 second, my friend. The world is a better place. Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go.
Questions, comments? Samson.
Thank you so much for your talk, and kudos for putting the Bible verse on the bracelet.
Thank you.
My question was, what specific challenges do neurodivergent participants face in tech, and how does your program uniquely address those?
So good. I think a big deal is like attention, being able to maintain paying attention, if you may. We used a lot of different learning styles, and we got the message across. I don't know if you saw like Duck, Duck, Goose. The message in that was how to be ready for opportunity. And there were some folks that were experiencing, new opportunities in the class, but people were comparing. And so Duck, Duck, Goose taught the lesson versus a PowerPoint. That's one way. And then I hope I'm answering your question. If I'm not, let me know, okay? Kind of what I mentioned earlier with my own experience, like knowing how to go in the workplace, because in reality, workplace is traditional, so they don't understand how to kind of work with people who have a different learning style. And so we taught the self-advocacy and how to bring it up, and had simulations, so different examples of like, this is happening in the workplace. How do you speak up? How do you respond? So that was some of the way that was integrated in our program.
Thank you.
Sure thing. Samson? Thank you.
Time for big show now. All right. Good evening.
Good evening.
Wow, using my past Mark voice. Ugh, excuse me. How many challenges did you deal with?
You heard, Catherine. 80. Everyone has an opinion. Different learning styles, and even people that would deem themselves traditional learners. Everyone has their way of learning, and so 80 is probably accurate. We had a ton of Oh, how many? I thought he said how many. Daily will work. Henry daily, but we overcame them because honestly, challenges are a way to grow. So you only get better with that. Thank you.
One more.
Firstly, this is amazing work that you all did. Like, I'm really fascinated with this organization. I'm wondering if you have already thought out a plan about like monitoring for later on in life. Like, how do you keep in contact to know the impact that you're having in the long run? Like, have you already started doing that, or is there a plan for that?
And are we tracking their growth over time? Our commitment is to stick with somebody 12 months after they graduate the program, or post-hire. So what that looks like is they hit the next job, we're still with them another 12 months. So it's kind of continual. Then we have folks that actually come back and serve in an organization. So that is the way that we do it as of now. That Maya Angelou quote, I was like, we need that in the office because we're fascinated with better, meaning we always want to improve that. And highlighting track 1 and track 2, these track 1 participants, the intention is for them to grow into track 2, which some of them already have because they've started their careers.
One last question.
All right, our 7
that we're all going to rally and help find placements or jobs. Any common denominators and what's the barriers for them, and any specific ways that we could help them?
The 8 that's left over.
Yeah, sorry, the 8. Yeah.
So it wasn't that they couldn't get it. Some of them, we talked about their balance and where they were in life, and just starting in school, they didn't want to commit to that. So that was the case with honestly 90% of those. It wasn't that they weren't open to the job. They weren't open to the job yet. So we are working with North of Grumman. I'm a former Grummaner, and having those folks come out to our career events, so that way they can engage and have internship opportunities to follow through in the following summer. You got one more?
Great, thank you.
You got one more?
We have one more question?
Because we're inclusive.
This is the last question. Goes to Maya.
Hi. So I know in tech there's a lot of like neurodivergent recruitment programs. Have you guys like ever partnered with those, or are you thinking about it?
That's a new one for me.
Oh.
I would love to talk to you about that if you have some information, because that kind of feels like taboo in the space that I've seen, and it's almost like a, boom, we're in the room type thing. But I would love to hear more about what you know.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we can talk afterwards.
Sure. Thank you, guys.
Dinners after these next 2 sessions, so perfect. Give it up for Consult Lemonade. All right, well, up next we have the Inspired Community Project. They're based in New York, and the Bronx. They're a research organization empowering neurodivergent children and underserved families. They provide these families equitable childhood education and neurodiversity affirming behavioral therapy, workforce development, and family advocacy. So let's hear it up for the Inspired Community Project.
Okay, good evening, everyone. All right, so I am actually a special ed teacher for littles by trade, so I'm not comfortable talking in front of grown-ups, so I'm going to pretend you're 3- and 4-year-olds. So this evening, I want to introduce myself. I'm Jill Moses. I am the proud founding CEO of the Inspired Community Project. My pronouns are she, her. My visual description is I am a white presenting woman. I have long brown hair and nerdy black glasses. With that said, I founded the Inspired Community Project to be a collection of best practices. And those best practices came from years and years of direct service. I'm a special educator, I did early intervention, I worked in homes, living rooms, daycares, you name it, I've been there. Sorry. But through that journey, I have to thank mostly my family, my amazing partner, and my 2 amazing children, Izzy and Dean, who are watching on YouTube. Hi, babies, I love you. Without them, I would not have been able to find the strength, the power, the time, the energy to start the Inspired Community Project. So who we are as an organization. We are a behavioral health daycare program founded under the idea that neurodivergent children deserve to have a daycare that is supportive and encouraging and well-staffed with quality care. The entire organization is based off of our mission and vision of having equitable access to special education care, no matter your zip code, your location, or what family structure you come from. Our mission is to create self-sustaining, hyper-local models of special education resources, because we have to go back to a community-centered model of care to get back to supporting communities. So what does that look like? Oh, I'm gonna have to walk around a little bit, sorry. So what does that mean? Every decision we've made is through 3 of our core values, equity, advocacy, and empowerment. So we have to be looking at, are these things equitable? Equitable is not equal. That does not mean everyone gets the same. It means everyone gets what they need. Advocacy. You can help somebody, but if you teach them how to help themselves, you've created change. Empowerment. They will only go to find change if you empower them to do so. So creating opportunities for empowerment is giving resources, opportunity, and the tools to be successful. Okay, so we are Bronx-based, and why did we choose the Bronx? So while I'm also a special education teacher, I'm also a board-certified behavior analyst, which means I'm a data nerd. And so as a data nerd, I went, well, where do we need to go? Where does the data tell us that the most help is needed? The Bronx. So the Bronx has the highest referral rate for early intervention services in the entire country. Not just New York, not just New York City, but the entire country. But they also have the lowest participation in early intervention services in the entire state. So up to 25% of children in the Bronx will never get even an evaluation to begin the process to receive early intervention. And I'm sure you're all sitting here going, this is about workforce development, why are we talking about early intervention? If you remember through all the other amazing presentations, what did multiple people notice? The young professionals all said, had I had early intervention, I wouldn't be here. That's why. Because early intervention is the starting point for a life of support, of advocacy, equity, and empowerment. Hyperlocal model. So working in the Bronx has taught me that when you want to help a community, you have to keep everything in that community. That means your staff, they come from the Bronx. Your money stays in the Bronx. Your vendors are from the Bronx. That way you have your Bronx children being served by the Bronx community, and those professionals go back to serve their Bronx community. That also allows for colleges and universities in the Bronx to now tap into the Bronx community members. When I first started looking in the Bronx to see what could we be doing differently, how do we get services, how do we get supports, I went to local universities and they said, well, what's happening is our young professionals from the Bronx go to school in the Bronx, they go to Manhattan for their professional placements, they build their professional networks in Manhattan, and then they go work in Manhattan. So what does that mean? Okay, we have to figure out how to keep them in the Bronx. So the what, the why, the how. PowerPoint doing its thing, I don't know why it looks like that. So we created a 3-tiered model. So the key word for my presentation is going to be interconnected. So every time I go like this, you're going to say interconnected. These 3 things are? Amazing. So we couldn't just do one of these things. I'm a teacher, so I do direct instructions. But what I learned from direct instruction is you can't really teach a 3-year-old to work their way out of poverty. It gets complicated. You got to work with their family. Family instruction, family advocacy, coaching. How are you helping that family? How are you setting them up for success to set their child up for success? Great, you've supported this family, they're smart, they're advocating, they're ready to go. There's no professionals, there's no service providers, there's no one to help them. So what did we have to do? Workforce development. Workforce development, family advocacy, direct instruction all come from the nerdy core of research. All of these things are? Perfect. Okay. So even within that model of, okay, we're thinking differently and we want to do things interconnected, we still have to think outside the box here. So we do things a little differently as a nonprofit because we are, I'm going to skip down to no decision about us without us. So what does that mean? As we built our model, we spoke to the people who were coming on to work. The Bronx community members who were coming in were helping us drive decisions on how we were going to operate. Our direct relationships between services and income are intertwined. Right now, this current fiscal year, we are 50-50 revenue-based and philanthropic support. Next year, we will be 80% revenue from direct services, 20% philanthropic support, and that means we're able to then really make smart decisions. Okay, our 3 programs. This is why we talked about early intervention, because early intervention starts at 2 to 3 years old and helps identify those students who, with some support, can go into career fields and other occupations that would not otherwise need support. Our workforce development program was such a novel idea, but we brought it to the Department of Labor. We said, why is it only construction, plumbing, other hands-on blue-collar jobs get to have these apprenticeship programs? And they said, that's a great idea, you should do that. I said, okay, let's write the curriculum. So we developed New York's first and only behavioral therapy apprenticeship. This program is a one-year program where it is fully supported by the Department of Labor, and they graduate with a certificate, and they become registered behavior technicians. Thanks. So with that certification as an RBT, you go from minimum wage jobs, you take that certificate, and then you are now making $25, $30 an hour. That's a big deal in the Bronx. That's a big deal. And with that comes the family advocacy. So we have families who are now able to go into official meetings, IEP meetings, other offices, and know what their rights are. Because it wasn't even about getting them to demand more. It was about just flagging when they weren't getting what they were supposed to get. So our workforce development program looks a little different. It is a full-time employment where they come to work 40 hours a week, fully paid. All their training is paid. All their training is in the building. All of their professional development is paid. All of their direct instruction, all of their on-the-job training, all of it is fully paid. We also provide financial literacy and wellness support. That means taking care of your mind and your money because they are there you go. One of the other key things that really has made us different is we provide free on-site childcare. That has made all the difference. So not only has that allowed us to really open up our workforce recruitment, we have a ton of single moms who can bring their kids who are under 5 and under 6 to come and be at the center. So we also did a extension of this workforce development program into a prior learning credit opportunity with CUNY, which is the City University of New York. So we're working on getting accreditation so that when these apprentices finish this one-year program, they can kind of exchange that for 1 year of college credit. All right, you're not gonna read all that, but this is the logic model behind this. It is very deep. We had a lot of things we wanted to pack into a small amount of programming. Most important is we did pre-employment support. So we provided 22 hours of training on New York State mandated trainings. And what that did was that set them up for success whether they stayed with us, went into other education positions or other childcare centers, because these are all required to work for the Bureau of Child Care. So we provide the 40 hours a week of hand-on training for apprentices 18 to 24 years old, and it's a full-time job, so it runs 50 weeks a year and approximately 234 days a year. So the outside the classroom training, we also pay for. So they get pulled upstairs and they go into our training lab and they get their classroom time. They learn a topic, they go downstairs, and then they practice it in the classrooms. So we work on competency, assessment, and skill building. Our goals are all around building really rounded out and robust young professionals who are able to sit through this competency test at the end of the year and pass it. Our long-term goals are to have them, 90% of our apprentices graduate with this RBT certification and be able to go into the workforce straight away. And this is gonna have a huge economic impact. These are people with high school diplomas coming out of minimum wage jobs who will then be starting at $48,000 a year. Our Training and Excellence program has 4 modules going from the very basics of starting at what is neurodiversity affirming care? What does that mean? What does trauma-informed care mean? Because if you don't know the basics, you can't teach the basics. Then we go into the basics of applied behavior analysis, how to implement that within the classroom, and then we teach them to be young professionals in the field. How do you go into an interview? How do you interview the company that you're looking to work for? They shouldn't just be interviewing you, you should be interviewing them. Impact. So we had to take a quick pivot after the November election, and we're so grateful and thankful that IYF and Oak Foundation stuck with us because we kind of had to think differently about what we were gonna do. We originally were supposed to be fully Medicaid funded. Yeah, so we didn't wanna do that after the election, so we sat down and said, okay, how do we pivot? So that's when we opened the full-day behavioral health daycare program through vouchers, private pay, and subsidies. And then we said, okay, related services, speech therapy, occupational therapy, physical therapy. So our original pitch to IYF and Oak Foundation, Looks a little different than our impact numbers. But one of the things we got to do was go deep instead of wide. So we had to think differently. So while the numbers are smaller, what I can say is we were married to the mission, not the model. Our percentages far exceeded our expectations. So the number of neurodivergent participants we had is more than half. We are currently more than half neurodivergent on our staff. Also, the participants from low-income housing, we also far exceeded our expectations on supporting that community. So the matrix on who we are in the building, 100% of our apprentices are from the Bronx, 58% of our staff are neurodivergent, 83% from low-income housing, 50% are parents or caregivers, 61% would be first-generation college students, 80% are women or gender-expansive individuals, and 100% identify as historically underrepresented backgrounds. Okay, 3,600 hours of on-the-job training, 1,700 hours of direct service. These are not small numbers. They're not large numbers either. And I'm honored to be on the same stage with people who have had the hundreds and the thousands and the millions. But what I'm most proud of is these numbers are in 4 months. We've only been open 4 months. So what have we learned? We learned that the job market around behavioral health and behavioral therapy is confused. Private equity has come in because insurance pays for services and they're churning and burning people faster than they know what to do with. We try to hire registered behavior technician. Key in the first word, registered, means they licensed and took a test. They apply for jobs claiming to be RBTs. We check the registry and they're like, oh no, I never took the test. They don't even know they're not registered. So it's a major problem throughout the entire sector that we're trying to navigate. And turnover is incredibly complex. We've only had 5 staff members unenroll. 1 was in temporary shelter housing. 2 had major medical complications. And the other had issues with childcare. Couldn't figure out how to fit the schedule, had no one to help her, single mom, and the kid was too old to come to the daycare. So childcare, food security, housing insecurity, these things are they're interconnected. So these people loved our program, were happy, were thriving, were learning, and had to resign because these other outside factors. So what did we learn? We have to educate the job market. We are now teaching people what a registered behavior technician is and making a lot of people really sad, sadly. They think they're registered and then we tell them they have to update their resume, then they get kind of sad. Holistic employment is empowerment. So this is where we started partnering with food banks, helping with housing vouchers and Section 8 vouchers. So the youth-led evaluations. I'm honored to say that within the entirety of our 4 months, they have found that we are an effective pipeline for career advancement and behavioral health programs beyond our program. So I loved the type of questions that the young professionals had asked our staff because it was really interesting for me to see. And I love to see that 100% felt confident about their ability to advance in their career beyond the RBT level. So while we're expecting them to get their certification, they're thinking beyond. Maybe they're going back to school, maybe they're thinking speech therapy, who knows? And that was great for me to see. Prepared to advocate for myself. That was a big one for me to know that 100% agreed or strongly agreed that they are prepared to advocate for themselves. Taking on greater responsibilities in their roles, that really spoke to a lot about the empowerment through our Young Professionals Board. This is where we're now creating an atmosphere where they're pushing each other to strive for better outcomes and to look into the job market and see what they should be looking for. Most of the feedback was that our hands-on experience was really key. They're going upstairs, they're learning things in our training lab, and they're going into the classrooms and practicing it, and it's really made all the difference for how quickly they take on new information. So I love that the IYF Young Professionals came out with some really amazing points. 100% of respondents agreed or strongly agreed on all 3 of these outcomes. But most importantly, for me was the feedback, because we just got started, we're only 4 months in, and all of these outcomes that they had pointed to us about broader pool of mentors. We've actually already implemented between the time they gave us this feedback and the time we're standing on this stage. So we have a professional development on Tuesday, and what we did is we opened up our mentors to our occupational therapist, our speech therapist, as well as a social worker who's gonna be on site. So more structured mentorships, we've now created a calendar of routines and check-ins to make sure that we're sticking to that. And the expanded professional development opportunities, we're giving everybody a paid professional development day on Tuesday in which we will be doing each and every one of these. So your feedback is valuable, and the fact that you took the time, we are honored, and thank you for all of the feedback and all of the information.
Thanks to the Inspired Community Project, you have inspired us.
That's the goal.
Pun not intended. Oh, it is. I'm just so funny. Questions? We have some back here.
Are you all staffed entirely by folks in the training program, or is that mixed with other staff members as well?
I didn't hear the beginning of the question.
Are you all staffed, the daycare, is it staffed entirely by folks in the training program, or
Correct.
is it other staff as well?
So the thing with an apprenticeship program is it still subscribes to the journeyman apprentice model. By the way, we made them change it to journey worker because equality. And so journey worker to apprentice model requires that you have the equal number of professionals in that field and then apprentices. So our classrooms have one lead teacher, one registered behavior tech, RBT, and 2 apprentices in each classroom.
Very cool. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I remember this, and I just want to shout out my team. And thank you for being honest about the numbers, because I remember having a very emotional reaction to the numbers. And this is important in terms of young people making decisions and really being open-minded and creative. I about lost my mind when I saw the numbers. And I haven't had that reaction to, I don't think, any grant before. And it really had to do with what we thought was going to happen and then the difference in what happened. And I just want to tell y'all how my team anchors me and brings me back. I remember the grant, I remember the numbers we were expecting. I remember us thinking about, so who's really being served? And I remember thinking these young people, the little ones, I mean, I love the babies, but that's not our age group that the young people wanted to target. And then we started talking about, but no, Evie, the workforce development piece. And I said, okay, well, how are they tracking that? And then they're like, well, Evie, they're gonna be providing services. And so I'm like, so are we counting them, the trained, or those, the beneficiaries? And then they're like, well, Evie, you have to understand the process and the time at where they're in versus where they expect that they're gonna be. And I went back and was like, do you all see this level of investment for this number? And they were like, Evie, the youth wanted to make sure that folks were being prepared for adulthood. And they are preparing for adulthood. And I just remember having to sit with it for a moment. And I know we asked for a lot in terms of how things appear and how they show. And kudos to the team for really being, I would say, so patient with me, because I was just coming from a space where I was seeing completely different things happening, and the variance that we have in this grant program around all the different impacts that we're measuring was huge. So thank you for making it happen. I know that getting a pre-apprenticeship program approved by DOL is not easy. I know that there is work that's happening, really important community work. I would love to discuss more around that particular piece as it relates to workforce, because prior to the Learning Differences work, my work at IYF focused on workforce development, but I just wanted to emphasize that it really takes a team to look at this and to understand and be willing to stick to what young people initially wanted. So, thanks.
We have Angie, and then you're next.
So we were at the social hierarchy poster earlier, and I've been thinking about this all day, so I'm glad I can ask now. So when we were over there, you mentioned your organization using service leadership as a counterpoint to the paradigm of the social hierarchy. And I was wondering if you could expand a little more on that, but specifically on how like the idea of leadership to serve who you're, working with has impacted the efficacy of your organization?
Amazing. Thank you so much for asking. I promise I didn't pay her to ask me that question, but that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So our model at the Inspired Community Project is service as leadership. So that means anybody who's not directly in the classroom, if you are not having a direct impact on the workforce development program or the direct learning of these little humans, you are in servitude of those people doing that. Because we are sitting in offices, we're making decisions, we're making phone calls, we're fundraising. We're doing all the things because we want them to be successful. So for us, when we sit down to make decisions, it's, okay, here's a pitch to the people who are gonna use it. Here's an idea that we present to the people in the classroom, because it's not about us at the end of the day. We're not in the classroom doing the hard work. We're not doing the tests. We're not gonna sit for the RBT exam. Our job as anyone in leadership, someone who doesn't work directly in the classroom, we work for the people doing the work.
Oh my Lord. Good evening.
Good evening.
Hi, my question for you is, will you work in other areas besides the Bronx in the future, and why?
Okay, did you guys get like my other pitch deck from other days? Because this is fantastic. So this question, also my favorite. So our hyper-local model, where we keep everything local, is meant to be replicated. We are a blueprint model. While we're gonna get it right in the Bronx, next up is Central Harlem, East New York, Jamaica, Queens, because the data said so. Thank you, it's a great question. There you go.
All right. Give it up for the Inspired
Community Project.
We are up for the last organization of the day. They've come far and wide from the Pacific Coast, out from LA. So they're the Youth Advocates for Change. They're Educators for Advocacy Professional Development Program. It's a youth-led organization dedicated to empowering student voices, addressing and resolving issues within their schools and communities. Give it up for the Youth Advocates for Change. And I may be mistaken, but I believe they are the only youth-led organization of the 7 grantees. So.
Do you guys want to take a stand up for a second? Just wiggle it out. Like, we're a very trauma-informed, somatic, loving organization. So maybe reach up. We got the last one. Reach down. Every teacher development program.
Take your Take your right side of your head to the one side. Just stretch it out. And feel that stretch on the other side. Roll your neck around, whatever feels good. As some of you guys may know, trauma sits at our hips. It stores there, so let's take our hips and roll it around, whatever feels good, to the right, to the left, to the left, to the left, to the right, to the right. All right, from your heads down to your toes, let's just feel that stretch and that pull, whatever feels good. Do not hurt yourselves, please. Sorry if it hurts. Okay. Shall we?
Yeah, let's get. Thank you guys for participating. Yeah, we're from California.
And the Bay. Oakland.
Yes. Okay, amazing. Thank you guys for sitting through all these amazing presentations. We are Youth Advocates for Change, and we're going to talk to you guys a little bit about the Educators for Advocacy program. So who are we? Youth Advocates for Change is a youth-led organization. I'm the founder and executive director, Tiana Day. I founded the organization back in 2020 at 17 years old, 3 days after graduating high school. Thank you. but really because there were no programs by us for us, which I know all of the change leaders understand and resonate with. I'm 23 as of last week now. But our mission is we exist to amplify youth voices through trauma-informed approaches to intersectional social justice issues, entrepreneurship, and creative arts in education. So we started off 2020 really focusing on storytelling through film, photography, journalism, fashion shows, and it was a space where young people could come together and collaborate and storytell through our lived experiences. We exist through a 3-step framework. Step 1 is reflection on your lived experiences. So that's looking at ourselves from a trauma-informed lens. Maybe it's our own lived experiences. We look at historical, systemic problems within the reflection, and then step 2, we move into our reflection, our motivation, so finding motivation through those lived experiences in our communities, in ourselves, and then with step 3 is taking action. So we walk these students who are aspiring nonprofit founders, business owners, community change leaders through this 3-step framework. What does it look like to reflect, find motivation, and then take action to really serve your communities and make positive change as a youth advocate? So that's the model of our organization, our mission. Our why is obviously founded by Youth for Youth, created out of the need for young people to be co-creating and leading the initiatives that are aiming to serve us. Without our perspective, we lose touch with our target audience, which is, again, Gen Z, Gen Alpha, the next generation coming into the positions of leadership and change. And what we do is now we are centering marginalized youth, serving students usually through high school, 14 to 18, and now we're equipping educators, equipping them with tools to foster safe, inclusive, and emotionally responsive learning environments. Our reach includes public schools, charter schools, community organizations, and creative spaces led by and for our youth leaders. So we're talking about Educators for Advocacy now, which is the program funded by IYF. The Educators for Advocacy program was created after many of our youth expressed a growing disconnect between the students and the teachers in the classroom. We recognize that when addressing behavioral health challenges, particularly among neurodiverse students, which I am, both diagnosed and undiagnosed, and at promised youth, schools often relied on punitive measures such as suspension and expulsion, rather than understanding the root causes of these behaviors. Essentially, what are these root causes? It's often trauma, it's undiagnosed learning differences, and as a trauma-informed nonprofit organization, we understand that those behavioral issues are often indicators of a deeper unmet need. So when students don't feel heard, seen, loved, and valued, this can manifest as what educators call disruptive behavior, creating challenges for both teaching and learning. So you may look at it, teachers may look at it as, oh, that student's in the back of the classroom, they have their hoodie on or their headphones on, and because they are actively disengaging, they are being disruptive to my classroom. Now you need to go to the principal's office, or you need to go take a time out, whatever it looks like, and I was that student. I'm speaking from my own perspective. I was the kid in the back of the classroom being disrupted, suspended multiple times, almost got kicked out of school because I almost didn't graduate, I wasn't engaged, but I also was undiagnosed my entire K through 12 experience. I also didn't have people, I didn't have parents, I did have parents, but they did not even know what was going on with me. They just thought I was a disruptive student, I was a troubled kid, and I was never gonna make it to college. I was never gonna have a positive experience in my future. So finally, in response to this, our team, composed of integrative therapists, youth leaders, and curriculum developers, developed a professional development program that centers the youth perspectives, student perspectives, empathy, trauma-informed teaching, and nervous system regulation. The program equips educators with practical tools to create safer, more supportive classroom environments where all learners can thrive. I'm gonna hand it off to Jamila to talk about the importance of a regulated nervous system.
Hi, y'all. Thank you, Tiana. So my background, I'm Jamila, and with Tiana, you know, I'm the integrative therapist coming from a background, like T said, a student that was gonna possibly not make it in school. I wasn't the best student. I like to sleep. I used to pick the classes where I could sleep in, based on where the teachers are at. And now I'm in a position where I'm now currently getting a PhD in clinical psychology. And thank you to a lot of you all who I was just talking about, you know, the struggle and masking from a position as a student, because I'm not the perfect student, but yet I know my purpose. And so that's why I'm here. And so really going back into what school is and what school didn't have for me was about nervous system. Everything goes back to nervous system. I know we talked a lot about healing and we talked about safety. And in anything when it comes to healing, we have to feel safe, right? What does safety look like? And the psychological safety within ourselves. And so for me, I wasn't trying to be on the hot seat for the students. I want to put the teachers in the hot seat. And so that's what we did. We traveled from California. We did 2 schools. And then this picture right here is when I'm teaching about the polyvagal theory about the nervous system in New York. So just raise of hands. You guys are familiar with the nervous system? Perfect. So it's interesting because a lot of the teachers that came actually in this workshop, they were dragging their feet and didn't want to even be a part of this workshop. And I was like, well, if they're feeling this way and they're teaching the kids, how are the kids feeling? And a lot of the teachers didn't really understand what the nervous system was. So the importance of the nervous system, you know, just for the sake of time, and we're hungry probably, is just really understanding and teaching how to help yourself during fight or flight, freeze, or shutdown. So it's not necessarily the misbehavior, but a neurological response. Within the nervous system, your nervous system is overwhelmed and unable to have a calm, regulated state. So really going back into the basics of, are you dysregulated or are you regulated? And what oftentimes when the teachers, they like to, some of them, teach from a place of performance, and they're not looking at their students who are not paying attention, sleeping in the class. I was a student that was sleeping in the class, and I was sent because they thought I was depressed. And I was like, oh, cool, I could get out of class? Perfect. And so they sent me to a therapist. I'm like, something wrong with you? I was like, yeah, I'm bored. But I use that as depression, right? But what happened was is that they didn't teach that, like, you know what, I'm dysregulated. Why are we not moving our bodies? Why is that? I'm already being labeled as the student that's not academic performing. Jamila wasn't this, she was just an athlete, right? So really being able to teach what does a dysregulated nervous system look like. And so going off, we gave more tools when it comes to the teachers, as far as before we teach the teachers how to tell the kids, we taught the teachers about their nervous system. And going into, how do you look like before you teach? What do you look like when you're burnt out? Why do you have an attitude and expect her to learn? And they, you know, they felt ways, but it's okay. So for many neurodiverse students, the fight, flight, freeze response is triggered more easily, especially in overstimulating and unpredictable settings. So before we could have good fruit, we had to set the root. And so that's kind of more of this picture of understanding the nervous system.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, clap it up, clap it up. So how did we do this? We hosted 3 professional development workshops in New York, and then we also did a California school district. Now, originally we had half of our team in New York, half of us were in California. We originally pitched to IYF, that we were gonna do more schools than this, but we also suffered with some challenges. And we were only able to do 3 in total. So we did 1 school in the East Village in New York, and then we did an entire school district in California, the Santa Ana Unified School District. Now that was a challenge that we were not prepared for. This is the first time that we are working with a district at a district level that had about 87 schools. So we had teachers representing all age levels, all grades, K through 12, with all different kinds of experiences, which we'll talk later. But we did get to do those 3 different professional development workshops. We also got to hire a student intern, Arabella, who's pictured at the front. She did an 8-week internship where her focus was on surveying her peers and co-facilitating and sharing her own lived experiences. So Arabella actually got to work with us. She learned about nervous system regulation, she learned about youth empowerment, and she also worked with our curriculum developer named Ron, who's not here, but he also worked with her to teach her how to create the curriculum for her teachers. And this was an awesome experience for her because she's a neurodiverse student. She, I think, is a sophomore, and she's never experienced what it looks like to actually talk to her teachers from a teacher perspective. She's usually a student in the learner's perspective. So what we really wanted to take home with her, or her to really take home, was not only is she a student, but she's also a teacher. Students are also teachers to their teachers in the classroom. It's powerful for young people to understand that they are adding value to their teachers. You're adding value to your mentors when you speak up. And that's what advocacy is about, especially as a young person. So she was able to help us put together those surveys. She not only surveyed her peers, she also surveyed her teachers, and she surveyed the parents that were at the school. These were all had to be done voluntarily though, which was not the plan. We wanted all of this to be mandated, but unfortunately you can't do that at school districts and schools. So everything was voluntary, and they were anonymous. We got all of those needs met, and then we had to pivot and also tailor the experience. So we did one-to-one educator coaching, we did individualized sessions with teachers, which honestly became like one-to-one therapy sessions with teachers, which we'll talk about in a little bit. And we did a lot of crisis adaptation in response to a lot of school tragedies, which shifted the focus to adult support when those student data collections were restricted. And now we're talking about the impact. So our reach, we ended up delivering those trauma-informed professional development program to 125 educators across California and New York. That was 87 teachers representing the 87 different schools at the Santa Ana Unified School District, and then 38 educators at Great Oaks Charter School in East Village. We did co-created curriculum with our neurodiverse intern, Arabella, who led the student surveys. We focused on arts-based healing, nervous system regulation, and culturally responsive teachings. And then we were able to reach 1,500 students ages 14 through 18 indirectly through those improved climate and inclusive practices, because all of those teachers combined together, those are all the students that they're reaching, talking to every single day, teaching. So we're able to indirectly impact those students by making or having their teachers take our program and our learnings. Do you want to talk about these?
Sure. So just the top themes from our teachers. Is there any teachers, educators? I know there's some in the room. So some of the things that the teachers talked about was that they burnt out, overwhelmed. Teachers spoke about the challenges they had when it was coming to grading, teaching, parents, administrative, and even a lot of support within the system that they weren't receiving. Another thing was when it comes to burnout, over 70% of the teachers that we surveyed were experiencing burnout or other mental health struggles. So if the teachers are having 70% are experiencing mental health, how are we expecting our kids to perform at this high level? So it's a mirrored thing. What I've also observed is that when it comes to the teachers and the students, both are not feeling seen. Both were not feeling heard. Both were not feeling validated. So it was a very interesting mirrored experience. Inconsistency, lack of voice, and structural barriers. Policies at the school and district level changed frequently. Teachers didn't feel heard about their opinions, and even when they brought up to the needs of the administration. So that was a little tough to hear. And then desire for practical real-life tools. Teachers requested practical and tangible tools to integrate, like books, posters, regulation boxes in the classroom. So unforeseen challenges.
Yes, this was crazy to adapt to. And I'm sure all of us had those experiences as grantee partners. But some of our challenges included missing out on the opportunity to partner with Brooklyn Technical High School due to late contract finalization and leadership turnover. Working with schools and districts, we didn't know that they have a certain timeline that you need to turn everything in by, or you have to have the conversation by. It doesn't matter who you know, it doesn't matter what the relationship is or how great the program is. They're just gonna tell you, you gotta do it next year. Come back to us next year. It sounds great, but we can't do it. They also had leadership turnover, so our relationship with them honestly left with the person who it started with. And that was really frustrating and a learning curve that we had to learn now working with schools, because before this we were just working as a supplementary program at schools with youth. So youth would come to our community center in LA, and work with us there or meet virtually on Zoom. That's how our programs were always structured. Now we're working with schools and educators. This is a whole new ballgame. So this was something that we learned. Our unforeseen challenge number 2 was not being able to implement the end-line surveys due to district policy restrictions. We were only able to conduct voluntary and non-anonymous pre-surveys. And then also teachers were survey fatigued and feared administration retaliation if they were honest about how they felt. We had at the school district that we worked with, there was over 300 layoffs in the very few month time period that we were working with them. So if you can imagine, when teachers were speaking up, they were actually getting punished and losing their jobs. That is terrifying. We are having a true crisis in education right now, and if we expect our students to be able to perform well, their mentors and their teachers and the adults who are supposed to be delivering these programs also need to feel seen, loved, heard, and valued. And one thing that is beautiful about this program that we got to see through Arabella was her empathy growing for her teachers, seeing them go through all of these challenges and circumstances, and also learning about the other educators as she was able to see the different surveys. Her empathy grew and she was able to talk to her peers about it. Your teacher they may be yelling at you or upset with you because they're going through their own things. Don't take it on yourself. Don't allow their projections to penetrate your heart. That was something that she had told me that she learned. And it was so influential for me because I'm like, I wish I would have known this when I was in high school too. Teachers are also humans, all of us. SAUSD requested that program modifications were done to avoid direct student engagement during crises, so we couldn't work with an intern from that district. That was also very complicated to work with. We're going to talk about a little bit of these tragedies that happened on campus, and I just want to give a trigger warning as we're going to be talking about mental health struggles in students right now. So if anyone needs to take a step out of the classroom, I'll give a few seconds. Okay. We had at the Santa Ana Unified School District in the 5-ish months that we were working with them, a student suicide, a fatal car crash where 5 students passed away. We had a student stabbing that happened in front of a middle school campus. We had the 300 teachers laid off, and all of these schools are dealing with grief now. All of them are dealing with all of this tragedy in their communities. And so when we talk about implementing trauma-informed practices and meeting people where they're at, you have to understand that that is part of the process. You have to leave space for people's grieving and healing and how they react to those certain situations. And so that was something that we definitely had to learn and work through, and was a challenge. But the top 3 things that we learned is we must tailor those solutions to each individual school. One size does not fit all people, and it definitely does not fit all schools that serve multiple different people. The second was teachers and students do not like to take surveys, and they don't like homework. So in order to meet them where they're at, when it comes to tailoring those solutions, it's better to have one-to-one meetings with them. They'd rather have human connection. They don't want to be on their computers all day, and they don't even really want to be at professional development trainings if it means they have to be locked in and focused because they're burned out. And then third is leave room for open discussion and hold space for those big emotions. There was a lot of teachers who cried during the one-to-one sessions with Jamila. It was really heavy, and we didn't expect this. And they're telling us about a certain problem student that they have, or a behavioral health problem that they're having with their own children even. I don't know if you want to speak to that a little bit more.
Yeah, that's kind of where we pivot, right? So we have this beautiful deck, but the goal is attunement. How are you guys feeling? Are you guys good? Are you guys solid? Are you chilling? That's all I used to say in high school. Every time they asked me, how are you? I'm good, I'm solid, I'm chilling. It wasn't true. But you know, some of the things with the teachers is connection. And I noticed in their bodies, I'm like, man, I know if I'm over there, I'm bored. Like, I don't want to listen to come into professional development center. I'm going to be in the back of my computer and just, I'm like, are y'all done yet, right? And I noticed that the moment I was talking about them when it comes to their mental health, that's when the questions popped up. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to pause this, and I'm going to check on you all. And so instead of this piece of this, you know, raising your hand, I said, I want to actually sit and thank you to like, and so this is how it was like with Tiana. She is my scriber. She was taking every single note and every single thing in the session. So we broke it up into 10 minutes. I'm like, okay, whoever wants more time within the sessions, I got you. So 10 minutes of teachers, educators talking, not even about school, whatever they need just to be heard and seen. Every single teacher lined up that wanted to hear me or talk or whatever it was, they would sit for 10 minutes of just undivided time. And it turned the whole sessions from an actual PD development thing was just time. And within that was tears. They're like, this is the first time I've been heard. This is the first time I was seen. And I didn't have all the answers because like, hey, Jamila, what am I supposed to do there? We have three of our kids that lost their peers. And I'm supposed to expect to come in and be cool, and I'm grieving, and what am I supposed to say with them? I'm like, well, grief isn't linear. Hold space. Just hold space. We're not supposed to know the answers, but hold space. I think that was the biggest thing. I know we could talk more out for in dinner, but holding space is so powerful than words sometimes. And even if we have this agenda, the first thing that we want to do is set the room. What does the room need? We have goals for sure. We got things to do with these kids. We got things to do with these teachers. And I told the teachers, if you guys are not feeling well, be real. I am not feeling good, kids. And the kids and the relationship, they're like, oh man, you're human too, what? Let's forget our homework. What do y'all need? What do you do when I'm tired? I need to go for a 10-minute regulation break and nobody talk to me, please. They're like, oh, me too. Regulation break, put your head down, take a nap. And so what we do is we unmask, and then we can show up as real humans. And the more that we build up that behavioral momentum, then they want to come in and learn. So that was a lot of the top lessons that we learned.
Thank you. Yeah, so let's get into these youth-led evaluation reflections from our amazing change leaders. Go ahead. One thing I also want to add to what you were saying before we hop into this is the ways that we were able to hold space for our teachers, they were able to take the ways that they were students in our professional development program and now implement that into their classrooms. And that was the most powerful takeaway from this whole thing, is we allowed those teachers to have an educational experience with us where they could now replicate that in their classrooms. What did that look like? We used a somatic movement book, and we had them do exercises like we showed you guys in the beginning. We went deep into that, and they were able to implement that in their classroom. We gave them recommendations for a nervous system regulation box, like the fidgets that everyone's playing with, and other tools and books that students can read if they need a regulation break in the corner. That's very helpful for neurodiverse students. How do we know? We are neurodiverse students who are working through our lived experiences. And so I wanted to point that out as well. So the amazing evaluation recommendations that we were given by the leaders was, one, to create peer mentorship opportunities so that students could have one-to-ones or engage in small groups with educators. We loved this recommendation. This is the first program that we're doing that is really tailored to the top-down approach of talking to the teachers and then working with the students, and we're really looking forward to implementing more of that front-facing student interaction in the coming years. Number 2 was plan for more one-to-one support with the teachers so that they get more what they need. We absolutely agree with this. That is definitely coming soon. And then number 3 was finding a way to capture the impact of this program directly from the perspectives of the educators without them feeling afraid and sharing their perspectives. Perhaps more one-to-one interviews in which the information can be gathered from the interviews is not identifiable and administrators cannot access the information of who exactly participated. So yes, we are looking at more anonymous ways to collect kind of that information. We're very careful about the word data collection. Schools are terrified of that, never say it. So we will be doing more voluntary kind of work and just also talking to more of our neurodiverse peers, more of our teachers, and looking at our own experiences and saying, what are good ways for us to collect information without making it feel like a survey or something basic. We need to think more outside of the box or just destroy the box as a whole, honestly. And then number 4 is measuring the success of similar teacher training programs by gathering information from the students on whether they identify any changes in their educators. And that was originally the goal that we had, but unfortunately with Santa Ana Unified School District, they said that we could not talk to the students because of how much grief and challenges they were facing. So we're really looking forward to hopefully implementing that in the future. And I am excited to say that Santa Ana has invited us back for another year. So we have now tripled the contract with Santa Ana Unified. Not only are we working with those educators, but now we're working at the district administration level. So now they want us to come back and do teacher development training with the entire administration of all of those different schools. So now it's not only teachers, but it's also the principals, it's also the higher ups, and we're gonna hopefully allow those administrators to hear what the teachers have to say based on the data that we've already not the data we collected, but the numbers.
Data. Oh, not data.
Yeah, we're gonna work on it. Yep. But we get to have that conversation with them, and we get to be that middleman for those teachers. If they're afraid to say it, we're not. So we're looking forward to going into those rooms and being able to say that, and also bringing more students along for the ride. Hopefully, Arabella can even come and speak to this entire new school district and share her experience, and hopefully inspire them to give us an intern of our own from the school district. So thank you guys so much for listening. We are open to questions.
All right, give it up for Youth Advocates for Change. All right. We're running just a little behind for dinner, but that's okay. I'll yield 2 questions for this group, and then to close out the night, I would just suggest we continue these questions and discussion for all 7 grantee partners at dinner. First, we have Samson. Well, I'll take 3.
Thank you both for your presentation. I just had a simple question that I wrote on my phone. So I noticed that your program emphasizes both emotional regulation and trauma-informed teaching, which I think sounds really great. But in a system where schools are constantly pressured to show academic progress, how do you realistically bridge the gap between emotional support and the hard metrics that administrators and policymakers demand? And have you developed any concrete methods that can demonstrate the academic impact of your approach?
Hello. Oh, go ahead, T.
Number 1, can I get a copy of that question so we can implement that into the next board meeting? I think the best way to answer that question is as a neurodiverse young person who's walking it, as we build it out, there's still questions that we have to answer like those. One thing that we do really well, I think, is implementing our own lived experiences. And for me, it was better academically to be able to learn when I had resources that were open, because I didn't learn that I was neurodiverse until I was in college. So if high schools, I think someone mentioned this earlier too, if schools of all ages, not even just high schools, but had options for learning, we learned more about our own learning styles, even as teachers, even as students, we would be able to have more tailored experiences in our education journey. So I think my goal, my personal mission is, how do we just get teachers to understand everyone has a different learning style, and if we can implement these different kinds of learnings and the acceptance of those kind of learning styles, even as small as playing with a fidget while you're listening to a lecture, or being able to have access to another testing room despite if you have an EIP or not, or if you're diagnosed or not. Maybe people just need those things. I think about social media and technology playing such a huge role in Gen Z's life right now. Our attention spans are shortened. Regardless if you're neurodivergent or neurotypical, it's every single person. We listen to short form content daily, 10 seconds, 15 seconds, 30 seconds. That's what grabs our attention. It's not gonna be a 2-hour-long lecture. Learning is just not the same way that it was before. So I guess to answer that question, we're still trying to figure out what that looks like, but there's no doubt, it's kind of obvious that education needs to change, and it needs to change quickly because society is changing quickly. And eventually education and education politics will understand that. Education school boards will understand that, but students need to be at the forefront to have our voices heard, and we need to talk about it so they can understand that.
I want to add to that too. Good job. Now, but what if they don't? I'm always like, right? What if they don't? What if you get into the system where you say it and your voice is unseen and heard? You have voice, you have agency, and you know who you are. And so don't allow the system of what their purpose and their performance of what they're telling you change you. And so you advocate for yourself and find the tools to figure out, how do I work? How do I learn? I'm not doing this to perform, and I'm gonna do my best, and my best is enough. And that's it. Because thank you. because I'm literally like in this seat, in a different school part, and I was like, I got into that. We were talking about this in the fixed intelligence. I'm like, why? I was like, do I have to like change up and do that? I was like, I'm not supposed to be a doctor, what? You know, but I'm here for a reason. You're here at school for a reason. Your imprint and your blueprint is here for a reason. Do your best and know in your body what within my body where I'm feeling something, and focus on that. Allow your body to feel it and know, hey, I'm okay, and I'm trying. That's it. So. You're welcome.
Hello. Okay. So this is not really a question, but it's more of like a compliment. So overall, just with your presentation, it was beautiful. I loved it, every single second. But it's more, I want to give you like a thank you, not just to you, but every other organization here, because just like by today, you guys put in so much effort. And, you know, also with the part of having to deal with, you know, teachers, their experiences, I just bet it's so much emotion that you have to like feel. And I don't know if also you guys are getting like therapy or just like the help that you guys need to just relax and calm down. And so, you know, although you guys are focused on the teachers and students and everyone else, you guys also have to get, you know, like the focus that you guys need for yourselves, but not just for you guys, but for all of you guys as well. You know, I've noticed that you guys have a focus and a goal that you guys are trying to thrive for, and like, period, I love it, you know, like, and I just want to say, like, I am proud of you guys. I'm proud of all the success that you guys are doing, and you guys are not unseen. Like, we see you, and I'm so proud of you guys, and so is my other colleagues as well. So, yeah.
Thank you. And just
All right,
a comment on, just a comment on that.
Last question back here.
Oh, really quick, I just want to comment on that too. You're right. And, you know, I'm a therapist or whatever, but I'm my therapist because I was asking the same questions that you were. I'm just a little bit of an adult version, I guess. And my therapist said, you know what? Don't allow your mental health, don't lose your mental health trying to help people in mental health. I was like, oh, that was a bar. So, you know, just realizing like we're all the same, right? And we're all here to help one another. So I appreciate that. Appreciate that. Last question.
So this is not a question, but definitely major kudos to you all. When you applied, each application stood out for so many reasons, but I recall vividly that, number one, you were youth-led, and that meant the world to our young people, and you had the most votes by far, right? Which was awesome. Was I supposed to say that? Probably not, but I remember that you stood out.
That's cool over there. That's cool.
And then I recall there was a tie, and we had to talk about how to break it, and Bethiel could tell you more about that. However, I also recall that because you were young, and because, you know, you weren't as knee-deep in the game as some of the other organizations, that we had to make some changes and some pivots, because at the time, we had a very strict financial system in place that was only gonna award but X amount of dollars if you couldn't, you know, show all the documentation. Because, you know, we are a serious intermediary. We need to make sure that you have audited statements and that you're doing what you're supposed to do and you're out here lawfully, you know, doing your job. And the level of tenacity that you had to respond to every call and email, and I still have them because bless your heart, you CC'd me on everything. I appreciate that not only did you stick with it, because you could have easily been like, you know what, we'll just go for another one because we're not going to do this today. But you were responsive with all of the documents, with the follow through. I recall we even had a moment where we were trying to figure out, is there a way that we can pay for them to get an audited statement if this is a barrier to them actually receiving the funds to do this amazing work? After all, they are a youth-led organization. After all, we are a youth-serving organization. After all, the youth did pick them. Like, what are we gonna do? And it really forced us to think about our systems, to go back to the drawing board, to, you know, confer with our donor in a different type of way, because all of the things we wanted to do were being challenged just by some policies. And so I challenge everyone in here to consider how policies are really affecting the work. And as you're talking about districts, I have to just tip my hat to you in how you went about still serving major numbers. You could have come back and said, you know what, well, with this, I can only do this. And it would have been fair. And we still would have shown some amazing work. But you really challenge yourself to get past not just a school district with a whole bunch of schools, but then hit even more schools. And so it would be my joy and honor to work alongside you and find more funding, as it is in terms of every other partner in here. We're doing impactful work, and I'm grateful. I look forward to us continuing our work. My boss has a question. So I'm not holding up dinner, for the record.
Thank you.
I'm holding up dinner again. No, my question is, we would be honored if there is a version of your 101 on the nervous system. Would you consider doing that for the IYF team remotely?
Yes, I would 100% accept.
I would be deeply grateful and honored if we'll work that out. I'd love for us to have that.
Thank you so much. And I just quickly want to say something. Because there are young people in this room. Like, I founded the organization when I was 17. Like I said, 23 right now, and learning every single day. Like, the policy thing is real. Like, I couldn't even legally sign my name on a piece of paper when I started the organization. Like, do you know how many mentors and adults that it took to, like, help me understand the 501c3, all of these different things. So for all of the adults in the room, including the change makers, because we are adults too, I just want to say a big thank you to trusting in the youth and giving us these opportunities, because historically we've never gotten these opportunities. However, young people are always at the forefront of social justice movements, of education movements, of human rights movements. We are always at the forefront because it's our future we're paving the way for. So for you guys to be so willing to work with us, I literally remember reading that, like, all the qualifications we needed to have that I didn't know, and I was like sobbing. Like, I was crying because I'm like, I want to do this so bad, but I know it's not gonna work. And I talked to Ani, and I'm like, hey, it's okay, you guys can give the grant to somebody else. We don't qualify. And I was so quick to give up. And I just want to share this because it's a testimony to what young people feel when we feel out of the box. Like, we don't fit the qualifications, so sometimes we disqualify ourselves. And for you guys to be so willing to work with us and have that conversation, like, Ani went above and beyond she would call me, and at the time I was still enrolled full-time in college at USC, and she would call me and I would step out of class and I'd be like, hey, and she's like, so maybe you guys can do this. And we made it work, and it just, to this day, I share it with all of our board members. They know, you guys have a special place in our hearts, because we see the way that you prioritize youth voices, and you allow us to really step into the fullness of what this next generation is becoming. So I just want to say thank you, and I love you guys all, you changemakers too, my fam.
Thank you. Okay, officially, I'm basically publicly giving up my SNL dreams. This is where I need to be. Thank you. Thank you, Youth Advocates for Change. That was really moving. Wow. That was a lot. I need to decompress, and I will do so with everyone at dinner. One final announcement before we walk over to dinner is tomorrow morning, for the first session in the morning, we'll have breakfast at 8:30 as well. Just make sure you bring your folders, the Up for Change folders, because there's a packet in there that we will be using for an activity. Thank you all.